Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Moonlit Path, Part 1, the beginning of the journey. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale, silvery light across the landscape. It was an unusual sight for Eliza, who had grown accustomed to the soft glow of the city's artificial lights. But tonight, something was different. The sky seemed endless, the stars brighter than ever, and the moon. The moon seemed to be watching her. Eliza stood at the edge of a dense forest, her heart racing as she gazed at the path that stretched out before her. The trees swayed gently in the night breeze, their leaves whispering secrets she couldn't quite understand. The path itself was narrow, winding, and framed by tall, shadowy trees that seemed to reach toward the sky. It was as if the forest was inviting her in, beckoning her to follow the moonlit trail. She had heard stories about this place, the moonlit path, and the strange, mystical occurrences that surrounded it. There were whispers of an ancient magic hidden deep within the forest, a magic that only appeared under the full moon. Legend spoke of travelers who had ventured into the woods and never returned, their fates unknown, swallowed by the night itself. Yet there was something about the path that called to Eliza, something deep within her that urged her to step forward. Taking a deep breath, she pulled her coat tighter around her shoulders and stepped onto the path. The cool air of the night filled her lungs, and the sound of her footsteps seemed to echo in the quiet woods. She glanced behind her, but the city lights were no longer visible. The forest had swallowed her whole, and the only light now came from the moon, which seemed to shine down directly on the path ahead. As she walked further into the forest, the air grew colder, and the shadows deepened. The trees seemed to close in around her, their branches intertwining above to form a canopy that blocked out the stars. The only light came from the moon above, illuminating the path just enough for her to see where she was going. Despite the eerie silence, Eliza felt a strange sense of calm. There was something peaceful about the night, about being so far from the bustling world she had always known. She had come to the forest looking for answers, seeking something she couldn't quite name. Perhaps she would find it here, in the heart of the forest, along the moonlit path. Part 2, The Stranger in the Shadows. As Eliza continued down the winding path, the forest grew denser, and the moonlight dimmed slightly, filtered through the thick canopy of branches above. The further she walked, the more she felt the weight of the night settle around her, as if the darkness itself was becoming a living, breathing presence. It was quiet, unnervingly so, and the air seemed heavy, charged with an energy she couldn't quite place. A sudden rustle in the bushes beside the path broke the silence, and Eliza froze, her heart skipping a beat. She strained her ears, listening intently. A figure emerged from the shadows, stepping onto the path ahead of her. The figure was cloaked in dark robes, their face hidden beneath a hood that obscured everything but their eyes that glowed with an eerie, unnatural light. Eliza stepped back, instinctively reaching for her phone in her pocket, but then hesitated. There was something about the stranger that made her pause. Their presence wasn't threatening, yet it was undeniably strange, as though they were part of the forest itself. The figure spoke, their voice a soft whisper that seemed to echo in the stillness of the night. "You've come for the truth, haven't you?" Eliza's throat tightened. She didn't know how to respond. She hadn't spoken to anyone in the forest, hadn't expected to meet anyone at all. She had come to the moonlit path in search of answers, yes, but she hadn't expected to meet a mysterious figure. The stranger seemed to read her thoughts. "You seek something," they continued, their voice calm and knowing. "Something that lies ahead, at the end of this path. But be warned, the journey is not what you expect." Eliza nodded slowly, her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" The stranger stepped closer, their hood casting a shadow over their face. "This path is not just a road through the forest. It is a journey through your own mind, your own past. It will show you things you are not ready to see, things you may wish to forget. But it is the only way to find the answers you seek." A shiver ran down Eliza's spine. The forest had always felt magical, but now it felt more ominous, as if the very trees were watching her every move. The stranger's eyes never left hers, their glowing gaze intense, almost hypnotic. "Do you still wish to continue?" The stranger asked, their voice barely more than a whisper. Eliza swallowed, her heart pounding. She didn't know if she was ready for whatever lay ahead, but she couldn't turn back now. She had come this far, and she wasn't about to stop. "Yes," she said, her voice steady, though her hands trembled. "I have to know." The stranger nodded slowly. "Very well. But remember, once you begin, there is no turning back." With that, the figure turned and walked deeper into the forest, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Eliza stood for a moment, her mind racing. She could feel the weight of the choice she had just made settling over her. But there was no turning back now. She took a deep breath and followed, the glow of the moon guiding her steps. Part 3, The Heart of the Forest. The path grew darker as Eliza ventured deeper into the forest. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting in unnatural patterns. Their trunks gnarled and knotted. The air grew colder still, and the quiet seemed to press in around her, suffocating. Every step she took felt heavier, as though the very earth beneath her feet was resisting her movement. The moon, once bright and full, now hung high in the sky, its light flickering as though it were struggling to shine through the thick canopy of leaves. The path ahead seemed endless, stretching out into the unknown, and yet Eliza couldn't shake the feeling that she was being drawn forward, as if the forest itself was guiding her towards something, or someone. Suddenly, the air shifted. A soft breeze stirred the trees, and the faint sound of a distant melody reached her ears. It was a haunting song, a lullaby that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the forest. Eliza's heart skipped a beat, and she quickened her pace, eager to find the source of the music. As she rounded a bend in the path, she saw it, a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, surrounded by tall, slender trees whose leaves shimmered like silver. The air was thick with magic, and the song grew louder, more distinct, as though it was coming from the altar itself, Eliza stepped into the clearing, her breath catching in her throat. At the base of the altar lay a small, intricately carved stone lantern, glowing softly with an inner light. The song seemed to emanate from the lantern, a melody that seemed to speak to her soul, drawing her in. Without thinking, Eliza reached out and touched the lantern. The moment her fingers brushed against its surface, a surge of energy rushed through her, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift. The trees around her began to sway, their branches twisting and contorting as the song reached a crescendo. The lantern's light grew brighter, and in that moment, Eliza understood. The moonlit path wasn't just a journey through the forest, it was a journey through time, through the memories of those who had walked this path before her. And now, as she stood at the altar, the truth that had eluded her for so long became clear. She had always been connected to this place, to the magic of the forest. It was in her blood, in her very being. She had been chosen, not by chance, but by fate, and with that understanding, the moonlight grew even brighter, and the forest seemed to come alive around her. She was no longer just a traveler on the path. She was part of the forest story now. And the journey had only just begun. Part 2, The Dance of Shadows. Eliza stood motionless, her fingers still grazing the cold surface of the lantern. The soft glow that had once been comforting now pulsed with a rhythmic intensity, as though it had a heartbeat of its own. The forest, too, seemed to respond to the lantern's energy. The trees swayed, their branches creaking as if in reverence, their leaves shimmering in a dance that was both mesmerizing and eerie. The melody that had once seemed distant was now all around her, swirling in the air like a haunting lullaby, each note a delicate thread weaving into her very soul. The sounds weren't just in her ears, they resonated deep within her chest, as though they were part of her heartbeat, part of her breath. It was a song of the forest, of something older than time itself. And Eliza couldn't help but feel that the forest was alive and aware of her presence. The lantern's glow flickered, momentarily blinding her, and when it dimmed, she could see figures emerging from the shadows. The clearing was no longer empty. Ghostly, translucent forms drifted through the moonlight, their faces shrouded in shadow. These figures were not quite human, not entirely ethereal, yet their eyes, bright, burning with an otherworldly light, were fixed on her. They moved silently, like whispers carried on the wind, each one drifting closer to her. Eliza's heart raced, and a cold shiver ran down her spine. She wanted to move, to run, but her legs felt frozen in place. The figures, shadows of ancient souls, circled her, their presence overwhelming, suffocating. Each one seemed to hum with a life force that was both beautiful and terrifying. One of them stepped forward, closer than the others. It was taller, its form cloaked in a deep mist that obscured its true shape. But its eyes, those eyes, burned through the fog, locking onto hers with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. A voice, soft and ancient, but carrying a weight that pressed against her very being, filled the air. "You have come," it whispered, its voice not just a sound, but a vibration, a deep hum in the very earth beneath her. "You have heard the call, and now you are bound to this path. You cannot turn back, for the path will not release those it has chosen." Eliza opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. She wanted to ask who they were, what they wanted, and what was happening, but her throat was dry, as though she had forgotten how to speak. The air felt thicker now, harder to breathe. The figures, these spirits of the forest, were waiting for something, something that Eliza was supposed to understand, but couldn't quite grasp. The figure before her raised its hand, and the lantern in her grasp pulsed once again. The song from the lantern grew louder, more insistent, and Eliza felt her fingers move involuntarily, tightening around it. She wasn't in control of her own body, as though the lantern was drawing her in, pulling her toward the unknown. As if in response to the figure's command, the spirit stepped back, forming a semicircle around her. The wind began to stir, carrying with it the faint scent of flowers and damp earth. It felt like the forest was holding its breath. The figure in the mist spoke again, its voice clearer now, resonating within her very bones. The path you walk is the path of transformation. Here, in the heart of the forest, the veil between worlds is thin. You will encounter both the light and the dark, the forgotten and the eternal. You will see that which is hidden and face what you fear most. The voice paused, as if giving weight to its words. Eliza's chest tightened. This was more than just a forest, more than a simple walk under the full moon. This was something ancient, something vast, something that had been waiting for her, even if she didn't know it. The question is, the figure continued, its form flickering like a shadow caught in a breeze, are you ready to face what lies ahead? The forest is full of secrets, some are meant to guide you, while others will lead you astray. Eliza's mind was racing. Her thoughts were fragmented, each one jumbled as she tried to process what the figure was saying. Ready? How could she be ready for something so enormous? So incomprehensible. She had simply followed a strange pull. A calling she couldn't ignore. But now she was here, at the center of it all, caught between the pull of the past and the future, in a place where reality and dreams blended into one. Before she could respond, a sudden gust of wind howled through the trees, and the ground beneath her feet shifted. The forest seemed to groan as if awakening from a long slumber, and the spirits around her began to sway, their movements almost ritualistic. Eliza's grip on the lantern tightened once again, the warmth of its light seeping into her palms. The light began to pulse, stronger this time, as though it were reacting to the force of the wind. And then, something unexpected happened, the ground trembled beneath her feet. And the spirits froze. For a moment, everything was still, utterly still. The air felt heavy with anticipation. And then, a voice, not from the spirit before her, but from deep within the forest, spoke, Eliza. The voice was like a whisper carried on the wind, familiar and yet impossibly distant. Her heart skipped a beat. How did the forest know her name? Eliza, you are the one we have been waiting for. The ground shook once more, the trees groaning as the earth itself seemed to shift. The lantern in Eliza's hands flared with light, and the shadows around her deepened, stretching toward the sky. The spirits moved as if in response to the voice, their forms twisting and swirling in the air. Like shadows of forgotten memories, with a surge of energy, the wind howled again, and the forest seemed to come alive around her. The trees began to pulse with light, and the moon above shone brighter than it ever had before. The whispering voices of the spirits reached a crescendo, and Eliza found herself stepping forward, unable to resist the pull of the moonlit path. Follow the light, Eliza, the voice spoke again, clearer now, as if guiding her. Follow it, and you will find the answers you seek. The forest is ready for you, and so are you for it. With each step, the forest seemed to shift, the air filled with a strange magic, the path before her growing ever clearer. There was no turning back now. The journey was just beginning. Part 3, The Edge of Night. Eliza's heart pounded in her chest as she continued down the path, the ancient trees on either side of her stretching up to the sky like towering sentinels. Their branches swayed in rhythm with the pulse of the lantern's light, which now flickered and hummed, a quiet energy that made her skin tingle. It was as though the lantern itself was alive, guiding her, pulling her deeper into the forest. The air was thick with the scent of moss and damp earth, and the distant sound of running water echoed faintly. The path was narrow, winding, and overgrown, but the moonlight above seemed to illuminate it just enough for her to see where she was going. As she walked, the shadows around her seemed to lengthen, stretching unnaturally long. The trees whispered to one another in a language she couldn't understand, their branches rustling as if sharing secrets with the night itself. With each step, the weight of her surroundings pressed in on her, the quiet tension in the air growing. It was as though the forest was aware of her, watching her every move. Eliza felt it, a strange presence that seemed to follow her without a sound, like a specter moving just out of sight. She couldn't shake the feeling that there were eyes on her, eyes that weren't quite human. Suddenly, the soft whispering voices of the spirits surrounded her once more, their ethereal hums weaving into the air like a tapestry. The soft melody, which had been a distant lullaby, now felt closer, sharper, more insistent. The song was no longer comforting, it felt urgent, as though the forest itself was calling to her, beckoning her towards something she couldn't yet see. A faint glow appeared in the distance, too distant to discern, but it was there, pulsing with the same rhythm as the lantern. Her feet carried her forward, compelled by the mysterious pull of the light. As she drew closer, the trees thinned, and the ground beneath her became soft, almost marshy, as though she were entering a sacred place. The air grew cooler, and the song of the spirits became louder, wrapping itself around her like a cloak. The clearing ahead revealed a large stone circle, ancient and worn with age. The stones were arranged in a perfect circle, each one covered in thick moss, their surfaces etched with cryptic symbols that seemed to shift when she looked at them directly. The light from the lantern flickered again, casting strange shadows over the stones. The very air around the circle felt charged, heavy with magic that hummed beneath her feet. In the center of the stone circle stood an altar, a slab of smooth stone that looked out of place amidst the wildness of the forest. The altar glowed faintly, its surface covered with intricate markings, similar to the ones on the stones. The symbols on the altar seemed to pulse with an otherworldly light. As though they were alive, waiting for something, or someone, to awaken them. Eliza felt a deep pull toward the altar, the lantern's light seeming to beckon her forward. The spirits' whispers grew louder, more urgent. Their song shifted, no longer a lullaby, but a call, a command. She stepped forward, drawn to the center of the circle, her breath shallow, her pulse quickening. Every instinct in her screamed to turn back, but her feet moved on their own, drawn by the unseen force. As she approached the altar, the lantern in her hands flared brightly, casting long shadows that danced across the stone. The whispers became a chorus now, not of warning, but of welcome, as if the forest itself was embracing her. She hesitated only for a moment, then placed the lantern on the altar's surface. The moment the lantern touched the stone, the air crackled with energy. A surge of power ran through Eliza's body, and she felt the world around her blur. The trees seemed to bend toward her, their branches reaching out as though trying to touch her, their leaves rustling like 1,000 voices murmuring in her ear. She gasped, her senses overwhelmed by the flood of energy. The symbols on the altar began to glow with a brilliant, blinding light, and the ground beneath her feet trembled as if awakening from a deep sleep. The forest around her seemed to shift, the once still trees swaying violently in an invisible wind. The air thickened, and the shadows around her stretched and twisted, taking on strange, terrifying forms that loomed just out of reach. Eliza. The voice whispered again, soft and haunting, but this time, it came from everywhere, surrounding her, filling her mind with its eerie melody. You have come to the heart of the forest. You have touched the ancient power, and now, there is no turning back. Eliza's chest tightened, and she stumbled back from the altar, but the force of the energy was too strong. It was as though the very ground was holding her in place, keeping her tethered to the circle. The spirits, no longer ethereal whispers but tangible shapes, surrounded her, their forms flickering like ghostly apparitions. Their eyes glowing with an unearthly light. You must choose, Eliza, the voice continued, now clearer, more insistent. Will you accept the path the forest has set before you? Will you embrace your destiny, or will you turn away, forever bound to the shadows? Eliza's heart raced, her mind spinning as she struggled to make sense of the words. The lantern had drawn her here, but she hadn't known this would happen. She hadn't known that she would stand at the center of an ancient ritual, that she would be forced to choose between the light and the dark, between the forest's secrets and the life she had once known. The spirit's eyes bore into her, their expressions unreadable, and for a moment, she felt as though she were drowning in their gaze. Then, the voice spoke once more, its tone now full of ancient wisdom. Choose wisely, child of the moon. The path ahead will lead you to places unknown, to truths hidden in the folds of time. But remember this, once you step beyond this circle, there is no turning back. The light from the lantern flickered once more, casting long shadows across the clearing. The spirits waited, their forms still and expectant. Eliza looked around, her breath shallow, her heart racing. The forest, the spirits, the lantern, they were all part of something far greater than she could understand. And now, it was her choice to make, with a steadying breath. She made her decision. The lantern's light flared brighter than ever before, and the ground beneath her feet began to shake once again. The journey was about to begin. Part 4. The Path of Light and Shadow. The moment Eliza's decision solidified in her heart, a wave of energy crashed over her like a tidal wave. It was as though the forest itself was breathing with her, its pulse quickening with the rhythm of her own heartbeat. The lantern's light intensified, becoming a blinding orb that filled the clearing with its pure radiance, casting long shadows that reached into the darkest corners of the woods. The air hummed with an almost palpable tension, as if the very fabric of time and space was shifting, adjusting to her choice. The spirits, their ghostly forms flickering in and out of visibility, watched her intently. Their eyes, now gleaming like stars, bore into her soul, as if searching for the depth of her resolve. The voice, once distant and haunting, now resonated within her mind, its tone both commanding and comforting. "Your choice has been made, Eliza," it whispered, echoing around her like 1,000 voices. "Now, the journey begins. But be warned, the path ahead is fraught with peril. Light and shadow will dance around you. What you seek is hidden within the heart of the forest, and only the bravest dare uncover it." As the words faded, Eliza felt the world around her shift again. The once still trees now seemed to breathe with life, their branches swaying in harmony with the wind that had suddenly picked up. The soft rustling of leaves became a whispering chant. Urging her forward, she took a deep breath, steadying herself. There was no going back now. With a quiet determination, she stepped away from the altar, the lantern's light guiding her forward. The forest seemed to part for her, the path ahead opening like a gateway. Her feet carried her forward, the ground beneath her soft and spongy, as though it had been waiting for her arrival. The deeper she ventured into the forest, the more the world around her seemed to shift. The trees were taller here, their bark glistening with an eerie, otherworldly sheen. The air was thick with the scent of flowers she didn't recognize, their petals glowing faintly in the dim light. The whispers of the spirits grew louder. Their voices now like a symphony, echoing in her mind, urging her onward. Soon, the trees grew denser, their branches intertwining to form a canopy so thick that it blocked out the moonlight entirely. The only light now came from the lantern, casting a soft, flickering glow that illuminated the path before her. It was as if she were walking through a dream, the forest a surreal, shifting world where nothing was quite as it seemed. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, more urgent. They were no longer a chorus of calm voices, but a cacophony of warning, as if the forest itself was trying to alert her to something. "Eliza." The voice rang out, sharp and clear. "Do not stray from the path. The shadows will follow, seeking to pull you into their depths." Her heart raced, but she pressed on, the lantern held tightly in her hands. The deeper she went, the more she felt the presence of something watching her. She wasn't alone, and she knew it. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches curling as if to encircle her, to trap her within their grasp. As she continued, the path began to twist and turn in ways that didn't make sense. What had once been a straight trail was now a winding maze, the ground uneven and treacherous. But Eliza didn't falter. The pull of the lantern, the guidance of the light, kept her moving forward. Hours seemed to pass as she ventured deeper into the forest. The night air had grown cold, and the once soft path had turned to slick, uneven stones. Her breath came out in visible puffs, the chill of the forest settling in her bones. But still, she pressed on, driven by an invisible force, the lantern's light flickering in her hands, illuminating the dark path ahead. Suddenly, she came upon a clearing, the lantern's light revealing a massive stone archway, its surface covered in vines and moss. The archway seemed ancient, older than the forest itself. It pulsed with an eerie, golden light, drawing her in. The air around it shimmered, as if something was waiting beyond. Eliza hesitated for a moment. The whispers had quieted now, replaced by an unsettling silence that filled the air. The lantern flickered once, casting a momentary shadow that danced across the archway. The silence stretched on, broken only by the distant rustling of leaves. The weight of the moment hung heavy on her shoulders. She stepped forward. As her foot crossed the threshold of the archway, the ground beneath her feet trembled, sending a jolt of panic through her. The lantern's light flared, blinding her for a moment, and when it dimmed, she found herself in an entirely new place. The forest was gone. In its place was a vast, otherworldly landscape, an endless field of soft, glowing flowers stretching toward the horizon. The sky above was a swirl of deep blues and purples, with stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across the heavens. The air was warm here, thick with the scent of lavender and jasmine. It was beautiful, surreal, and utterly unfamiliar, but something was wrong. The beauty of the place was unnerving, like a dream that was too perfect to be true. Eliza felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, the sense of being watched returning with a vengeance. As she moved through the glowing field, the lantern's light grew dimmer, casting long shadows across the ground. The stars above began to shift, their patterns changing as if they were alive. And then, in the distance, she saw it, a figure standing alone in the field, draped in a cloak of shifting darkness. The figure didn't move, but Eliza felt its gaze upon her. Piercing and unwavering. She froze, the lantern trembling in her hands. The figure seemed to beckon her forward, its presence both inviting and terrifying. Eliza. The voice whispered again, soft and haunting. It was the same voice that had guided her through the forest, but now, it was different. Darker. Come closer, child. Come and learn the truth that lies hidden in the depths of the forest. Eliza took a tentative step forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The figure remained still, its cloak of darkness shifting like smoke in the wind. With each step she took, the light from the lantern flickered, casting long, eerie shadows across the field, and so, she continued, drawn toward the mysterious figure in the distance. Unsure of what awaited her but unable to turn back. The path had been set in motion, and now she was part of the story, bound to the journey she had chosen. The lantern's glow flickered again, casting a fleeting shadow, and for a moment, Eliza thought she saw something move in the distance, a shadow, flickering like a wisp of smoke. But when she looked again, it was gone. She couldn't afford to hesitate now. Every step forward brought her closer to the figure, and closer to the unknown truth that lay beyond the veil of the moonlit field. Part 5. The Silent Convergence. Eliza's steps grew heavier as the distance between herself and the cloaked figure lessened. The air around her seemed to thicken with each passing moment, the quiet hum of the distant forest replaced by an eerie stillness. The flowers that had once glowed so serenely now seemed to dim as she passed, their petals curling inward, as if they were closing in on themselves in silent fear. The lantern's flame, which had flickered so steadily in the forest, now sputtered as though struggling against an unseen force. It cast long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally across the ground, as if the very fabric of the night was beginning to warp around her. Yet, the figure in the distance remained unmoving, its cloak swaying gently in the windless air, its presence commanding, almost predatory. As Eliza moved forward, the stars above shifted again, swirling in patterns that made no sense, as though the sky itself was unraveling. The constellations, once familiar and comforting, now seemed strange and ominous, their shapes shifting and melting into one another like smoke caught in a gust of wind. The world around her seemed to be falling apart at the edges, crumbling away like the remnants of an old, forgotten dream. The figure continued to beckon her with an invisible pull, its presence growing more intense with every step Eliza took. And yet, a part of her, deep within her soul, felt the weight of an ancient knowledge stirring, a warning, perhaps, or a memory buried beneath the layers of time. Her heart raced in her chest, pounding like the beat of a drum. "Do not go further," the voice echoed in her mind, soft but urgent, like a distant whisper that seemed to come from every corner of the world. The voice was unfamiliar, and yet, it sounded as though it had spoken to her before. "Turn back, Eliza. The truth is not what it seems." It has never been, but Eliza couldn't turn back. The pull of the figure was irresistible, as though something inside her soul was being drawn into its orbit. She could feel the magic of the lantern flickering, trying desperately to push the darkness back, but the light was weakening, consumed by the vast emptiness around her. As she drew closer, the figure slowly began to lift its head. The hood of its cloak fell back, revealing the face beneath. At first, Eliza couldn't make out any features, only a shadow, deep and endless. But as the figure moved, the light from the lantern flickered again, and she saw them. Eyes. Black as the void, yet glimmering with a strange, otherworldly gleam. They locked onto hers with an intensity that seemed to freeze her in place. "Eliza." The figure spoke her name, its voice soft and familiar, though it carried a weight that made her blood run cold. "You have arrived at the heart of the path. Welcome." Eliza stood frozen, her breath shallow as the figure stepped closer, the dark cloak swirling around it like smoke. It was not human. At least, not in the way she understood humans. It was something older, something that predated even the forest. A presence, an entity that had been here long before her, and perhaps, would remain long after her. "You sought the truth," it continued, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "And now, you must face it. There is no turning back from what you have chosen. The forest will not let you leave once the path is walked." The figure raised its hand, and Eliza felt a tremor ripple through the ground. The flowers around her flickered like stars, their delicate petals now glistening with a silver sheen, as though they had never truly been organic. The air became thick, heavier than it had ever been before, and Eliza could feel the very ground beneath her quaking, as though something immense was stirring, awakening. "The lantern has guided you to this moment, but it is not the only guide in this world," the figure said, its voice shifting. The words took on a melodic, almost hypnotic quality, and Eliza felt herself swaying, her thoughts becoming cloudy. "There are forces here, forces that exist in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. And now, that moment has come." The lantern flickered once more, but this time, Eliza felt the warmth within it drain away, replaced by a coldness that sank deep into her skin. She felt the weight of it press against her chest, as though the light had abandoned her to the darkness. Her heart skipped a beat, but she refused to let the panic take over. She had come this far. She had to know what was hidden in this cursed place. "The truth is never simple, Eliza," the figure murmured. "What you seek is a reflection of your own heart. But remember this, every truth bears a cost. What will you give, when it is asked of you?" The figure extended its hand toward her, the motion slow and deliberate, like the pull of gravity itself. Eliza hesitated. She wanted to step back, to run from this place, but her feet felt like they were glued to the ground. It was as though the forest itself was holding her in place, unwilling to let her escape now that she had crossed its threshold. "You have already given so much, Eliza," the figure whispered, its voice now like a caress against her ear. "The forest knows your heart, your fears, your desires. It has shaped you, molded you. And now, it will take what is owed." The air around her seemed to grow thicker, suffocating, and the shadows lengthened, creeping toward her like living things. The lantern in her hand flickered one final time, before the flame was completely extinguished, leaving her in total darkness, and then, the whispering began. A chorus of voices, low and indistinct, like an ancient chant carried on the wind. Eliza's vision blurred, and for a brief moment, she could see flashes of images, faces, places, memories long buried. Each one danced before her eyes like a fleeting dream, slipping through her grasp. "Face it," the figure said softly. "Face the truth that lies within." The ground beneath her trembled once again, and Eliza closed her eyes, bracing herself for what was to come. Her heart hammered in her chest, a drumbeat of impending doom. But even as the darkness closed in around her, she could feel something else, a flicker of hope. Faint but undeniable. The truth would be revealed, but at what cost? She took a deep breath, and stepped forward. As her foot touched the ground, the world shifted. The shadows receded, the whispers faded, and before her stood an altar, bathed in moonlight. The figure was gone, but its presence still lingered, heavy and oppressive. And there, on the altar, was the object of her quest, a small, unassuming box. Eliza approached it cautiously, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch it. The box was warm, as though it had been waiting for her. She lifted the lid, and inside, she saw the answer she had been searching for all along, but it wasn't what she expected. It wasn't a treasure. It wasn't a key to power. It was something far more precious, and far more dangerous than she could have imagined. The box contained a single, delicate flower, its petals glowing with an inner light. But this was no ordinary flower. As she gazed into its radiant center, she saw herself, her own reflection, staring back at her, eyes wide with both fear and understanding. The flower had shown her the truth, and now, the journey was over, but at what cost? Part 6. The Price of Truth. Eliza stood frozen in place, her breath catching in her throat as the flower's glow intensified, casting eerie shadows around her. The once calm forest seemed to pulse with energy, the trees creaking under an unseen weight. The moonlight, which had been so gentle before, now hung in the sky like an unblinking eye, watching her every move. There was no escape from the truth she had just uncovered. Her hands shook as she reached for the flower, its delicate petals shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. But as her fingers brushed against the soft, glowing surface, a sharp pain coursed through her arm, causing her to recoil. The flower burned, not with heat, but with a coldness that seemed to seep into her very bones. The pain was unbearable, but she couldn't pull away. Something inside her was urging her to touch it fully, to understand the mystery within. As she gripped the flower, the pain began to fade, replaced by a strange, unsettling calm. The forest around her seemed to grow still, as though holding its breath. And then, without warning, everything changed. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the once still trees began to sway violently, their branches creaking and groaning like they were alive. The moon's light flickered, casting the world in a strobe-like rhythm. The whispers from earlier, soft and distant, grew louder. And with them came images. Flashes of memories that weren't hers. Faces of people she had never known, places she had never visited. They danced in front of her eyes like fragments of a forgotten past, distorted and broken, and then came the voices, Eliza. Eliza, they echoed, rising in volume until they were deafening. Her name, spoken with urgency, with grief, with hunger. She couldn't tell. But there was something suffocating about it, a sense that the very air was being consumed by those who called her. She looked around, desperate for answers, but the images and sounds continued to spiral, spinning into madness. A voice, one that was not her own, surged from her lips as if it were being pulled from deep within her. What? What is this? What do you want from me? The world around her stilled in an instant, as though the very fabric of reality had been torn. Silence hung heavy in the air, suffocating her. The forest was no longer alive with whispers and movement, everything had frozen, and then, a figure emerged from the shadows, stepping out of the trees with a fluid grace. It was the same figure from earlier, the one who had called her name and warned her of the truth. But now, there was something different about it, something more powerful, more ancient. The cloak that had once shrouded its form was gone, revealing a figure that was both human and not, its face, hidden behind a veil of shadows, was calm, almost serene. But Eliza could feel the weight of its gaze, the sense that it had been watching her for much longer than she realized. Eliza, the figure spoke again, its voice now rich with an ancient authority. You have touched the flower. You have uncovered the truth of the forest. But there is a cost. A price that must be paid for knowing what you now know. Eliza's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? I don't understand. The figure's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile, though there was something about it that made Eliza's stomach twist in unease. The truth you have uncovered is not just yours. It is the truth of all who have walked this path before you. Those who have sought to understand the mysteries of the forest, only to discover that knowledge comes with a price. You, like all before you, have now bound yourself to this place. And now, you must remain. Eliza's pulse quickened. What do you mean, remain? I've done what you asked. I've uncovered the truth. I can leave now, right? I can go back to my life. The figure shook its head slowly, the shadows that surrounded it flickering like living things. No, Eliza. The forest does not let go of those who seek its truth. You are bound to it now, just as they were before you. A wave of dread washed over Eliza as the realization hit her. She couldn't leave. She had uncovered the truth. But the truth had been more than she could comprehend. She had become a part of the forest, tied to its secrets and its mysteries, and there was no going back. You're telling me I'm trapped here? Her voice trembled, her legs threatening to give way beneath her. Trapped? The figure's voice softened, almost pitying. No, not trapped. bound. The forest is not a prison, Eliza. It is a place of awakening, a place where the truth is revealed. But to truly know it, to understand it, you must surrender yourself. You must become one with it. Eliza's mind raced. She had come seeking answers, hoping to find clarity, but now she realized that in her quest for truth, she had unknowingly sealed her fate. She had never expected the cost to be so high, so all-encompassing. She had wanted knowledge, but now she understood that knowledge alone was not enough to free her from this place. You are not alone in this, the figure continued, its voice gentler now, almost comforting. The others who have come before you, they too are bound to the forest. They walk its paths, watching over those who follow in their footsteps. And now, you will join them. You will walk the path forever, until the next seeker comes to find you. Eliza felt a cold chill crawl down her spine. The figure was speaking the truth. She could feel the pull of the forest growing stronger, its roots entwining around her very soul. It was a part of her now, and she was a part of it, but what happens to me? Eliza whispered, her voice barely audible. You will become a guardian, the figure said, its tone serene. A keeper of the truth. Just as I am. Just as they were. You will guide others, show them the way, and help them find their own answers. But you will never leave. Not truly. Eliza closed her eyes, her heart heavy with the weight of what she had become. She had sought the truth, but now she understood the price that came with it. She had not only learned the secrets of the forest, but she had also become one of its eternal protectors. As she opened her eyes, the world around her began to shift once again. The lantern, which had been extinguished, now flickered back to life, casting its soft glow across the forest floor. The flowers, once dim, now bloomed with a radiance that mirrored the light of the moon above. The forest, too, seemed to stir, as though it had welcomed her into its fold. You are home now, Eliza, the figure said, its voice fading into the wind. Welcome to your new existence. And as the last of its words disappeared into the night, Eliza stepped forward, her path illuminated by the soft glow of the lantern. The forest was now her home, and its secrets were hers to protect, for all eternity. Her journey had ended. And yet, in many ways, it had only just begun. Part 7. The Keeper of Secrets. Eliza's footsteps echoed through the ancient forest as she ventured deeper into the heart of the woods. The path, once unfamiliar and daunting, now felt like an extension of herself. It was as if the forest had accepted her, folding her into its endless embrace. The air was thick with the scent of moss, damp earth, and the faintest trace of something ancient and forgotten. Each breath felt heavy with the weight of knowledge, and yet, she felt strangely at peace. The lantern's soft glow illuminated her way, casting gentle shadows that danced across the towering trees. The moon above, now a silent observer, bathed everything in its pale, ethereal light. The forest was alive with a hum, a subtle energy that seemed to pulse with each passing moment. Eliza could feel it vibrating beneath her feet, as though the very earth beneath her was aware of her presence. The figure who had revealed her fate, the one who had spoken of the price of truth, had vanished into the night. Its words echoed in her mind, haunting her with their finality. You will walk the path forever, until the next seeker comes to find you. but Eliza was no longer the lost wanderer she had been when she first entered this place. She had become something else, something deeper. The forest had accepted her, not as a trespasser but as a keeper of its secrets. She was now one of the silent guardians, the protectors of the ancient truths that lay hidden within the woods. Her task was clear: she would guide others, help them uncover the mysteries of the forest, and in doing so, she would ensure that the balance between the mortal world and the world of the unseen remained intact. But there was something unsettling about her new role. She was no longer just an observer, a mere traveler passing through the woods. She was a part of the forest now, bound to its rhythm, its eternal flow. And as the forest embraced her, it also began to reveal its true nature, its darker side. The next evening, as the lantern's glow began to flicker softly, Eliza noticed a figure standing at the edge of the path. The figure was cloaked in shadow, and despite the moonlight, it seemed to absorb the light around it, casting the area into an eerie darkness. The stranger was unmoving, a silent presence that seemed to belong to the night itself. Eliza's heart raced. She had encountered wanderers before, travelers who had stumbled upon the forest in search of answers. But there was something different about this one, something that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. This was no ordinary seeker. She stepped forward, her lantern lighting the path ahead. "Are you lost?" she asked softly, her voice carrying through the stillness of the night. The figure did not respond, but the air seemed to grow colder as it turned its head, revealing a face shrouded in darkness. Eliza felt the weight of its gaze, though she could not see its eyes. There was something ancient in the figure's presence, something familiar and yet utterly unsettling. "I have come for the truth." The figure's voice was a low, almost melodic whisper that sent a chill down Eliza's spine. "I seek what has been hidden." Eliza felt a sharp pang of recognition. This was the same quest she had once undertaken, seeking the truth, searching for answers. But now, as the keeper of secrets, she knew that the forest demanded a price. No one could walk its paths without paying the cost. "You must be careful," Eliza warned, her voice trembling slightly. "The forest is not kind to those who seek without understanding. The truth comes at a price. A price you may not be willing to pay." The figure's presence seemed to grow heavier, the air thickening with an unnatural weight. "I am prepared to pay whatever price is required," it replied, stepping closer to Eliza, its movements deliberate and unnerving. Eliza stood still, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the pull of the forest growing stronger, the ancient power within it urging her to act, to guide this seeker away from the dangers ahead. But she was bound to this place now, and with her new role came a terrible responsibility. She had to protect the secrets of the forest. Even if it meant leading this new traveler down a path from which there was no return. "The truth you seek will not come easily," Eliza warned again, her voice steady despite the unease bubbling inside her. "You may find what you are looking for, but the cost. It is something that will change you forever." The figure stepped closer still, its shadow stretching unnaturally long across the ground. "I am ready," it whispered. "Take me to the heart of the forest." Eliza hesitated, her eyes narrowing. There was something in the way the figure spoke, something in the dark, empty tone of its voice that filled her with dread. It was as if it had already made up its mind, as though the figure knew the price and was willing to pay it. No matter the consequences, "Very well," she said, her voice steady despite the rising fear within her. "Follow me." She turned and began walking down the path, the lantern's light casting long, flickering shadows on the ground before her. The figure followed, its movements silent, almost ghostly. The further they walked, the thicker the mist became, swirling around them like a living thing. The trees seemed to close in around them, their branches heavy with dark, twisting vines. Eliza could feel the presence of the forest growing stronger with each step, as though it was watching them, waiting. Finally, they reached the clearing. The lantern's glow flickered once, casting the world in a soft, pale light. The ancient stone circle lay ahead, the very heart of the forest. The air here was charged with an energy Eliza could feel deep within her bones. The figure stopped at the edge of the clearing, its head tilted as it gazed at the stone circle. "Is this where the truth lies?" it asked, its voice a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "This is where the truth is revealed," Eliza said quietly. "But you must be ready to face it. The forest will show you what you need to see, but it will not be kind. It will expose your deepest fears, your darkest desires. And when it is done, there will be no turning back." The figure nodded slowly, its face obscured by shadows. "I am ready." Eliza felt a pang of sorrow for the seeker. She had walked this path herself, once. She had been just as eager, just as desperate for the truth. But she had learned the hard way that the forest never gave answers without a price. With a deep breath, Eliza placed the lantern in the center of the stone circle and stepped back. The ground rumbled beneath their feet as the trees around them began to shake, their roots twisting in the soil. The air became thick with tension, and Eliza could feel the presence of the forest, ancient and powerful, encircling them. The figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate, and knelt beside the lantern. The light flickered once more before it flared brightly, casting the entire clearing in a blinding glow. Eliza closed her eyes, her heart heavy with the knowledge that the seeker's journey was only just beginning. Whatever happened next, the forest would claim its due. And she, as its keeper, could do nothing to stop it. As the light consumed the clearing, Eliza whispered into the wind, her voice barely audible, "May you find what you seek. But beware the cost." And in the distance, the soft sound of footsteps echoed, fading into the night as the figure entered the heart of the forest, never to return. Part 8. The echoes of the forest. The forest stood still, as though holding its breath in the aftermath of the seeker's descent into the heart of the forest. The trees around Eliza seemed to sway and groan, their branches twisting in a motion that felt almost like a sigh. The night was thick with a heavy silence, and the lantern's light, which had once burned so brightly in the center of the stone circle, flickered softly and dimmed, as if consumed by the weight of what had just transpired. Eliza stood motionless, watching the path that the figure had taken, now empty and dark. Her heart ached with a deep, quiet sorrow. She had warned the seeker. She had told them of the cost, of the pain and transformation that awaited anyone who sought the truth within the forest. Yet she knew, deep down, that the forest never released anyone unchanged. Not truly. And she could feel it, feel that something had shifted, not just in the forest, but within her as well. The wind, once gentle and comforting, began to pick up, swirling around her with an almost palpable urgency. The whispers that had lingered in the trees, the ancient, forgotten voices of the forest, were growing louder, rising in intensity. They spoke in a language Eliza could not understand, but she could feel their meaning, deep in her bones. She turned slowly, her gaze scanning the darkness around her, the shadows shifting as though alive, watching. The once familiar path now felt foreign. Distorted, as though the forest was reshaping itself in response to the figure's arrival. Something had changed, something fundamental. The trees seemed to stretch higher, their branches intertwining in an almost oppressive canopy, blocking the stars above. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and moss, and the distant sound of running water echoed softly from somewhere far away, like a lullaby sung by an unseen creature of the night. Eliza knew that this was not just the forest reacting to the presence of the seeker. It was as though the very fabric of the forest had been torn open, and what lay beyond it, the ancient, forgotten places, was beginning to stir. The price had been paid. And now, the forest would call upon her. She took a hesitant step toward the stone circle, the ground beneath her feet feeling strangely soft, as though the earth was shifting in response to her movements. The lantern's flame sputtered briefly before catching once more, casting a pale, trembling light over the clearing. She reached out and touched the stone at the center of the circle, her fingers brushing against its cold surface. A shiver ran up her spine, the whispers rose once more, this time clearer, more urgent. She could make out fragments of words, as though the voices were speaking directly to her, their meaning slipping in and out of her grasp like a half-remembered dream. She could hear words like keeper, price, seeker, and change, and then, from deep within the forest, there came a sound. A soft, almost imperceptible rustle, like the shifting of leaves, followed by a low, melodic hum, a song carried on the wind. It was the sound of the forest itself singing, its eternal, haunting lullaby. Eliza's heart raced. She recognized the song. It was the same one that had called her to the forest, the same melody that had woven itself into the very fabric of her existence. The song of the forest, the song of the unseen, the song of those who had come before her and those who would come after. But now, the song felt different. It was no longer a lullaby of peace, but a song of warning. A reminder that the forest had claimed her, just as it had claimed countless others. There was no escape. She took a deep breath, her eyes closing as the forest's song wrapped around her like a shroud. The cool night air brushed against her skin, and she could feel the presence of the unseen watching her, waiting. The lantern's light flickered again, casting a long, trembling shadow on the ground. "Who are you?" Eliza whispered to the darkness, her voice barely audible over the hum of the wind. "What have I become?" The ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble in response, and a soft, yet clear voice whispered back. "You are the keeper. You always were." Eliza's eyes snapped open, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was not of the forest, not of the ancient ones who dwelled within its depths. This voice was new, foreign, but somehow familiar. It echoed through the trees, a murmur in the distance, like the wind itself had spoken. She turned slowly, her heart pounding in her chest as she searched for the source of the voice. The shadows in the trees seemed to shift, pulling together like ink spreading across paper. And there, in the space between the trees, she saw it. A figure emerged from the darkness, its outline barely visible, but its presence undeniable. It was tall, shrouded in a cloak of shadows, and its face was hidden beneath a hood, leaving only a pair of glowing eyes visible. The eyes were bright, piercing, yet there was a depth to them, a vastness, like a storm gathering on the horizon. Eliza stood frozen, unable to speak, as the figure stepped forward. It moved with a fluid grace, its footsteps silent on the earth beneath it. "You have walked the path," the figure said, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "Now, you must learn what lies at the end." The words hung in the air like a heavy mist. Eliza felt a cold shiver run down her spine as the figure approached, its form shifting as though it were part of the forest itself. She could sense that this was not an ordinary wanderer, nor was it a traveler from the mortal realm. This was something far older, far more ancient than she could comprehend. "I have seen the cost," Eliza whispered, her voice shaking. "I know the price the forest demands." The figure nodded, its glowing eyes never leaving hers. "You know, but do you understand? The truth you seek lies beyond the veil, but it is not for the faint of heart. You have taken the mantle of the keeper, but with it comes a duty. You must guard the forest's secrets. You must protect the balance. And you must ensure that those who seek the truth are prepared to face the consequences." Eliza swallowed hard, her throat dry. She had once thought of herself as a wanderer, a seeker of answers, but now she realized that she had become something far more significant. She had become the forest's protector, its guardian, its keeper. She was bound to it, just as it was bound to her. The figure stepped closer, its voice soft yet insistent. "Do you wish to turn away from your fate? Or will you embrace it and carry the weight of the secrets you now possess?" Eliza closed her eyes for a moment, letting the words sink into her soul. She could feel the pull of the forest, the ancient power that bound her to this place. She could feel the weight of the truth, the burden of the role she now played. When she opened her eyes again, she knew what she had to do. "I will protect the secrets," Eliza said, her voice steady, though her heart beat loudly in her chest. "I will guard the path for those who come after me. I will ensure that the forest remains in balance, no matter the cost." The figure nodded, its eyes glowing brighter for a moment before it faded back into the shadows. Eliza stood alone in the clearing, the whispers of the forest growing softer as the moonlight bathed the stone circle in a gentle glow. She could feel the weight of the night settling around her, and she knew that her journey had only just begun. The forest had chosen her. And now, she would protect it. Part 9. The Veil of Shadows. Eliza stood still in the quiet clearing, the weight of her decision heavy upon her. The figure in the shadows had faded into the night, leaving her to contemplate the gravity of what had just occurred. The forest had chosen her to be its keeper, a role she could not refuse. But now that the path was clear, she felt the deep, unspoken truth: there was no turning back. The forest's secrets were hers to guard, its balance hers to maintain. The night had grown darker, but the moonlight still filtered through the canopy above, casting faint silver beams across the clearing. The whispering trees, though quieter than before, continued their low murmur, as if urging Eliza onward. The lantern beside her, though dimmer than when she first arrived, flickered with life, its flame steady now. It illuminated the stone circle, casting shadows that stretched long and strange over the moss-covered ground. The silence was no longer comforting, it felt like an invitation. An invitation to step deeper into the forest, where the boundaries between the known and the unknown began to blur. She could sense the pull of the darkness, the calling of things unseen, waiting just beyond the trees. As Eliza turned away from the stone circle, a faint sound caught her attention, a distant whisper that sounded like her name. She froze, her heart skipping a beat. The voice was familiar, yet foreign, soft as a breeze but carrying an undeniable urgency. Eliza. Her breath caught in her throat. There was something in that whisper, something primal and ancient. The voice felt like it came from the very heart of the forest, its source hidden in the thicket of trees that surrounded her. For a moment, she thought about turning back, retreating to the safety of the village. But the idea of fleeing, of leaving, felt wrong now. Her place was here. She knew that now, Eliza. The voice called again, and this time, she obeyed. She stepped forward, following the sound of her name through the thickening darkness, trusting the lantern's flickering light to guide her way. Each step she took felt heavier than the last, as though the earth itself was pulling her deeper into the forest. The trees loomed tall around her, their branches reaching like skeletal arms toward the sky. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the silence was almost suffocating, broken only by the soft rustle of the wind through the leaves. The whispering grew louder as she moved deeper, the air heavy with an invisible presence. Her heartbeat quickened, a deep thudding sound that seemed to sync with the rhythm of the forest itself. She could feel the weight of her duty pressing down on her chest, the realization that her every step was being watched, measured. As she walked, the moonlight grew dimmer, blocked by the shifting branches above. The path ahead was now nearly completely shrouded in shadow, and the air had grown colder, the temperature dropping rapidly. It was as if the forest itself was closing in around her, trapping her in its ever-tightening grip. The whispers, now more urgent, seemed to echo in her ears, reverberating from every direction. Eliza. The voice, soft and melodic, now came from behind her. She spun around, but saw nothing in the darkness. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her pulse racing. She strained her eyes, peering into the blackness, but it was impossible to see anything beyond the pale light of the lantern. But then, in the distance, she saw a faint glow, a soft, flickering light that seemed to beckon her. It was not the steady glow of her lantern, but a more erratic, elusive light, like the flicker of a far-off star. She moved toward it, compelled by a force she couldn't explain, as though the very earth itself was guiding her toward this mysterious light. As she drew closer, the light grew brighter, but it did not illuminate the forest around her. Instead, it seemed to create a shadowed circle, a strange hollow in the midst of the trees, untouched by the lantern's glow. The air grew colder still, and she felt a strange tingling sensation on the back of her neck, like the presence of something unseen but all too real. Her heart hammered in her chest. Finally, she reached the source of the light. It was a lantern, much like hers, but this one was suspended in midair, glowing with an ethereal light that seemed to pulse and flicker unnaturally. Beneath the lantern, the ground was bare, devoid of the moss and leaves that usually covered the forest floor. The air around it was unnervingly still, as if the very breath of the forest had been held in suspense. Eliza. The voice came again, closer now, almost directly behind her. She whipped around, but no one was there. Suddenly, the lantern's light flared, brighter and more intense than before, casting strange, elongated shadows that seemed to dance around her. The air grew thick with a hum. A low, vibrating sound that filled her ears. She could feel her heart racing, the rapid beat of her pulse almost deafening in the quiet stillness of the forest, and then, with a sudden jolt, the lantern extinguished. For a long, terrifying moment, there was nothing but darkness. She could not see her hand in front of her face. The cold was unbearable, the silence crushing. And then, from the depths of the darkness, the whisper returned, "Eliza." The voice was so close now that it seemed to come from within her mind. Her breath hitched, her legs trembling as she struggled to keep her footing. Something was wrong. So terribly wrong. She had felt this before, the heavy weight of something watching her. Something waiting, something ancient and hungry. The lantern flickered back to life, casting an eerie, flickering light across the scene. But now, the forest around her had changed. The trees no longer looked familiar. They were twisted, their bark blackened and scarred, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The path had vanished, swallowed by a wall of dense, dark fog, and then she saw it. In the distance, just beyond the light's reach, a figure stood in the shadows, a tall, shadowy figure, its face obscured by a dark hood. Eliza could feel the figure's eyes upon her, even though she could not see them. She could feel the weight of its gaze, like a suffocating presence that pressed in on her from all sides. "Eliza." The voice repeated, now unmistakably cold, laced with something darker, something that made her blood run cold. She stepped back, her feet stumbling over the uneven ground. Her heart pounded in her chest as the figure began to move toward her, its steps deliberate, slow, and measured. Each step seemed to echo in the silence, a sound that reverberated through her very bones. "Leave," she whispered to herself, the word barely a breath. "Leave this place." But there was no escape. The figure moved closer, its shape becoming clearer with each passing moment. And in that moment, Eliza understood the true cost of her fate. She had come to the forest seeking answers, but what she had found was not the truth she had hoped for. Instead, she had awoken something ancient, something bound to the very fabric of the forest, and now, there was no turning back. The figure stepped into the light, and Eliza's breath caught in her throat. It was not human. Its form was indistinct, a shadow within a shadow. But it was the eyes, those glowing, otherworldly eyes, that held her captive. She could feel them, watching her, seeing into her very soul. "Eliza." The voice whispered once more, and this time, she could hear the finality in it. "The forest has claimed you." And in that moment, the world around her fell away, consumed by darkness. Part 10, The Final Embrace. Eliza's heart thundered in her chest as the figure loomed closer, its presence undeniable, the weight of its gaze pinning her in place. The air around her was thick with tension, each breath a struggle, her lungs fighting against an invisible force that seemed to tighten with every passing moment. The lantern flickered again, casting jagged shadows across the twisted landscape. But no matter how much Eliza tried to move, her body refused to obey, paralyzed by a force that she could not understand. The figure before her was not human, but its eyes, those glowing, ethereal eyes, held her in a trance-like state, drawing her in with a pull she could not resist. She felt her very essence being unraveled, her thoughts fading into an abyss. Eliza. The voice, cold and distant, echoed through her mind, reverberating with an ancient power that seemed to stretch back through time itself. The figure's form continued to grow clearer, a dark, shifting mass of shadows that surrounded her like a cloak. Its features were indistinct, a blur of darkness and whispers. But it was the presence of the eyes that were unmistakable, glowing, unblinking, watching, waiting. A surge of panic tore through her, and she struggled to break free, to move, to scream. But her limbs remained frozen. The forest itself seemed to be holding her captive, as though its very roots had reached up to bind her to the earth. A sense of dread filled the air, thick as smoke, choking the life from her. She could feel the weight of the forest's ancient power pressing down on her, suffocating her with its unyielding grasp. "You cannot leave," the voice whispered, sending a chill down her spine. "You are bound to this place now, as are all who have come before you." The words echoed in her mind, and Eliza understood them with a clarity that made her blood run cold. She was not the first to come here, not the first to be drawn into the darkness of the forest. There had been others, long before her, whose souls had been claimed by the forest's ancient power, their bodies left to decay among the twisted trees. She was just another soul added to the eternal cycle, trapped forever in the heart of the forest. The figure stepped forward, its form now fully visible, though still a shadow of something more terrible. It raised one long, skeletal hand, and with it, Eliza felt a tremor in the earth beneath her feet. The ground seemed to shift, to open up, as though the forest itself was preparing to swallow her whole, and then, she heard a faint sound, a voice, soft and distant, breaking through the silence. It was a whisper, but it was not from the figure. It was something else. Something that seemed to come from deep within the forest itself. "Eliza." The voice was familiar, warm even, like a memory from long ago. She turned her head, straining to make out the source. For the briefest moment, the shadows around her seemed to recede, and through the darkness, she saw a figure, a man, standing at the edge of the clearing. It was Thomas. Her heart skipped a beat, and a flood of emotions rushed through her. Thomas, the man she had once loved, the man whose memory had haunted her dreams, was standing before her. But he was not the same. His eyes, once warm and full of life, were now cold and distant, as if they had been drained of all human emotion. "Eliza." He whispered again, his voice softer now, more familiar. Her pulse quickened. She tried to call his name, but her voice caught in her throat. She struggled to move toward him, but her body remained frozen. She could not reach him, no matter how hard she tried. "The forest has claimed you, Eliza," Thomas said, his voice distant, almost mechanical. "You were always meant to be a part of it. Just as I was." His words hit her like a punch to the gut. He, too, had been claimed by the forest. He, too, was trapped here, bound to this eternal darkness. Tears welled in Eliza's eyes as she finally understood. Thomas was not a savior, he was a prisoner, just as she would be. The forest had claimed him long ago, twisted his soul until he had become a part of its endless cycle. He was now nothing more than a shadow, a hollow shell of the man she had known. "Eliza," he repeated, his voice now barely a whisper. "You cannot escape. You will never leave." Eliza's heart shattered, but a part of her knew that he was right. There was no escape from the forest, no way to outrun its pull. She had come here searching for answers, hoping to find a way out, but there was no way out. Not for her. Not for anyone who wandered too deep, and as she stood there, frozen and helpless, the figure in the shadows took another step toward her. The forest closed in around her like a tightening noose. The whispers grew louder, filling her ears with the sound of countless souls, all trapped within the forest, all lost to time. "Eliza," the figure said, its voice now a low, guttural growl. "It is time." In that moment, Eliza felt her body begin to change. The ground beneath her feet seemed to give way, and she felt herself sinking, her legs growing heavy, her body becoming part of the earth itself. The lantern she held flickered one last time, and in its dying light, Eliza saw the truth. The forest was not just a place. It was alive, breathing, watching, feeding on the souls of those who dared to enter its dark embrace. And as the darkness enveloped her, Eliza gave one last, mournful cry. A cry that echoed through the forest, fading into the endless night. Her final breath was taken by the forest, and she became one with it, a soul forever lost in the whispering shadows of the moonlit path. The shadows of Ravenmore Manor stood alone and forgotten on a windswept hill, surrounded by endless moors that seemed to pulse with an eerie life of their own. It was said that no one from the nearby village dared approach the old house. Whispers of people entering but never returning abounded. Others spoke of shadows dancing in the windows even when no light was lit. Catherine, a determined historian, was undeterred by these ghost stories. She was searching for truth, tangible evidence of the manor's history that dated back to the 18th century. Reports of Lord Ravenmore, who had mysteriously vanished, piqued her curiosity. The few surviving letters and diaries hinted at a dark secret. And Catherine loved nothing more than to solve a puzzle. One foggy morning, she set off. The gravel path leading to the manor was overgrown, and the smell of damp moss and decaying wood filled the air. When she finally stood before the massive front door, she hesitated for a moment. The stories were foolish, she told herself. With a firm shove, she pushed the door open, its creak echoing ominously through the hall. Inside, the air was cold and still, so still that Catherine could hear her own breath. The entrance led into a grand hall with a large oak spiral staircase curving upwards into the darkness above. Everywhere was thick dust, and cobwebs hung like shrouds from the high ceilings. Yet, something felt wrong. Catherine couldn't quite place it, but it was as though the very air was watching her. She started her exploration on the ground floor. In the library, she found ancient bookshelves ready to collapse and an open book on a lectern. The pages were blank, but as she leaned closer, she saw letters forming like from invisible hands. "Welcome back." Catherine's heart raced, but she forced herself to stay calm. It had to be an optical illusion. Hours passed as she discovered more strange occurrences. Pictures on the walls seemed to shift positions when she wasn't looking. A faint whispering seemed to drift through the rooms, and shadows moved in places where no light was cast. She found an old key hidden in a drawer and knew immediately that it belonged to something important. The key opened a hidden door leading to the basement. Beyond it was a room unlike any she had seen before. The walls were covered in indecipherable symbols, and in the center stood a pedestal holding an ancient lantern. When she touched the lantern, it illuminated with an otherworldly glow. The light wasn't like that of a normal lamp. It seemed to animate the shadows that began to dance around her. These shadows started speaking, not with words, but thoughts that formed directly in Catherine's mind. They were the remnants of those who had lived in the manor and kept its dark secrets. Lord Ravenmore had once attempted a ritual to achieve eternal life, but instead, he had cursed all the souls within the house, transforming them into shadows. Now, with Catherine activating the lantern, she had broken the barrier that held them captive. The shadows demanded that Catherine complete the ritual to set them free. She knew that doing so would seal her fate, her own death. Catherine tried to leave the manor, but the doors and windows were sealed shut. The shadows pursued her through the halls, whispering promises of power and knowledge if only she obeyed. The circle of night. Over the next few days, Catherine immersed herself in the journals and documents she had found in Lord Ravenmore's study. She discovered that he had been part of a mysterious secret society, the Circle of Night. This group had conducted rituals to harness the power of the Shadow King, but something had gone wrong. She found clues to other members of the Circle who might still be alive. One of these men was a historian named Henry Blackwood, who lived in a half-derelict estate near London. Catherine made the journey to find him, but when she arrived, she found Blackwood a broken man, hiding in his own home. He told her that the shadows were not confined to Ravenmore Manor, that they were a global threat. Blackwood described a dark prophecy he had discovered in his research, one that spoke of a convergence of dark forces from different realms. All centered on the manor. Catherine's heart raced as Blackwood explained that the shadows were growing stronger, feeding off fear and doubt. He had spent years studying the ancient texts, trying to find a way to stop them, but every path led to dead ends or deeper darkness. The only hope, he said, was to complete Lord Ravenmore's original ritual, a ritual that would release the shadows but also bind Catherine to their service for eternity. The final ritual. Realizing that there was no other choice, Catherine returned to Ravenmore Manor, accompanied by Blackwood. They knew that if they didn't act soon, the shadows would escape completely, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Together, they deciphered the last pieces of Lord Ravenmore's diary, the key to understanding the ritual and the dark energies that had been awakened. As they prepared for the ritual, the shadows outside the manor began to gather, swirling around like a dark cloud. Catherine could feel them pressing against the walls, eager to be released. Blackwood recited incantations from an ancient book, his voice growing louder as the shadows responded, their whispers merging into a cacophony of madness. Catherine took the lantern in her hands, feeling its warmth for the first time as it burned with an inner fire. She knew that if she completed the ritual, she would lose herself, become one with the shadows. But the thought of leaving the world to darkness was worse. She closed her eyes and whispered the final words, and for a moment, it seemed as though the air itself was alive with a dark energy. The ground beneath them trembled as the shadows surged forward, enveloping Catherine and Blackwood in a writhing mass of darkness. The air was thick with the smell of burning sulfur and the sound of distant screams. Catherine felt her mind start to blur, memories fading as the shadows took hold. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the darkness dissipated. When Catherine opened her eyes, she was alone in the manor, surrounded by silence. The shadows were gone, vanished as though they had never existed. She searched for Blackwood, but he was nowhere to be found. In his place, she found a single piece of paper, the ancient symbols now clearly etched upon it. It was a warning, a reminder of the darkness that still lurked in the corners of the world. Catherine left Ravenmore Manor, knowing, deep in her heart, that the shadows were not truly gone. They had simply been driven back, waiting, watching, ready to strike again. As she looked back at the manor one last time, she knew, with chilling certainty, that the shadows of Ravenmore Manor were not confined to that one place. They were everywhere, and so, Catherine's journey did not end with her escape. It was just her enfang of a much darker story, one that would continue to haunt her for the rest of her life. A deeper dive into the shadows. As Catherine walked away from Ravenmore Manor, the events of the past few weeks weighed heavily on her mind. The shadows had been pushed back, but not defeated. They were still out there, lurking in the corners of her vision, hidden just beneath the surface of reality. Catherine knew that her journey was far from over. She had glimpsed the darkness's true power, an ancient evil that had been waiting for centuries. The next morning, Catherine made her way back to London, her mind racing with questions. What had she unleashed when she opened that door? Why were the shadows so persistent? And what had they wanted from her? She tried to forget about Ravenmore, to ignore the way the shadows seemed to follow her everywhere she went. But the truth was inescapable. She was bound to this dark fate, whether she liked it or not. Catherine began researching the ancient texts she had found in the manor, books that detailed the rise of the shadows, their place in mythology and folklore. She discovered that the shadows were not just simple monsters, they were ancient beings, older than human civilization. They had once been worshipped as gods by forgotten tribes, their powers harnessed in dark rituals. But over time, as the tribes fell, so did the knowledge of how to control the shadows. Ravenmore had stumbled upon this lost knowledge, and in doing so, had awakened a darkness that had never truly been dormant. Catherine's search led her to a remote village in the Scottish Highlands, an area known for its supernatural occurrences. Here, she hoped to find answers, the secrets that would allow her to permanently vanquish the shadows. The village was isolated, the people wary of outsiders. But Catherine was undeterred. She needed to understand the rituals, the incantations, the symbols, the ancient knowledge that could either save the world or doom it to eternal darkness. The hidden village. Upon arriving, Catherine was greeted by a strange mixture of fear and reverence. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about Umbrathus, the Shadow King, and the dark power that had been released. They knew more about the shadows than they were willing to say aloud. Catherine learned that the village had been the site of an ancient battle, the last stand against the shadows before they were believed to have been banished. But now, with Ravenmore's ritual, they were back, and the village was once again on the front lines. The village's elders were cautious at first, unwilling to share their knowledge with an outsider. But Catherine was persistent, and eventually, they began to open up. They spoke of the Shadowwalkers, an ancient order of protectors who had dedicated their lives to containing the shadows. The Shadowwalkers were few now, only a handful of families who had passed down their knowledge through generations. Catherine was accepted into their fold, learning their ways, the secret signs that could ward off the darkness. The shadow walkers taught her about the true nature of the shadows, how they could enter the world through gaps in the fabric of reality, how they fed on fear and darkness, growing stronger with every soul they touched. Catherine realized that her connection to the shadows was more profound than she had initially thought. It was not just a random encounter, she was a part of this ancient struggle. As Catherine trained, the villagers prepared for the return of Umbrathus. The elders spoke of an impending ritual, one that could either seal the shadows away forever or release them back into the world with even greater power. Catherine was determined to be ready. She studied the old texts, learning the hidden meanings behind the symbols, the incantations that could bind the shadows. But there was one problem: none of the rituals she found was meant to be used alone. Catherine needed help, and there was only one person who could provide it: Blackwood. The return of Blackwood. Catherine traveled back to London, hoping that Blackwood was still alive. She had not heard from him since the night they had been separated in Ravenmore Manor. The streets of the city felt different now, more oppressive, as though the shadows themselves were whispering from the shadows. Catherine found his office in the university, empty. Abandoned. It was as though he had disappeared without a trace. Desperate, Catherine began asking questions. At the university, among Blackwood's friends, anyone who might know where he had gone. She pieced together a trail that led her back to the manor. Ravenmore was where Blackwood had been taken, where he had been hiding. Catherine knew she had to go back, that she couldn't complete this fight without him. The shadows were growing bolder, more aggressive with each passing day. Catherine felt their eyes on her constantly, their presence a constant reminder of the danger she was in. When Catherine returned to Ravenmore Manor, it was as though nothing had changed. The manor stood silent. The lanterns in the windows casting strange shadows on the ground. Catherine made her way inside, following the path she had once taken, back to the basement where it had all begun. She called out for Blackwood, her voice echoing in the empty rooms. There was no answer, only the sound of the wind through the broken windows. Hours passed before Catherine finally found him, captive, tied to a chair in a dark corner of the basement. Blackwood looked worse than Catherine had ever seen him, haggard, beaten, his eyes vacant. Catherine rushed to his side, cutting the ropes that held him. Blackwood barely reacted, his eyes clouded with fear. "Catherine," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. "They're coming. We don't have much time." A desperate race against time. Together, Catherine and Blackwood set out to complete the ritual, one last stand against the shadows. They knew that if they failed, the darkness would consume everything they held dear. The villagers were ready to help, to provide the tools and knowledge they needed, but it was Catherine and Blackwood who would have to face the darkness alone. Under the guidance of the village elders, Catherine and Blackwood prepared the ritual, the symbols drawn, the words spoken in a language that had not been heard for centuries. The air was heavy with tension as they began, the shadows pressing in from every side. The lanterns around the room flickered as though in response to their power, casting strange shapes on the walls. As Catherine and Blackwood spoke the final incantation, the room filled with a blinding light. The shadows tried to pull them in, to drag them into the darkness, but Catherine held on to Blackwood's hand, her only connection to the world. Together, they pushed back, their voices rising as they completed the ritual. For a moment, it seemed as though the shadows would be sealed away forever, but then the air grew thick, heavy with the scent of sulfur. The light flickered, and Catherine knew they were running out of time. She could see Umbrathus, the Shadow King, watching from the darkness, his eyes glowing with malevolence. "Hold on!" Catherine shouted, her voice breaking as the shadows pressed closer. "We can't let them win." Together, Catherine and Blackwood fought, their bodies aching with the strain of the magic. The room grew hotter, the temperature rising as the shadows fought back. Catherine could feel herself slipping away, her connection to the world weakening. But she wouldn't give up. She couldn't. The final confrontation, with a final push, Catherine and Blackwood completed the ritual. The shadows erupted, twisting and writhing as though they were breaking apart. Catherine felt as though she was being pulled into the darkness, her body a conduit for the magic that held Umbrathus at bay. There was a final surge of light, and then silence. Catherine opened her eyes to find herself back in the manor's basement, the shadows gone. The lanterns had gone dark, the room returning to its normal, eerie quiet. Blackwood was lying next to her, his breath shallow, his eyes closed. Catherine crawled to his side, shaking him gently. "Blackwood," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Are you there?" Blackwood groaned, his eyes fluttering open. "We did it, Catherine," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "The shadows. They're gone." For a moment, Catherine allowed herself to believe it, to believe that they had won, that they had saved the world from the darkness. But she knew better. The shadows would always be out there, lurking in the corners of the world, waiting for the next opportunity to break free. Catherine and Blackwood had bought time, the time to prepare, to find a way to truly banish the shadows once and for all. As Catherine looked at the broken lanterns, the strange symbols etched into the floor, she knew that this was not the end, it was only the beginning. The shadows had not been destroyed, only contained for now. Catherine and Blackwood would continue their fight, traveling the world, searching for the knowledge they needed to defeat the darkness, and as they walked away from Ravenmoor Manor for the last time, Catherine felt a strange peace. The shadows were always going to be with her, a part of her now, but she had found a way to live with them. She knew that there would be other battles, other rituals, other times when the darkness would threaten to overwhelm them. But Catherine was ready, ready to face the shadows, no matter where they led her. Epilogue, a new beginning. Months later, Catherine and Blackwood were still searching, moving from place to place. Chasing down rumors, tracking ancient texts, looking for the knowledge that could finally end the threat of the shadows. They had become nomads, protectors of the light, a new generation of shadowwalkers determined to prevent the darkness from ever rising again. One evening, as they stood on a cliff overlooking the sea, Blackwood turned to Catherine, his eyes serious. "This isn't over," he said. "But as long as we're together, we can face anything." Catherine nodded, a small smile on her lips. "We're stronger together," she replied. "And as long as there are shadows, we'll be ready." The sun set behind them, the sky painted with shades of red and gold. Catherine felt a chill, a reminder that the darkness was always close, always waiting. But for now, the world was safe. And as long as Catherine and Blackwood were willing to fight, it always would be. The sleeping shadows, in the secluded village of Duskmoor, bordered by dense, ancient woods, the days are serene and the nights are peculiar. The setting sun casts long, deliberate shadows over cobblestone streets and moss-covered houses, and as the villagers retreat to their homes, an extraordinary phenomenon begins. With each passing hour, the shadows of the people, objects, and even animals seem to stir. At first, they flicker faintly, as if restless in their fixed positions, but soon, they detach from their owners and settle beside them like loyal pets readying for sleep. The villagers call this nightly occurrence the sleeping shadows. The villagers speak of it casually, as though it were no stranger than the turning of the seasons. Children find joy in watching their shadows curl up at the foot of their beds, while elders chuckle at the way their elongated forms stretch before lying still. No one knows why the shadows behave this way, and no one questions it. Yet, amid the calm regularity, there exists one anomaly, a shadow that doesn't sleep. This shadow, restless and curious, drifts through the village streets every night, unbound by any physical form. Some claim it belongs to no one at all, while others whisper that it is the shadow of someone long gone, unwilling to leave. It never brings harm, though its wandering nature inspires a mixture of fascination and unease. The villagers call it the whispering shadow. For wherever it roams, faint murmurs fill the air, telling stories that no one fully understands. Elias and the Shadow. Elias was not a typical child of Duskmore. While others spent their evenings gathered around hearths or playing beneath the stars, he preferred solitude. His small attic room overlooked the forest, and he would often sit by the window, sketching the twisting branches silhouetted against the moonlit sky. He loved the woods, though he had never dared to enter them. They held an allure that was both enchanting and intimidating, a boundary between the known and the unknown. One evening, as Elias sketched by candlelight, he noticed something peculiar. Along the far wall of his room, where the flames glowed danced faintly, a shadow flickered, not his own, but one that moved independently. It was elongated and fluid, rippling as though caught in an unseen current. Elias froze, his pencil hovering above the page, as the shadow slowly stretched upward, coalescing into a shape that seemed almost human. Before he could cry out, the shadow's movement softened, and a faint murmur filled the room. It was not a threatening sound, but one of curiosity, like the sigh of a breeze weaving through the forest. Elias's fear ebbed, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity. "Who are you?" he whispered. The shadow did not reply in words, but its murmurs grew clearer, forming fragments of a story. Elias listened intently, piecing together the tale of a shadow that had once belonged to a traveler. The traveler, it seemed, had been a storyteller who wandered the land, gathering and sharing tales. When the traveler's journey ended in Duskmore, their shadow had remained, unable to part with the stories it carried. Elias was entranced. "Are you still searching for someone to share your stories with?" he asked. The shadow rippled, a gesture Elias took as affirmation. From that night on, their nightly meetings became a ritual. The stories begin. The shadow's stories were unlike anything Elias had ever heard. It spoke of forgotten kingdoms buried beneath shifting sands, where shadows were considered sacred beings. It told of a city suspended in the sky, where people cast no shadows at all, their forms untouched by light. Each tale was vivid, filled with details that painted entire worlds in Elias's mind. One night, the shadow whispered of the forest Elias had so often gazed upon. It spoke of a hidden grove deep within, where the shadows of ancient trees never moved, even as the sun crossed the sky. These shadows, the shadow explained, held the memories of the forest, preserving the lives of every creature that had ever dwelled there. Elias was captivated. He longed to see the grove for himself, but the shadow's tone turned somber as it warned him of the dangers. The forest, it explained, was a place where the boundary between light and dark blurred. And those who ventured too far risked losing their way. Despite the warning, Elias could not shake his desire to explore the forest. "Will you guide me?" he asked one night. The shadow hesitated before rippling in agreement. Into the forest, the following evening, under the light of a full moon, Elias stepped into the woods with the shadow by his side. The air was cool and damp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the stars. The shadow moved ahead, its form blending seamlessly with the darkness, its whispers guiding Elias deeper into the forest. As they walked, Elias began to notice peculiarities. The forest was unerringly quiet, devoid of the usual rustle of animals or chirp of insects. Shadows moved in ways that defied logic, stretching and twisting as though alive. At one point, Elias saw a shadow that belonged to no visible object. It lingered on the forest floor, its shape resembling that of a great stag. When Elias approached, the shadow dissolved, leaving only a faint warmth in its place. The shadow whispered assurances, urging him onward. Eventually, they reached the grove. It was as the shadow had described, a circle of ancient trees whose shadows lay still, their forms etched upon the ground like ink on parchment. The air was thick with a sense of timelessness. As though the grove existed outside the flow of time, Elias knelt to touch one of the shadows. As his fingers grazed its surface, a flood of images filled his mind. He saw the life of the tree, from its first sprout to its towering presence, and the countless creatures that had found shelter in its branches. The experience was overwhelming yet beautiful, a glimpse into the intricate tapestry of life, the shadow's true purpose. As Elias explored the grove, the shadow's murmurs grew softer, almost mournful. It led him to the center of the grove, where a single stone obelisk stood. Carved into its surface were symbols Elias could not read, but the shadow's whispers explained their meaning. The obelisk was a monument to the first shadow, the one that had given form to light. The shadow revealed its true purpose. It had been searching for someone who could carry its stories beyond the forest, ensuring they would not be forgotten. Elias, with his boundless curiosity and open heart, had proven to be the perfect candidate. Tears welled in Elias's eyes as he realized what this meant. "You're leaving?" he asked. The shadow rippled gently, its murmurs conveying both gratitude and sadness. It began to dissolve, its form merging with the still shadows of the grove. Before it vanished completely, it left Elias with one final story, a tale of a boy who befriended a shadow and became its voice in the world. A new storyteller, Elias returned to the village forever changed. He spent his days sketching and writing, capturing the stories the shadow had shared. Over time, his work gained recognition, drawing visitors from far and wide who came to hear the tales of Duskmore and its sleeping shadows. Though the restless shadow was gone, Elias often felt its presence in the quiet moments of the night. He would glance at his own shadow, now still and peaceful, and smile, knowing that he carried the legacy of his nocturnal companion. The stories lived on, etched not only in his art but in the hearts of those who heard them, ensuring that the shadow's voice would never fade into silence. The Timeless Forest, Part 1. Deep in the heart of an ancient, forgotten land, nestled between hills and valleys, stood the timeless forest. Legend spoke of its ageless trees, whose roots ran so deep into the earth that they had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the passing of countless generations, and the ebb and flow of time itself. Its canopy was vast, a dense, green shroud that seemed to hide the sky from view. The forest was not merely a place of nature, it was an entity in itself, a world of mystery and magic that few dared to explore. For generations, the forest had been whispered about in hushed tones, a place where time did not flow as it did elsewhere. Those who had ventured inside were said to have lost themselves, either swallowed by the woods or returned years later with strange, knowing looks in their eyes, speaking in riddles and dreaming of things no one could understand. The elders of nearby villages told stories of travelers who entered the forest, only to vanish without a trace, never to be seen again. Some said the forest was cursed, others that it was simply a place where time itself was warped, a liminal space between the past, present, and future. But to Lydia, the forest was more than a tale of danger and intrigue. It had been the subject of her childhood curiosity, and now, as an adult, her desire to uncover its secrets had only grown stronger. A sense of destiny had always tugged at her heart, calling her toward the mysterious woods. It was the one place she had to see for herself, the place that had lived in her dreams as much as in the legends she had heard. One autumn morning, Lydia set out from her home on the edge of a small village, determined to find the entrance to the timeless forest. She had prepared for the journey, packing a small satchel with provisions, a map of the surrounding area, and an old journal she had found in her grandmother's attic. The journal belonged to her great-grandfather, who had once claimed to have ventured into the forest, but it was filled with cryptic notes and sketches that only deepened the mystery. He had never returned to speak of his experience. And Lydia had always wondered what had happened to him. Her path took her through fields of golden grass and across babbling streams, until the landscape began to shift, the trees growing thicker and more ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their leaves shifting in colors of deep greens and russet browns. The air became cooler, more still, as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for her. As Lydia stepped closer to the boundary of the forest, a strange sensation washed over her. She felt as if the trees were watching her, their branches swaying in the wind despite the stillness in the air. There was an almost palpable energy in the atmosphere, a hum beneath the surface that made her skin tingle. She paused, staring at the dense thicket ahead, her heartbeat quickening in anticipation. She could feel the pull of the forest, the magnetic force that seemed to draw her in, but she hesitated. Was she ready for whatever lay beyond? Taking a deep breath, Lydia stepped forward, pushing through the underbrush and into the shadowed depths of the timeless forest. The moment she crossed the threshold, a silence descended upon her, one so complete that it was almost oppressive. The sounds of the outside world, the chirping of birds, the rustling of wind through the trees, were gone, replaced by a thick, almost reverent quiet. It felt as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. The trees seemed even older now, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches reaching high above her, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. The further she ventured, the more surreal the surroundings became. It was as if she had entered a different world altogether, one where the laws of nature no longer applied. The path ahead of her twisted and turned in ways that didn't make sense, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest. Hours passed, or perhaps it was days. Time felt untrustworthy here. Lydia could no longer tell how long she had been walking. The light that filtered through the canopy above shifted, casting odd shadows across the forest floor, and the air felt thick with an otherworldly energy. She pressed on, her determination unwavering, but a small voice in the back of her mind whispered doubts. Was she lost? Had she already wandered too far? And yet, as if in response to her unease, the path ahead suddenly cleared. A small clearing appeared, bathed in soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath her feet. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone well, overgrown with moss and vines, its edges worn smooth by the passage of countless years. The well seemed out of place, as if it had been placed there deliberately, though no one had come to tend to it for an eternity. Lydia approached cautiously, feeling the pull of the well as though it was calling her. Its dark depths whispering promises of secrets long forgotten. She knelt beside it, peering into the shadows below. The well seemed impossibly deep, far deeper than any well she had ever seen, and there was something unsettling about it, something that made her wonder whether it was truly a well at all. It was more like an opening to another world, an entryway into the very heart of the forest. As Lydia reached out to touch the edge of the well, her fingers brushing the cold stone, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, scattering the leaves around her. For a brief moment, the air seemed to shimmer, and Lydia felt a strange sensation, a presence, as though she were not alone. She turned sharply, but saw no one. The forest, once silent, now felt alive with unseen eyes, as if the trees themselves were watching her, waiting for her to make a decision. The well remained still, its dark depths staring back at her like a mirror, as if it were a passage to something beyond her understanding. It was then that Lydia realized, the forest was not just a place, it was a test, a trial. And she had only just begun to understand what she had come here to seek. With her heart pounding, she took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever came next. The Timeless Forest, Part 2. The wind swirled around Lydia as she knelt beside the well, the faint whispers of the forest seeming to grow louder in the stillness. The forest had always been a place of mystery and wonder in the stories she had heard growing up, but now, standing in the heart of it, it felt as though she had stepped into a world entirely separate from the one she had known. The sense of time slipping away had only deepened since entering the woods, and the once tangible feeling of the world outside now felt distant and unreal. The well in front of her seemed more than just a relic of the past, it was a living thing, a conduit to something beyond. Her fingers hovered over its moss-covered rim, and for the briefest moment, she thought she heard a low, mournful voice, as though the wind itself were speaking. A shiver ran down her spine. The air grew thicker, and the weight of the forest's silent gaze pressed on her from every angle, as if it were urging her to make her choice. Instinctively, Lydia stepped back from the well, her pulse quickening. There was something deeply unsettling about it, something that didn't belong here. Yet, at the same time, she couldn't tear her gaze away from it. It was as though the well was calling to her, its dark depths pulling her in, asking her to look deeper. She had to know more. Fighting the unease that surged through her, Lydia reached into her satchel, pulling out the journal she had brought with her. Her great-grandfather's journal. The pages were brittle and yellowed with age, but his handwriting, though faded in places, was still legible. She flipped through the pages, the odd illustrations and cryptic notes revealing little more than hints, until a passage at the back caught her eye. The well of the timeless forest holds the key to what is forgotten. It is the boundary between this world and the one that lies beyond. Only those who are chosen by the forest can enter, but beware, the path is treacherous. If you seek what lies beneath, you must be prepared to face what has been buried. The words seemed to echo in her mind, their meaning sinking deep into her bones. Her great-grandfather had written about this very well, this strange, ancient relic, and he had warned of its power. But what did he mean by chosen? What did he mean by what lies beneath? Lydia's eyes drifted back to the well, its depths swallowing the light around it, and her breath caught in her throat. There was no turning back now. If she was to uncover the secrets of the forest and understand the meaning of her great-grandfather's words, she had to take the next step. With resolve, she placed her hand on the edge of the well, feeling the cool stone beneath her fingertips. A soft hum reverberated through her palm, and for a fleeting moment, the air around her seemed to shimmer. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, as though the earth itself was reacting to her touch. Suddenly, the forest around her fell silent. The whispers ceased, the wind stopped, and even the sounds of the distant birds seemed to vanish into the stillness. Lydia's heart pounded in her chest, her every sense heightened. Then, a soft glow emerged from the depths of the well, faint at first but growing steadily brighter, casting an eerie, otherworldly light over the clearing. Without warning, the air in front of her rippled like water disturbed by a stone. The ground around the well seemed to open, revealing a hidden passage, a narrow stone stairwell descending into the earth below. The light that emanated from the well flickered like a distant star, beckoning her forward. Lydia hesitated. The air grew heavier with each passing moment, as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for her decision. She knew the journey ahead would not be easy, but the pull of the forest, the sense of destiny that had drawn her here, urged her forward. She could not leave without uncovering the truth of the timeless forest, even if it meant descending into its mysterious depths. With a final glance at the surrounding trees, which stood as silent sentinels watching her every move, Lydia took a deep breath and stepped forward. Her footsteps echoed softly in the stairwell as she descended into the darkness. The faint light from the well behind her casting long, distorted shadows along the walls. As she ventured deeper into the earth, the air grew cooler and damper. The stone walls of the tunnel seemed to pulse with an energy that was both ancient and alive. Each step she took seemed to carry her further away from the world she knew, further into the heart of the forest's secrets. The passage twisted and turned, and soon Lydia could no longer tell which direction she was facing. The deeper she went, the more the air seemed thick with the weight of the unknown. Every corner she rounded, every new stretch of tunnel, felt like a step deeper into an ancient mystery. She had been warned, but her curiosity refused to be stilled. Her heart was racing, but there was something else, too, an almost intoxicating sense of wonder. After what felt like hours, the tunnel finally opened into a vast underground chamber. The walls of the chamber were lined with ancient stone carvings, depicting figures she didn't recognize, strange, elongated beings with features that seemed both human and otherworldly. Their eyes were large and unblinking, their faces calm but expressionless. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, its surface worn with age but still intact. Resting upon it was a glowing object, pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. Lydia approached cautiously, her steps echoing in the vast emptiness. As she reached the pedestal, the object on it came into clearer view, a small, ornate lantern, its metalwork intricately detailed with patterns that seemed to shift and change the closer she drew. The lantern's glow was warm and inviting, like a beacon in the dark, but it also felt like a living thing, its light pulsating with an unspoken energy. Lydia's fingers brushed the surface of the pedestal, and instantly, the air around her seemed to shimmer. The whispering began again, faint at first, but growing louder, swirling around her like an invisible current. It was as though the voices of the forest were rising from the depths of the earth itself. And then, without warning, the lantern flickered. The Timeless Forest, Part 3. The flicker of the lantern was like a jolt through Lydia's veins. It was subtle at first, almost like the last breath of a dying star, but then the light steadied, glowing brighter and more intensely than before. As it pulsed, so did the whispers that surrounded her. They weren't merely voices, they were sensations, feelings, pulling at her thoughts, urging her to listen, to understand. Lydia's heart pounded in her chest as she approached the pedestal. The air around her seemed charged with something primal, something ancient. The glowing lantern beckoned her, as if it had been waiting for her arrival, its energy entwining with her own. Her fingers trembled as they brushed the delicate metal. And in that moment, everything changed. The moment her skin made contact with the lantern, the chamber seemed to tremble. The ground beneath her feet shook, and the air grew thick, heavy, as if the very fabric of the forest was reacting to her touch. The whispers grew louder, urgent, frantic. The voices of the forest weren't just whispers now, but an overwhelming chorus, filling her ears and her mind with their strange, unearthly song, Lydia. A voice called to her, soft but unmistakable, her name echoed, reverberating through her skull. The air grew colder, and the whispers turned into words. Lydia. You must remember. You are the key. You are the one who will awaken the forest. The voice was familiar, though not in a way she could quite place. It seemed to come from every direction, from every inch of the chamber. Her heart raced as she tried to make sense of the message, but it was as if the words themselves were slipping through her fingers, always just out of reach. Her gaze locked onto the lantern, its glow now brighter than ever, a brilliant beacon in the dark. There was something hypnotic about its light, something that felt both like a promise and a warning. Lydia could feel it pulling her in, urging her to look deeper. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and reached out, taking the lantern into her hands, as soon as her fingers closed around it. The world around her shifted, the chamber vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. The ground beneath her feet disappeared entirely, and Lydia found herself floating in an endless void of swirling darkness and light. It was as though she had crossed a boundary, stepping from one world into another. A world that felt ancient and forgotten, yet somehow alive, as if every inch of it was watching her, waiting. For a long moment, Lydia could do nothing but float in the darkness, disoriented, unsure of what was happening. The whispers, now clear and distinct, filled her mind again. Lydia. The lantern. It is the key to the forest's heart, the voice said, soft but urgent. You must find it before time slips away. The forest is dying, and so are we. Who are you? Lydia whispered, her voice shaky. We are the ones who lived before the forest. We are the spirits of the timeless forest. We were bound to it, and now, we are bound to you. The lantern will show you what must be done, but you must choose wisely. The words sent a chill down Lydia's spine, her thoughts racing. She was no longer sure what was real, what was part of the forest's strange magic, and what was her imagination. It was as if the lantern itself was showing her something, guiding her toward a truth that she had not yet begun to understand. A faint light began to materialize in front of her, growing steadily brighter. The lantern's glow pulsated once more, and slowly, as though it were pulling her towards it, a figure began to form out of the void. At first, it was a shape, misty and translucent, but then the figure solidified, revealing itself to be a tall woman draped in flowing robes of green and gold. Her eyes shone with an ancient wisdom, and her hair shimmered like the leaves of the forest in the fall. The woman raised her hand, and the swirling darkness parted like a veil, revealing a scene from the past. The vision before Lydia was like a living painting, a memory captured in time. It was the forest, vibrant, lush, and teeming with life. The trees stretched high into the sky, their leaves thick with green, and the ground was a rich carpet of moss and ferns. Creatures moved through the underbrush, and the air was alive with the songs of birds and the hum of insects. But something was wrong. In the center of the forest, a great tree stood, its roots winding deep into the earth, its branches reaching toward the heavens. It was the heart of the forest, the source of its life. And yet, the tree was withering. Its bark was cracked and dry, and its leaves were turning gray, crumbling into dust before her eyes. The earth around it had become barren, devoid of life. The woman in the vision looked sorrowfully at the tree, her face etched with grief. Her voice echoed in Lydia's mind. "The heart of the forest is dying," she said. "The curse that binds it to this world is weakening. Only the one who is chosen can restore it, but they must know the truth of the forest's past to awaken its power." Lydia's breath caught in her throat as the vision faded, leaving her floating in the void once more. The woman's words hung in the air like a whisper on the wind. She could feel the weight of the forest's history pressing down on her, and the burden of its fate had become her own. Her eyes snapped back to the glowing lantern, which now seemed to pulse with an urgent intensity. The whispers grew louder again, and Lydia knew, in her heart, that she had to make a choice. She had come to the timeless forest seeking answers, but now, standing on the precipice of something far greater than she could have ever imagined, she realized that the answer she sought would come at a cost. The forest was calling to her, the lantern was calling to her, and now, the weight of the forest's curse was hers to carry. With a deep breath, Lydia stepped forward, knowing that her journey was far from over. The lantern's glow lit the way, guiding her deeper into the heart of the timeless forest. The Timeless Forest, Part 4. The light from the lantern flickered softly in Lydia's hand as she ventured deeper into the forest. The weight of what she had seen, the withering tree, the desperate cries of the forest spirits, still pressed heavily on her chest. It felt as though she were walking through a dream, a strange and haunting dream, where the line between reality and illusion blurred with every step. The trees seemed to close in around her, their branches stretching like fingers toward the sky, twisting and intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the moonlight. The air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, and the ground beneath her feet was soft, almost sponge-like, as though it too were alive. Every step felt muffled, as though the forest was absorbing her presence, pulling her deeper into its heart. She could hear the whispers now more clearly, the voices of the ancient spirits that had bound themselves to this place. They were no longer distant murmurs but clear, distinct words, as though the forest itself was speaking directly to her. The air hummed with their presence, Lydia. They called, their voices both distant and near, filled with an eerie longing. You are the one. The forest has waited for you alone. You must restore the balance, or all will be lost. Her grip on the lantern tightened as she walked forward, drawn inexorably by the voices, by the promise of answers. Every fiber of her being told her to turn back, to leave this cursed place and return to her world, but deep down, she knew she could not. Not now. The forest had chosen her, and she was bound to it, just as she had been bound to this quest. A sudden rustle in the trees snapped Lydia from her thoughts. She froze, heart racing, her senses alert. A shadow passed through the trees, too quick to catch, but its presence was undeniable. It was something ancient, something that had lived in the depths of the forest long before her arrival. Something that knew her, or at least knew what she was meant to do. She wasn't alone here. Lydia's breath caught in her throat as the shadow reappeared, this time moving closer. It was a figure, tall and slender, draped in flowing robes of black and silver, its face hidden beneath a hood. The figure moved with an eerie grace, its steps silent against the soft earth. There was no sound but the whispering wind and the soft rustling of the leaves. The figure stepped closer, and for the first time, Lydia saw its eyes, two glowing orbs of pale blue, like the light of the moon reflected in the still surface of a pond. They seemed to pierce through the darkness, seeing straight into her soul. For a moment, Lydia could not move. She was paralyzed by the intensity of its gaze. Who are you? She managed to whisper, her voice barely audible. The figure tilted its head, as though considering her question. Then, in a voice that echoed with both ancient wisdom and sorrow, it spoke. I am the keeper of the forest, it said, its voice low and melodic, yet cold, like the wind that swept through the trees on the eve of winter. I am bound to this place, as you are now bound to it. The forest has chosen you, but you must be prepared for what lies ahead. Lydia's mind raced. The keeper of the forest. Was this the one who had been calling her? The one who had whispered to her through the darkness? The one whose voice had guided her deeper into the woods? The forest is dying, Lydia said, her voice trembling. I saw the tree. The heart of the forest. What happened to it? What can I do to save it? The keeper's gaze softened, and for a fleeting moment, it almost seemed sad. It took a step closer, the air growing colder with its presence. You saw the truth, the keeper replied, its voice tinged with regret. The heart of the forest is dying, not from disease, but from a curse that has bound it for centuries. It was placed upon it by a powerful being, long before even I was born. The curse feeds off the forest's life force, draining it slowly. And now, it has reached its breaking point. Lydia felt her heart race as the keeper spoke. A curse. The forest was dying because of a curse. She had known it instinctively. But hearing it confirmed was another matter entirely. She had no idea how to break such a thing. How could one person, one human, possibly undo the work of something so powerful? Can I break the curse? She asked, the words feeling foreign and heavy on her tongue. The keeper nodded slowly, its glowing eyes flickering with a strange intensity. Yes, it said. You are the key. But it will not be easy. The curse was placed by an entity known only as the shadow of the forest, a being of pure darkness. It feeds on fear, on despair, and on the very essence of life itself. To defeat it, you must face the deepest, most terrifying part of yourself. The darkness within the forest is a reflection of the darkness within your heart. Lydia's stomach churned at the thought. The darkness within her heart. She had always felt something inside her, something she couldn't name, something that lingered in the corners of her mind when the world was quiet. But how could it be linked to the curse that had ravaged the forest? What must I do? She asked, her voice tight with uncertainty. The keeper reached out, and for a brief moment, Lydia felt a strange warmth in the air. The keeper's hand hovered over the lantern, and it seemed to pulse with energy, as though it were alive. You must journey to the heart of the forest, the keeper said, its voice steady and sure. There, you will find the shadow. You will face your own darkness and the darkness of the forest. Only then can the curse be lifted. Lydia nodded, her resolve hardening. She had come too far to turn back now. The forest had called to her, and she could not abandon it in its time of need. Thank you, she whispered, before turning to continue her journey. The keeper's voice followed her as she stepped deeper into the forest. Remember, Lydia. The darkness is within you as much as it is within the forest. Face it, and you will restore balance. Fail, and both you and the forest will fall. With those final words echoing in her ears, Lydia pressed on, her heart heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. She could feel the pull of the lantern in her hand, guiding her through the night. The whispers of the forest seemed to fade as she moved, the trees parting to reveal a new path that led deeper into the heart of the forest. The journey had only just begun. The Timeless Forest, Part 5. Lydia's footsteps grew steadier as she ventured deeper into the forest, the weight of her mission settling on her shoulders. The lantern's glow flickered with a life of its own, casting long, flickering shadows across the twisted trees that seemed to stretch endlessly upward. The forest, once an unfamiliar realm, now felt both comforting and ominous, as if it had become a living, breathing entity, its pulse in sync with her own. Every step she took brought her closer to the heart of the forest, where the shadow of the forest awaited. She didn't know exactly what that meant, nor what she would encounter in the depths of that darkness, but the keeper's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. The darkness within the forest is a reflection of the darkness within your heart. She tried to focus on the task at hand, but the deeper she moved into the woods, the harder it became to shake the feeling that something was watching her. The air was thick with an unseen presence, its eyes on her back, trailing her every move. Lydia shivered, but she refused to slow her pace. The path ahead began to grow narrower, the trees pressing closer, until it felt like the forest was closing in around her. The once comforting whispers of the leaves had quieted, and now only the occasional distant rustle broke the silence. The weight of the forest seemed to press in on her from all sides, and her lantern flickered erratically, casting brief moments of light before plunging her into darkness again. She paused, inhaling deeply, trying to steady herself. The smell of damp earth filled the air, the faint scent of moss mixing with something else, something metallic. It made her stomach turn. "Focus," Lydia whispered to herself, gripping the lantern tightly. "You're almost there." As if in answer to her words, the trees ahead began to part, revealing a small clearing. The clearing was different from the rest of the forest. It was silent, unnaturally so, and the ground was covered in an eerie mist that swirled at the edges of the clearing like an unsettling fog. In the center of the clearing, the trees seemed to form a perfect circle, their gnarled roots twisted together in an almost deliberate pattern. A single stone pedestal stood at the center, bathed in the dim glow of the lantern. Upon the pedestal rested an object, a dark crystal, its surface glistening with an unnatural sheen. Lydia's heart raced. The shadow must be near. It had to be. Taking a cautious step forward, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over her. The shadows around her deepened, twisting in on themselves, as though they were alive and waiting. The air grew cold, and the once comforting light of her lantern seemed to fade, as if the very light was being drained by the thick, oppressive darkness that surrounded her. It was then that she heard the voice, a whisper, barely a breath, but it was enough to freeze her in place. "Lydia." It hissed, its tone low and sinister, dripping with malice. "You should not have come." The voice came from everywhere at once, all around her, filling the air like the faint rustle of dry leaves in a storm. Lydia's skin prickled, and she instinctively took a step back. But there was nowhere to go. The mist was growing thicker, curling around her feet, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer, as though they were reaching for her, hungry for her presence. Another voice, this one softer, more familiar, but still filled with an eerie resonance, followed. "You are not the first to come, Lydia," it whispered. "And you will not be the last. But none have returned." Lydia's breath caught in her throat. The voices, though not directly spoken by a physical being, felt as though they were pulling at her very soul. Her body stiffened, her instincts telling her to run, to escape this cursed place. But she knew that running would do no good. She had already crossed into the heart of the forest. There was no turning back now. A figure emerged from the swirling mist. It was tall and slender, its outline faint at first but gradually becoming clearer with each passing moment. The figure's form shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its eyes shining like twin stars in the darkness. It was neither human nor entirely something else. It was a manifestation of the forest itself, a being of pure energy, made from the very essence of this place. Lydia's heart pounded in her chest as the figure approached her. It moved with a fluid grace, its steps silent on the soft earth. The air around it crackled with an energy that felt both comforting and terrifying, like the calm before a storm. The figure stopped just in front of her, and its eyes locked onto hers. There was no warmth in its gaze, only an endless, fathomless void, a reflection of the very darkness she was here to confront. "You have come to challenge me," the figure intoned, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves in a forgotten autumn wind. "But do you understand what you are facing? Do you understand the price of what you seek?" Lydia swallowed hard, forcing herself to speak despite the rising panic within her. "I understand that the forest is dying. That the curse placed on it is consuming everything, its life, its spirit. And I'm here to stop it." The figure tilted its head, as though considering her words. "You are brave, but not all bravery is wisdom. The curse is not just a spell cast long ago, it is a part of this forest, a part of you. The shadow is not an entity outside of you, Lydia. It is a reflection of what lies in the deepest recesses of your own heart." Lydia felt a shiver run down her spine. The figure's words cut deeper than any blade could. Her chest tightened with an overwhelming sense of guilt, as though it had been waiting for her to admit something she had long buried deep within herself. She didn't understand what the figure meant, but she knew that it was right. She had never been able to shake the feeling that something inside her was dark, something that had always haunted her from the edges of her consciousness. The figure stepped closer, its eyes never leaving hers. "You must face what lies within you," it said softly. "Only then can you break the curse. Only then can you free this forest from its eternal suffering." Lydia clenched her fists, trying to steady her breath. "How do I face it? How do I face the darkness inside me?" The figure smiled, a sad and knowing smile, and extended its hand toward the crystal on the pedestal. "The crystal is the key," it said. "It holds the essence of the curse, but it also holds the key to your salvation. Touch it, and you will know the truth of what lies inside you. Only then can the balance be restored." Lydia stepped forward, her heart racing in her chest. She had come this far, and she would not turn back. She had to do this, not just for the forest, but for herself. With trembling fingers, she reached for the dark crystal. The moment her fingers brushed its smooth surface, a cold shock of energy surged through her, and the world around her seemed to shatter. The shadows deepened. The whispers grew louder, and Lydia was pulled into the heart of the forest, where she would face the greatest challenge of her life. The Timeless Forest, Part 6. The moment Lydia's fingers brushed against the crystal, the world seemed to collapse around her. The ground beneath her feet felt as though it was crumbling, and she was swept away by an invisible force, pulled into a vortex of dark energy. The forest blurred into streaks of shadow and light, and she could no longer tell where the mist ended and the darkness began. Her heart raced as the swirling darkness pressed in on her, thick and suffocating. She gasped for breath, but the air seemed to thicken, heavy with a strange, oppressive force. She could hear the whispers again, louder now, echoing in her mind as if they were coming from all directions at once. "You are not alone, Lydia." The voices hissed, their tones low and distorted. "The darkness is within you. It has always been with you." She wanted to scream, to ask them to stop, but the words were trapped inside her throat. The shadows twisted around her like a living thing, wrapping themselves around her limbs, trying to pull her deeper into the abyss. Her thoughts were fragmented, broken into 1,000 pieces as the whispers grew louder, the pressure building until she thought she might be crushed by it all. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. Lydia blinked, her eyes struggling to adjust to the sudden shift. She was no longer in the clearing with the pedestal. The forest was gone. The mist had vanished. She was standing in a vast, empty space, the air thick with a sense of deep, ancient power. In the distance, she saw a faint light, dim, like a far-off star in the night sky. The whispers had quieted to a mere murmur, like the rustling of leaves in a faraway wind. She took a tentative step forward, her senses alert to every subtle change in the atmosphere. The space around her was endless, an expanse of shifting shadows and soft, glowing light. The ground beneath her was smooth, almost like glass, reflecting the faint light that bathed the scene. The feeling of isolation was overwhelming. The absence of the forest, of the familiar sounds and scents, made her feel as if she were drifting in a void, untethered to the world she had known. And then, she saw it, a figure emerged from the shadows, moving toward her with deliberate slowness. Its form was faint, a mere silhouette against the glow, but Lydia recognized it instantly. It was the same figure that had spoken to her before, the one she had encountered in the clearing, the one that had warned her of the curse. The figure's features were blurred, shifting like smoke, but its eyes, those piercing, otherworldly eyes, remained fixed on her, unwavering. "You have come far, Lydia," the figure said, its voice resonating in the strange silence. "But the journey is not yet over." Lydia swallowed hard, her throat dry. She wanted to speak, to ask the questions that were crowding her mind, but she couldn't. The weight of the figure's presence was suffocating, its energy pressing in on her from all sides. She could feel her heart beating in her chest, thudding in time with the rising tension. "What is this place?" she finally managed to ask, her voice shaky. "Where am I?" The figure tilted its head slightly, the movement fluid and almost unnatural. "You are within the heart of the forest," it replied, its voice soft but filled with an undeniable power. "But you are also within your own heart. This place is a reflection of your deepest self, the part of you that you have hidden away." Lydia's pulse quickened. "What do you mean?" The figure stepped closer, its form becoming more defined, though it still lacked the solidity of a physical being. "The forest is dying, Lydia, not because of an external curse, but because of an internal one. You have been carrying it with you for longer than you realize. The darkness you seek to destroy is within you." Lydia recoiled, her breath catching in her throat. "Inside me?" The thought made her stomach churn. She had always known there was something dark within her, something she couldn't quite name or understand. But hearing it spoken aloud, by the figure, by this force of the forest, was something she wasn't prepared for. The figure's eyes softened, its gaze full of an ancient wisdom. "You cannot fight this darkness by running from it, Lydia. You must face it. You must confront the shadow inside you, the one that has shaped your actions, your fears, your choices. Only then can you begin to heal, and only then can the forest be freed." Lydia shook her head, her mind a whirl of conflicting emotions. She had spent so long hiding from her past, from the things she regretted, the choices she had made that had led her here. Now, she was being told that the key to saving everything, the forest, herself, was to face the very thing she had been running from for so long, I don't know if I can do that, she whispered. Her voice trembling, the figure reached out, its hand hovering just inches from her own. A faint warmth emanated from it, but it was an unfamiliar warmth, comforting, but also unsettling, like the touch of something both foreign and intimate. You are stronger than you know, the figure said gently. The power to heal, to restore balance, lies within you. You must trust yourself, Lydia. Trust that you are capable of confronting the darkness within and overcoming it. Lydia's chest tightened as the weight of the figure's words sank in. She had spent her whole life running from the truth, from the darkness that she feared would consume her if she faced it. But here, in this strange and timeless place, she could no longer deny it. She could feel the truth resonating deep within her, like a forgotten melody finally coming into tune. With a deep breath, Lydia stepped forward, her hands trembling but resolute. She had to face it. She had to confront the shadow inside her, no matter how terrifying it might be. The figure nodded, a look of approval in its eyes. The choice is yours, Lydia. Confront your darkness, and the curse will be lifted. But know this, once you begin, there will be no turning back. Lydia closed her eyes for a moment, steadying her breath. She felt the weight of her decision, the enormity of the task ahead of her. But as the figure's words echoed in her mind, she knew that she had already made the choice. There was no other path. With newfound determination, she stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay within her, and as she did, the shadows around her began to shift, twisting and stretching as though the forest itself were waiting for her to make her move. The Timeless Forest, Part 7. Lydia's feet moved steadily forward, each step echoing in the stillness of the strange, infinite space. Her heart pounded in her chest, a rhythmic drumbeat that kept time with the rising tension in her mind. The air around her felt thick, laden with both the weight of her decision and the promise of the unknown. She had made the choice, to face the darkness within her, but she could not yet see what lay ahead. The figure that had spoken to her remained a mere silhouette, its presence distant but palpable. It was watching, waiting, its energy still rippling in the air. But Lydia was beyond fear now. She had felt its truth, and now it was time to face her own. As she ventured deeper into the shadowed expanse, the world around her seemed to pulse with energy. The ground beneath her feet was no longer smooth glass but rough and uneven, like an ancient forest floor. Twisted roots curled up from the earth, their gnarled fingers reaching out like silent hands. The trees that had once stood tall and proud now appeared twisted and hollow, their bark marked by deep, ancient scars. The forest was decaying. But Lydia understood now, it was a reflection of her inner self, a manifestation of her own fear and grief. The whispers began again, low and soft at first, like the rustling of leaves caught in a gentle breeze. But as she continued walking, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. The voice was no longer just one, it was a chorus, a cacophony of voices speaking in unison. You cannot run from yourself, Lydia. The darkness will consume you, no matter how hard you try to escape. You cannot save the forest until you save yourself. The voices circled around her, drowning out her thoughts, pushing at the edges of her sanity. But Lydia gritted her teeth and pushed forward. Each step she took was a step closer to the truth, a step closer to the reckoning she knew she had to face. Then, as if answering her resolve, the path before her began to change. The trees seemed to part, creating a clearing in the heart of the forest. At the center of the clearing stood a massive stone altar, its surface cracked and weathered by time. The air around it was thick with an eerie glow, and the shadows that clung to the altar seemed to writhe and shift as if alive. Lydia's heart skipped a beat. This was it. This was the place where everything would be revealed. She approached cautiously, the whispers growing louder with each step, the shadows stretching out to meet her. But this time, she didn't stop. This time, she didn't let the fear take hold. She reached the altar, her fingers brushing against the cold stone. A surge of energy shot through her, and for a moment, her vision blurred. She saw flashes of her past, memories long buried, feelings she had pushed aside. She saw her parents, her friends, the moments of joy and loss, the choices she had made, and the regrets that had haunted her. But it wasn't just her memories that flooded her mind, it was the memories of the forest, too. The forest that had been silent, waiting for her to awaken its secrets. Lydia's eyes widened as the truth began to reveal itself. The curse that had plagued the forest wasn't just about the decay, the mist, the darkness, it was a curse of forgetting. The forest, like her, had forgotten its true purpose. It had become lost in its own grief, its own sorrow. And now, to heal, it had to be remembered. To restore balance, Lydia had to remember. The figure appeared beside her, its form more solid now, more real. Its voice was a soft murmur in her ear, but this time, it wasn't threatening. It was comforting. "You've come far, Lydia," the figure said. "The darkness you fear is not an external force, it is your own. But you are not alone. You have the strength to confront it, to embrace it, and to let it go." Lydia looked down at the altar, where a dark crystal lay embedded in the stone. The whispers were louder now, but they weren't just echoes of the forest's decay, they were her own fears, her own doubts, her own guilt. They were the parts of her that she had hidden away, the parts she hadn't wanted to face. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The figure's presence beside her was a steadying force, a reminder that she wasn't alone. Slowly, she reached out and touched the crystal. The moment her fingers made contact, the world around her exploded in a burst of light and sound. The shadows that had clung to her heart, to the forest, were no longer just shadows, they were memories, emotions, regrets. They surrounded her, engulfing her, threatening to pull her into a deep abyss, but Lydia didn't falter. She embraced the darkness, letting it wash over her. She allowed herself to feel every bit of grief, every drop of sorrow, every shred of guilt that had followed her throughout her life. She let it all come to the surface. And as she did, something remarkable happened. The darkness didn't consume her. It transformed. The mist that had filled the forest began to recede. The twisted trees straightened, their leaves shining with new vitality. The air grew warmer, and the ground beneath her feet softened. The decay, the sorrow, the despair, they all faded, replaced by life and growth. The forest was healing, just as she was. Lydia opened her eyes and looked around. The once barren land was now vibrant, filled with the colors of life. Flowers bloomed where the shadows had once been, and the air smelled fresh and sweet, like the earth after a summer rain. "You have done it, Lydia," the figure whispered. "You have healed the forest and yourself." Lydia's heart swelled with relief and joy. She had faced her darkness, and in doing so, she had freed herself, and the forest, from its grip. She could feel the balance restored, the curse broken. And though the journey had been long and filled with pain, she knew that it had been worth it. As the forest around her came alive, Lydia felt a peace settle in her soul. She had learned that true healing came from within, that the darkness was not something to fear, but something to understand and embrace. And with that understanding, she knew that her journey was not over. It was only just beginning. The Timeless Forest, Part 8. The world around Lydia was now a place of calm and rejuvenation. The once oppressive weight of the darkness had lifted, and the forest had come alive with light and warmth. The trees, once twisted and hollow, now stood proud and vibrant. The roots that had crept out of the ground in search of something to hold on to were now deeply embedded in the earth, drawing from its richness and strength. The flowers that had been hidden beneath a shroud of mist and shadow bloomed with colors so vivid they seemed to glow in the soft, golden light. Lydia stood at the heart of it all, her heart beating in sync with the rhythm of the forest. She had come to this place broken and lost. And now she was whole. But even in this moment of peace, something deep within her stirred, a sense that the journey was not yet complete. There was still something left to be done, something she needed to understand. The figure that had guided her, the mysterious being who had appeared throughout her journey, stood beside her once again. This time, its form was no longer shadowy and elusive but solid and clear, as though it had emerged from the very fabric of the forest itself. Its face, serene and wise, radiated a warmth that matched the forest's new vitality. "You have done well, Lydia," the figure said, its voice carrying the soft lilt of a distant melody. "But there is still more for you to learn." Lydia turned to the figure, her eyes filled with curiosity and a sense of purpose. "What is it?" she asked softly. "What else is there for me to understand?" The figure's eyes gleamed with an ancient knowing. "You have healed the forest, and in doing so, you have healed yourself. But there is another part of the story you must uncover. The forest's true power lies in its ability to grow, to adapt, to change. It is not bound by time, but rather by the flow of life itself. And you, Lydia, are part of that flow." Lydia's mind raced. "But how? How can I be part of the forest's flow?" The figure nodded, its presence steady and reassuring. "You have always been a part of it, even when you did not realize it. You are connected to the earth, to the trees, to the very essence of life that flows through this place. The forest's magic is not separate from you, it is a reflection of your own inner strength. It is in your heart, in your spirit, in the choices you make. You must now understand that the forest will only continue to thrive if you choose to nourish it, just as you have nourished yourself." Lydia's thoughts swirled. She had already faced the darkness within her, but now she was being asked to become something more. The forest, in all its beauty and vitality, needed her to protect it, to guide it, to be its steward. It was a heavy responsibility, but one that felt right, one that felt like it had always been meant for her. "I will do it," Lydia said, her voice steady and filled with newfound resolve. I will protect the forest. I will make sure it remains alive, always." The figure smiled, its expression filled with pride. "And you will not be alone. The forest has already begun to speak to you. It is calling to you, just as it has called to many others before. But you are its chosen one, Lydia. You have the strength to carry its legacy forward." Lydia nodded, her mind made up. She understood now that her journey had not just been about facing the darkness, but about understanding her connection to the natural world. She was part of something far greater than herself. The forest was not just a place. It was a living, breathing entity that needed her care, her attention. It was a reminder that every choice she made mattered, that the earth depended on her just as much as she depended on it. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the now vibrant landscape, Lydia felt a sense of peace settle within her. The journey had been long, and at times it had been painful. But in the end, it had led her to a truth that she had always known deep down, that she was never alone, that she was always connected to the world around her. The wind rustled the leaves, and for the first time, Lydia could hear the forest speaking to her, its whispers not of fear, but of hope, of growth, and of renewal. And as she took a deep breath, closing her eyes to listen to the forest's song, she knew that this was only the beginning. She was ready to walk the path ahead, to protect the timeless forest and its secrets, and to become a part of its eternal rhythm. But more than that, she was ready to live in harmony with it, forever. The Timeless Forest, Part 9. The days that followed Lydia's awakening to the forest's true nature passed in a rhythm that felt as ancient and endless as the forest itself. Though the land was vibrant with life, every tree, leaf, and flower seemed to carry a history, a weight that connected it to a past long forgotten. Lydia understood now that she was not merely a visitor here, but a part of something larger, something that had always existed, both within and beyond the boundaries of the forest. The creatures of the forest, which she had once thought to be merely ordinary wildlife, now revealed themselves to her as guardians of the land. They spoke in whispers, their voices carried on the wind, urging her to learn from them. The trees, their bark ancient and gnarled, had stories to tell, stories of those who had come before her, those who had once walked this path and had left their mark in ways both visible and invisible. With every step she took, Lydia felt herself becoming more attuned to the pulse of the forest, the very heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Lydia ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before. The trees grew taller here, their trunks thick and twisted, their roots sprawling in every direction like the tendrils of an ancient serpent. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and pine, and the sounds of distant waterfalls and bird calls echoed softly through the branches. It was here, in this secluded part of the forest, that Lydia felt the presence of something new, something ancient. There was a strange energy in the air, a feeling of reverence that seemed to resonate from the very ground beneath her feet. The path ahead was winding, but she could not help but feel drawn to it. It was as though the forest itself was calling her forward, urging her to uncover the next layer of its mystery. With each step, the world around her seemed to shift. The shadows grew longer, more pronounced, and the air grew cooler, carrying with it the promise of something undiscovered. As Lydia pressed on, her senses heightened. She noticed the subtle changes in the environment, the way the leaves rustled more urgently, the way the moonlight filtered through the trees in long, silver beams, as if the night itself was guiding her forward. Finally, she came upon a clearing, unlike any she had seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous tree, its trunk so wide that Lydia could not fathom how many years it had stood in that place. Its roots snaked outward, entwining with the earth and the rocks that lay scattered about. But it was not the tree itself that held her attention, it was the figure standing beside it. The figure was cloaked in a robe of dark green and brown, blending seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. Its face was hidden in shadow, but Lydia could feel its gaze upon her, its presence undeniable. She could sense a great power emanating from this figure, a power that seemed to be tied to the very life force of the forest. "You have come," the figure said, its voice low and melodic, as if carried on the wind itself. "I have been waiting for you." Lydia's heart raced, but she did not feel fear. Instead, she felt a deep sense of recognition, as if she had met this presence before in a dream, in a vision, or perhaps in the very core of her being. "I don't understand," Lydia replied, her voice a mere whisper. "What is this place? Who are you?" The figure took a step forward, its movements fluid and graceful, like the sway of the trees in the breeze. It raised a hand, and Lydia felt the earth beneath her shift, as though the ground itself was alive and responding to the figure's call. "This is the heart of the forest," the figure said. "And I am its guardian. The one who watches over the flow of time, the ebb and flow of life. The forest is timeless, but it is also fragile. It needs those who are willing to understand its depth, its mysteries. And you, Lydia, have proven yourself worthy." Lydia's mind swirled with questions, but she remained silent, allowing the figure's words to settle in her heart. She had always known that the forest was more than just a collection of trees and creatures. It was a living, breathing entity, a place where time and space bent and intertwined. But now, standing before this guardian, she realized just how deeply connected she was to it. "You are part of this," the figure continued, its voice soft yet firm. "But there are things you do not yet know. Secrets that have been hidden for ages, kept from the eyes of those who would seek to exploit them. The forest is not just a sanctuary, it is also a place of great power. And that power must be protected." Lydia nodded, her mind racing. She understood now that her journey was far from over. The forest had chosen her for a reason, and it was her responsibility to safeguard its secrets. But how? Lydia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How can I protect something so vast, so ancient?" The figure stepped closer, its eyes gleaming with an intensity that sent a shiver down Lydia's spine. "You must first understand the balance. The balance between light and dark, life and death, growth and decay. The forest thrives on this balance, and it is only through your connection to it that you can maintain it. You are the key, Lydia. You must learn to listen, to feel the rhythm of the forest in your soul. Only then will you be able to understand its true power." With those final words, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving Lydia standing alone in the clearing. The forest around her seemed to breathe with life, its ancient heart pulsing beneath the earth. And as she stood there, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lydia felt a deep sense of purpose settle within her. The forest had entrusted her with its secrets, and now it was up to her to honor that trust, The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: Lydia's journey was only just beginning. The Timeless Forest, Part 9. The days that followed Lydia's awakening to the forest's true nature passed in a rhythm that felt as ancient and endless as the forest itself. Though the land was vibrant with life, every tree, leaf, and flower seemed to carry a history, a weight that connected it to a past long forgotten. Lydia understood now that she was not merely a visitor here, but a part of something larger, something that had always existed, both within and beyond the boundaries of the forest. The creatures of the forest, which she had once thought to be merely ordinary wildlife, now revealed themselves to her as guardians of the land. They spoke in whispers, their voices carried on the wind, urging her to learn from them. The trees, their bark ancient and gnarled, had stories to tell, stories of those who had come before her, those who had once walked this path and had left their mark in ways both visible and invisible. With every step she took, Lydia felt herself becoming more attuned to the pulse of the forest, the very heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Lydia ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before. The trees grew taller here, their trunks thick and twisted, their roots sprawling in every direction like the tendrils of an ancient serpent. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and pine, and the sounds of distant waterfalls and bird calls echoed softly through the branches. It was here, in this secluded part of the forest, that Lydia felt the presence of something new, something ancient. There was a strange energy in the air, a feeling of reverence that seemed to resonate from the very ground beneath her feet. The path ahead was winding, but she could not help but feel drawn to it. It was as though the forest itself was calling her forward, urging her to uncover the next layer of its mystery. With each step, the world around her seemed to shift. The shadows grew longer, more pronounced, and the air grew cooler, carrying with it the promise of something undiscovered. As Lydia pressed on, her senses heightened. She noticed the subtle changes in the environment, the way the leaves rustled more urgently, the way the moonlight filtered through the trees in long, silver beams, as if the night itself was guiding her forward. Finally, she came upon a clearing, unlike any she had seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous tree, its trunk so wide that Lydia could not fathom how many years it had stood in that place. Its roots snaked outward, entwining with the earth and the rocks that lay scattered about. But it was not the tree itself that held her attention, it was the figure standing beside it. The figure was cloaked in a robe of dark green and brown, blending seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. Its face was hidden in shadow, but Lydia could feel its gaze upon her, its presence undeniable. She could sense a great power emanating from this figure, a power that seemed to be tied to the very life force of the forest. "You have come," the figure said, its voice low and melodic, as if carried on the wind itself. "I have been waiting for you." Lydia's heart raced, but she did not feel fear. Instead, she felt a deep sense of recognition, as if she had met this presence before in a dream, in a vision, or perhaps in the very core of her being. "I don't understand," Lydia replied, her voice a mere whisper. "What is this place? Who are you?" The figure took a step forward, its movements fluid and graceful, like the sway of the trees in the breeze. It raised a hand, and Lydia felt the earth beneath her shift, as though the ground itself was alive and responding to the figure's call. "This is the heart of the forest," the figure said. and I am its guardian. The one who watches over the flow of time, the ebb and flow of life. The forest is timeless, but it is also fragile. It needs those who are willing to understand its depth, its mysteries. And you, Lydia, have proven yourself worthy. Lydia's mind swirled with questions, but she remained silent, allowing the figure's words to settle in her heart. She had always known that the forest was more than just a collection of trees and creatures. It was a living, breathing entity, a place where time and space bent and intertwined. But now, standing before this guardian, she realized just how deeply connected she was to it. You are part of this, the figure continued, its voice soft yet firm. But there are things you do not yet know. Secrets that have been hidden for ages, kept from the eyes of those who would seek to exploit them. The forest is not just a sanctuary, it is also a place of great power. And that power must be protected. Lydia nodded, her mind racing. She understood now that her journey was far from over. The forest had chosen her for a reason, and it was her responsibility to safeguard its secrets. But how? Lydia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. How can I protect something so vast, so ancient? The figure stepped closer, its eyes gleaming with an intensity that sent a shiver down Lydia's spine. You must first understand the balance. The balance between light and dark, life and death, growth and decay. The forest thrives on this balance, and it is only through your connection to it that you can maintain it. You are the key, Lydia. You must learn to listen, to feel the rhythm of the forest in your soul. Only then will you be able to understand its true power. With those final words, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving Lydia standing alone in the clearing. The forest around her seemed to breathe with life, its ancient heart pulsing beneath the earth. And as she stood there, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lydia felt a deep sense of purpose settle within her. The forest had entrusted her with its secrets, and now it was up to her to honor that trust. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: Lydia's journey was only just beginning. The Tranquil Garden, Part 1, the first steps. In the heart of an ancient forest, nestled between towering trees whose bark was thick with age, there existed a hidden sanctuary, a garden untouched by the passage of time. It was a place few had ever seen, and even fewer had ventured to. The Tranquil Garden, as it was known, was a legend in the surrounding villages, whispered about by those who lived in its shadow, yet none truly knew its secrets. A woman named Arya had heard the stories since she was a child. Her grandmother would often tell tales of the serene beauty that existed just beyond the forest's edge, a place where peace reigned and the worries of the world faded into nothing. However, her grandmother's voice always held an air of caution, a warning that the garden was not meant for everyone. One summer afternoon, Arya found herself standing at the edge of the forest, gazing at the thick foliage that stretched before her. The trees loomed high above, their twisted roots creating an almost impenetrable barrier. But something inside her, an innate pull, compelled her to step forward. Arya's heart beat steadily in her chest as she took the first step into the forest. The soft rustling of leaves filled the air, and the dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating patterns on the forest floor. She had walked this path many times before, but today it felt different. Today, she was determined to find the garden, to seek the peace that her grandmother had spoken of so often. Hours passed as she navigated the winding trails of the forest. The air grew cooler, and the light began to fade, but Arya pressed on, her determination unwavering. Just when she thought she could go no further, she saw it, a small clearing in the distance. At the center of it stood a large stone archway, draped with ivy and moss, its surface worn with age. The entrance to the tranquil garden, Arya approached cautiously, her breath catching in her throat. She stepped through the archway and immediately felt a shift in the air. It was as though the entire world had quieted. The usual sounds of the forest fading into a soft hum of tranquility. The garden was more beautiful than she could have ever imagined. The lush greenery was alive with color, flowers of every hue, vibrant and delicate, blooming in perfect harmony. The air was fragrant with the scent of jasmine, lavender, and roses, and soft rays of sunlight danced across the grass. As Arya walked deeper into the garden, she noticed the stone paths that wound through the greenery, each step taking her further into the serenity of this sacred place. The sounds of the world outside seemed distant, replaced by a peaceful stillness that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. There was something ethereal about the garden. Something that made it feel as though it existed outside of time. In the center of the garden stood a large fountain, its water shimmering under the sunlight. The soft sound of the water cascading into the stone basin added to the peaceful atmosphere. Arya felt drawn to it, as if the fountain itself were calling her. As she reached the fountain, she knelt beside it, gazing into the clear, reflective water. She could see her own reflection, but there was something different about it. Her eyes, deep pools of blue, seemed to hold a flicker of something ancient, something that connected her to this place in a way she couldn't quite understand. She reached out to touch the water, and as her fingers brushed the surface, a soft whisper echoed in her mind. It was a gentle voice, familiar yet distant. "Welcome, Arya." The words sent a shiver down her spine. She stood quickly, looking around the garden, but there was no one in sight. The whisper had been so clear, so real. It felt as though the garden itself had spoken to her. "You have come," the voice continued. "You are the one we have been waiting for." Arya's heart raced as she took a step back. She had heard of the mysterious power of the garden, but she never truly believed it. The stories spoke of people who had entered the garden seeking peace and clarity, only to find themselves forever changed. Some returned with wisdom beyond their years, while others vanished without a trace. The voice seemed to resonate through the very ground beneath her feet, a presence that filled every corner of the garden. Arya felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of belonging, as though the garden were welcoming her as one of its own. "Stay with us, Arya," the voice urged softly. "Let the garden heal you, let the garden teach you." A feeling of deep calm washed over her, and for the first time in her life, she felt as though she truly belonged. The worries that had plagued her, fears of failure, doubts about her future, began to melt away. There was no need for them here. In the tranquil garden, she could simply exist, but as the minutes passed, something began to stir within her. A whisper of doubt, a tiny voice in the back of her mind, reminded her of the warnings her grandmother had given. The garden, though peaceful and beautiful, was not a place to be taken lightly. It had its own rules, its own rhythms, and those who entered without understanding often paid a price. As she stood there, her thoughts in turmoil, a figure appeared before her. It was an old woman, her silver hair flowing like a river, her eyes gentle yet knowing. She wore a gown of green, as though she had stepped right out of the earth itself. "You are the one who has been chosen," the woman said, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "The garden has sensed your arrival. But remember, all that is given must be earned." Arya swallowed hard, her thoughts spinning. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman smiled, her eyes twinkling with both wisdom and sorrow. "This garden offers peace, yes, but it also offers trials. You must face what lies within yourself before you can truly claim the peace it offers." Arya felt a shiver of unease. She had come here seeking refuge, seeking solace, not challenges. But the woman's gaze was unyielding, as though she could see straight into Arya's soul. "Are you willing to face the trials of the garden, Arya? Are you ready to confront what lies hidden within you?" Arya hesitated. The choice before her was clear: stay in the garden, accept its peace, but at the cost of facing her deepest fears and hidden truths, or leave, forever wondering what could have been. In that moment, she made her decision. She would face whatever came her way, no matter how difficult. The garden had called her here for a reason, and she was ready to discover it. "I am ready," she whispered, her voice steady. The woman nodded, her smile softening. "Then let the trials begin." And with that, the world around Arya shifted. The garden, once serene and calm, began to pulse with energy. The flowers swayed as though caught in an unseen breeze, and the fountain's water rippled, distorting her reflection. The peaceful hum of the garden was replaced with a subtle tension, as though the very air held its breath. Arya stepped forward, knowing that her journey had just begun. Part 2, the first trial. The air in the garden felt different now, thicker, as though the very atmosphere had become charged with anticipation. Arya stood at the edge of the fountain, her reflection warping in the rippling water. The ancient woman, who had just spoken to her, stood still beside her, her eyes watching with an almost knowing gaze. The garden, once peaceful and serene, now felt like it was holding its breath. Arya felt her pulse quicken as the woman's voice drifted into her mind once again. "The trials you face will not be simple," the woman said softly, her tone both calm and unwavering. "They will test your heart, your mind, and your soul. But do not fear, for you are not alone." Arya swallowed hard. "What kind of trials?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. The woman's gaze softened. "The first trial will be one of the heart," she replied. "It will reveal your deepest fears, your greatest regret. Only by facing it will you be able to pass and move forward. Are you ready?" Arya nodded, although her heart pounded in her chest. She had come to this garden seeking peace, but now she realized that peace could not come without confronting the parts of herself she had long buried. The woman raised her hand, gesturing toward the vast garden around them. "Step forward, child," she said. "The trial awaits." Arya hesitated for only a moment before walking deeper into the garden, feeling a strange compulsion pulling her forward. The path before her was lined with towering trees, their leaves rustling gently as though whispering secrets in the wind. The sunlight, which had been so warm and golden when she first arrived, had now dimmed, casting long shadows across the ground. The closer Arya walked, the more her surroundings seemed to shift. The flowers grew taller and more overgrown, their colors fading into deep purples and grays. The air grew colder, and a sense of unease settled over her like a thick fog. She could feel the weight of the garden's gaze on her, watching, waiting, and then, just as she felt a flicker of doubt stir in her chest, the path before her opened up into a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a large, gnarled tree. Its bark was blackened, twisted into unnatural shapes, and its branches stretched out like skeletal arms reaching toward the sky. Beneath the tree, on the ground, lay a large stone. It was smooth and flat, almost like an altar. Arya approached cautiously, her breath shallow. As she drew closer, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble, and the air around her thickened with a strange energy. The tree seemed to come alive, its branches shifting, its roots writhing beneath the earth. It was as though the tree itself was breathing. Suddenly, the stone began to glow faintly, the surface of it shimmering with an eerie light. And then, a figure appeared, an image, like a memory from long ago, materializing on the surface of the stone. It was Arya, but it wasn't quite her. The figure was older, her face hardened with grief. The eyes in the stone were filled with a deep sadness, the weight of 1,000 regrets. Arya gasped as the figure on the stone began to speak, its voice like a whisper from the past. "You could have saved me," the figure said softly. "You should have come back for me. You abandoned me when I needed you the most." The words cut through Arya like a knife. She staggered back, her chest tightening. She knew this voice, the pain in it was all too familiar. It was the voice of her younger brother, Aiden, who had vanished years ago, leaving behind only questions and guilt. Arya had been just a child when Aiden disappeared. They had been close, inseparable even, but one day, he had simply vanished. There were no clues, no explanations. It was as if the earth had swallowed him whole. Arya had searched for him, of course, but after months of futile effort, she had given up. Her heart had broken, but over time, she had learned to bury that pain deep inside. But now, standing in this eerie clearing, the memory of Aiden's disappearance rushed back with full force. "I didn't abandon you," Arya whispered, her voice barely audible. "I looked for you. I never stopped looking." The figure on the stone stared at her with eyes full of sorrow. "You didn't try hard enough," it said softly. "If you had really cared, you would have found me. You left me behind." Arya's heart ached, her mind spinning with guilt and doubt. She had tried. She had truly tried to find Aiden, to bring him home, but the search had been endless, the answers non-existent. How could she have known where he had gone? How could she have known that he needed her in ways she didn't understand at the time? But now, standing in the presence of this ghostly vision, she realized that the wound she had buried so deeply was still open, still raw. "No." Arya cried out, falling to her knees in front of the stone. "I never meant to leave you. I didn't know. I couldn't save you. Aiden. I couldn't." The figure on the stone began to fade, its sorrowful gaze never leaving Arya's face. "You can never change the past," it whispered, "but you can learn to forgive yourself." With those words, the stone's light dimmed, and the figure vanished completely. The clearing returned to silence, the only sound the rustling of the leaves above. Arya sat there, stunned, her tears falling freely. She had thought that she had moved on, that she had let go of the guilt that had haunted her for so long. But now, the truth was clear. She had never truly forgiven herself for Aiden's disappearance. As she wiped her eyes, the voice of the woman, the guardian of the garden, echoed through her mind. "The first trial has been completed," the voice said. "You have faced your heart's deepest regret. Now, you must forgive yourself to move forward. Do you choose to carry the weight of your guilt, or will you let it go?" Arya took a deep breath, her chest heavy with emotion. She knew the answer. She had spent so many years carrying the burden of Aiden's disappearance, but it was time to let it go. She could not change the past, but she could choose to forgive herself and find peace. With one final, shuddering breath, Arya stood up, her body trembling. She turned away from the clearing and began to walk back toward the path, her steps lighter than before. The garden was still with her, its calming presence offering her the strength she needed to move forward. As the sounds of the forest returned, Arya knew that this was only the first trial of many. But for the first time in years, she felt a glimmer of hope. The garden had shown her a way forward, and she was ready to face whatever came next. Part 3: The Trial of the Mind. Arya's journey through the garden was far from over, and as she left the clearing, the soft whispers of the garden seemed to follow her, as if urging her forward. The stillness of the air, the rustle of leaves, and the occasional soft chirp of distant birds all played in harmony, creating an atmosphere of quiet introspection. But as much as the garden was serene, there was a deeper undercurrent of mystery that she couldn't ignore, a sense that she was walking a path with no return, only forward. The guardian's words echoed in her mind as she walked. The first trial has been completed. Now, the second awaits you. She wasn't sure how much time had passed since her first trial. But as she moved further into the garden, the landscape around her seemed to shift subtly. The path she walked on curved slightly, leading her into unfamiliar territory. The once warm sunlight was now replaced by the cool light of the moon, which filtered through the trees, casting an eerie, silver glow over the ground. The flowers and plants around her were more vibrant, their petals reflecting the moonlight, their colors intensifying. Suddenly, the path before her opened up into another clearing, but this one felt different. It wasn't the peaceful place she had encountered before. This new space felt heavier, as if something was pressing down on her chest, filling the air with a sense of impending pressure. In the center of the clearing was a large, ornate stone archway, its surface covered in intricate carvings. The symbols etched into the stone were unlike any Arya had seen before. They swirled and intertwined, shifting and changing as if they were alive. The archway beckoned her forward, its presence both inviting and foreboding. Arya's heart raced as she stepped closer, each footstep heavier than the last. She didn't know what lay beyond the archway, but there was no turning back now. The trial of the heart was behind her, and now it was time for the trial of the mind. As she passed beneath the archway, a sudden chill washed over her, and the world around her seemed to blur. Before she knew it, Arya found herself standing on the edge of a vast, dark lake. The water was smooth, nearly black in the moonlight, stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was thick with fog, so dense that the shore beyond the lake was nearly impossible to see. The only thing visible was a small wooden boat tied to the dock at her feet. She approached the boat cautiously, her breath catching in her throat as she felt a presence, though she could not see it. A soft whisper carried on the wind, a voice too faint to understand, but it sent a shiver down her spine. The boat, however, seemed calm, as though waiting for her. With trembling hands, Arya climbed into the boat, her heart thudding in her chest. She wasn't sure what to expect, but somehow, deep down, she knew this was the next step in her trial. She untied the rope and, with a gentle push, the boat began to drift into the fog. The journey across the lake was eerily silent, save for the soft sound of the boat gliding through the water. The fog around her seemed to grow denser with every passing moment, and yet, she could still make out vague shapes in the distance, like figures moving just beyond her reach. Suddenly, the boat jolted, as though it had hit something beneath the surface. Arya's pulse quickened, and she grabbed the sides of the boat, trying to steady herself. Her eyes scanned the water, but she could see nothing. Her mind raced, but she remained silent, almost as if afraid to speak. Then, through the thick fog, a figure began to emerge. It was a woman, her form blurred and indistinct, as though she was made of the same mist that surrounded them. Her face was hidden in the shadows, but Arya could sense her presence, an almost suffocating weight bearing down on her. The woman reached out a hand, her fingers long and delicate, and as she touched the side of the boat, a ripple spread through the water. "Do you fear the unknown, Arya?" The woman's voice echoed, soft but filled with an undeniable weight. "Are you ready to confront the darkness within you?" Arya's breath caught in her throat. She couldn't see the woman clearly, but her words pierced her like arrows. The darkness within. What did it mean? She had already faced her regrets with Aiden, but was there more to discover, more hidden within her mind? The woman's figure loomed closer, her hand still resting on the boat. You cannot move forward without confronting what lies in your mind, the doubts, the fears, the truths that you've locked away. These are the chains that bind you, Arya. Will you break them, or will you be lost in the fog? The boat jerked again, and suddenly, the mist cleared for a moment. In the distance, Arya saw what she had feared the most. The lake, once calm and still, was now filled with shadowy figures, their faces contorted in expressions of terror. Their arms outstretched toward her as if begging for help. Arya's heart raced as memories flooded her mind, the people she had failed to save, the promises broken, the guilt that she had never been able to escape. She saw her parents, her friends, her brother, all lost to time, all swallowed by the things she hadn't been able to stop. Her fears, her failures, were manifesting before her very eyes, and they were all screaming for her attention. The woman's voice interrupted the chaos. These are your thoughts, your fears, your failures. They are not real, but they exist in your mind. Face them, and let them go. Only then can you find peace. Arya felt the boat shaking violently now. The figures in the water rising toward her. Her pulse thundered in her ears, and her breath became shallow. The fog grew thick again, and for a moment, she couldn't tell what was real anymore. Was this a trial, or was it a trap? The woman's voice echoed through the air again, but this time, it was different. Remember, Arya, the voice whispered, not all shadows are meant to haunt you. Not all fears are worth fearing. You have the power to let go. With all her strength, Arya closed her eyes and took a deep breath, releasing the tension she had been holding for so long. Slowly, her mind began to clear, and the figures in the water began to fade, their voices becoming distant echoes. The boat steadied, and the fog started to recede. As she opened her eyes again, she saw that the mist had lifted, and the lake was calm once more. The woman had vanished, leaving only the soft sound of the water lapping against the boat. In that moment, Arya realized something profound. She had faced her darkest fears, and she had learned that not all of them were real, not all of them had power over her. The trial of the mind had not been about defeating the shadows around her, but about overcoming the shadows within. With a final, steadying breath, Arya steered the boat toward the far shore, where the garden awaited her. The moon above was brighter now, the path clearer. And though she knew there would be more trials to face ahead, for the first time, Arya felt truly at peace. Part 4. The Trial of the Soul. Arya's journey across the lake had been long, but she felt something shift within her as she approached the far shore. The weight of the past, the trials of the heart and mind, seemed to lift with every stroke of the boat, as though she was moving further from her doubts and fears, and closer to something much more profound. With each passing moment, she could feel the call of the garden, the pull of something greater than herself, guiding her toward what she now knew was her true path. As the boat touched the shore, the familiar whispering winds greeted her once again. The mist around the lake slowly faded, leaving behind only the soft glow of moonlight reflecting off the still waters. Arya stepped off the boat, her feet sinking slightly into the soft earth of the garden's edge, and she felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over her. The previous trial, the trial of the mind, had left her exhausted, but now she was filled with a renewed sense of purpose. A narrow path stretched out before her, winding through a grove of ancient trees whose trunks were gnarled and twisted, their leaves heavy with the night's dew. The air was fragrant with the scent of jasmine and lilacs, but there was also something darker in the air, something she couldn't place, something old. As Arya began to walk down the path, she noticed that the trees seemed to part slightly, forming a natural archway ahead. It was as though the garden itself was guiding her forward, beckoning her to continue the journey. The further she walked, the more she realized that the garden was not simply a physical place, it was a reflection of her own soul. The beauty, the serenity, the peace, it all mirrored what she had discovered within herself. But there was something more, something deeper that she hadn't yet uncovered. She wasn't sure if it was a presence, a force, or simply the weight of the journey, but she could feel it, a subtle but persistent pull. As she reached the archway, she stepped into a secluded glade. At the center of the glade stood a small stone altar, bathed in silver light. The air seemed to hum with a quiet energy, and Arya felt her heart beat faster. She had a sense that this was the final trial, the trial of the soul. And as she looked upon the altar, she knew she had no choice but to face whatever was waiting for her. The moment her feet crossed the threshold of the glade, the stillness of the air seemed to vibrate with life. The ground beneath her trembled slightly, as though the earth itself was reacting to her presence. The altar glowed brighter, and from it, a soft voice emerged, a voice that was both gentle and commanding, familiar yet distant. "Arya, the time has come," the voice said. It seemed to resonate within her, not just in her ears, but deep within her heart, as though it were speaking directly to her soul. The final trial awaits you. It is not a trial of fear or regret, nor is it a trial of the mind. It is a trial of the soul. Are you ready to embrace your true self? Aria's pulse quickened, but she felt no fear. There was only an overwhelming sense of calm as the voice spoke again, more softly this time. To proceed, you must answer a question, one that lies at the heart of who you are, who you were, and who you will become. The question is simple: what is it that you seek most in this life, Aria? What is it that you truly desire? The air around her grew still, and for a moment, she was lost in thought. The question hung in the air like a weight, one that pressed against her chest. It wasn't a question of what she wanted materially, of what she wished to possess or achieve. It was a question that struck to the very core of her being. What did she truly seek? The memories flooded her mind, both the painful and the beautiful. She thought of the love she had lost, the dreams she had put aside, the people she had once known. She thought of the journey she had taken through the garden, the lessons she had learned, the darkness she had faced. But through all of it, one thing remained constant. I seek peace, Aria said, her voice barely more than a whisper. I seek peace within myself. I want to know that I am enough, that I am worthy of love, and that I am at peace with my past, present, and future. As she spoke those words, the light from the altar intensified, casting the entire glade in a radiant glow. The voice spoke once more, this time filled with a sense of warmth and affirmation. Then it is done. You have passed the trial of the soul. Aria felt a profound sense of release, as though the weight of the world had been lifted from her shoulders. She felt lighter, freer, as if she were finally shedding the burdens she had carried for so long. The air around her was no longer thick with tension, but instead filled with a gentle, loving energy that seemed to fill her entire being. The altar before her began to glow even brighter, and suddenly, a small figure emerged from the light. At first, Aria thought it was a person, but as the figure came closer, she realized that it was something else, an ethereal being, its form shifting and changing like smoke, but with a calming, almost motherly presence. The being's eyes shone with a soft golden light, and its smile was warm and comforting. You have done well, Aria, the being said, its voice filled with love and compassion. You have faced your heart, your mind, and now your soul. You have shown strength, wisdom, and grace. The garden has served its purpose, and now it is time for you to return to the world. But know this, what you have learned here will stay with you always. The peace you seek is within you, and you can carry it with you into the world beyond these gates. Aria looked at the being, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for guiding me. The being's smile deepened. It is not we who guide, but you who choose the path. Remember, Aria, the garden is but a reflection of what you hold within. You are the keeper of your own peace. With those words, the garden around her seemed to fade, the soft whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves growing quieter, as though the very essence of the garden was retreating. The light from the altar dimmed, and the ethereal being slowly began to dissolve into the air. Aria stepped forward, her heart light and full, as the path before her opened up once more. The journey was over, and yet it felt as if it were only just beginning. She had found the peace she sought, not in the garden, not in the trials, but within herself. And now, she knew that she could carry that peace with her, wherever she went. With a final, quiet breath, Arya turned and walked toward the distant horizon, the moonlight shining gently on her path. The garden was behind her, but its lessons would stay with her forever. And as she stepped into the world beyond, she knew that she was ready to embrace whatever came next. Part 5. The Awakening of the Heart. Arya walked slowly, the soft, cool earth beneath her feet guiding her forward as she left the tranquil garden behind. Her mind still swirled with the wisdom she had gained, the lessons of peace and self-acceptance echoing in her thoughts. But there was something else, a stirring in her chest, a lightness that spread throughout her being. She could feel a shift, as though something deep within her heart had awakened. She had come to the garden seeking peace, but what she had found was far more profound. The moon hung high in the sky, its silver light bathing the world in a gentle glow. Arya's steps felt lighter than ever before, and the world around her seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for her next move. As she walked, the path that had once felt uncertain now appeared clear and full of possibility. Every breath she took seemed to fill her with a sense of calm that she had never known before. The weight of her worries and fears, once so overwhelming, had lifted, leaving only space for hope and possibility. The path led her toward a small clearing at the edge of the garden. As she approached, she noticed a figure standing in the distance, framed by the soft glow of the moonlight. It was a woman, tall and graceful, her silver hair flowing like a waterfall down her back. She stood there with an air of quiet dignity, her eyes closed, as though she were listening to something only she could hear. For a moment, Arya hesitated, unsure whether to approach. But something in the woman's presence called to her, urging her forward. The woman turned slowly, her eyes opening to reveal a deep, tranquil gaze that seemed to see right through Arya. There was no judgment, no expectation, only an acceptance that reached straight to her soul. She smiled gently as Arya came closer. "Arya," the woman said, her voice soft and melodic, like the gentle rustle of leaves in a breeze. "I have been waiting for you." "Who are you?" Arya asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. She felt no fear, only a deep sense of curiosity and wonder. "I am the guardian of the heart," the woman replied, her smile warm and knowing. "I have watched over this garden for many ages, guiding those who seek to awaken their true selves. But you, Arya, are different. You have already found your peace, and now, it is time for you to awaken to your fullest potential." Arya blinked, unsure of what the woman meant. "Awaken to my potential? But I feel so whole, so at peace. Is there more for me to discover?" The guardian nodded slowly, her expression filled with gentle understanding. "Peace is the first step, but there is more, Arya. There is a power within you, one that has been dormant for a long time. It is a power that comes from the heart that is the source of all creation, of all love and wisdom. It is time for you to awaken this power, to step fully into who you are meant to be." Arya's chest tightened as the words sank in. A power within her. She had always thought of herself as ordinary, as someone who had struggled to find her place in the world. But now, Standing before this guardian, she realized that she had been blind to her own strength. How do I awaken it? Arya asked, her voice trembling with anticipation. The guardian's smile deepened. You must first understand that the power of the heart is not something to be controlled or contained. It is not a force to be wielded for personal gain, but a flow, a current that connects all things. When you embrace your heart's true calling, you will find that the world around you changes. You will see the connections between all living things, and you will understand that everything is intertwined. That is the gift of the heart. Arya stood still, the weight of the guardian's words pressing against her. It was as though the very air around her had thickened, as if the world were holding its breath in anticipation. She closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythm of her heartbeat, the steady pulse that had always kept her alive. For the first time, she felt a deeper connection to that pulse, as though it were part of something much larger than herself. The guardian extended a hand, her fingers delicate and graceful. Place your hand upon your heart, Arya, she instructed. Feel the rhythm. Let it guide you. Arya hesitated for a moment, then slowly placed her hand over her chest. Her breath caught as a warmth spread from the center of her being, as though her heart were radiating energy. It was subtle at first, just a gentle warmth, but as she focused, the sensation grew stronger. She could feel it, this pulse of energy that flowed through her veins, that connected her to the earth beneath her feet, the sky above her head, and the world all around her. The power of the heart was not something external, it was something she had carried within her all along. The guardian nodded in approval. Now, you must release this energy into the world. Let it flow freely, without restriction. Arya took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She focused on the warmth in her chest, allowing it to expand outward. She felt it ripple through her body, filling her limbs with a sense of lightness, of possibility. The world around her seemed to shift, as though the very fabric of reality were bending to the rhythm of her heartbeat. She felt connected to everything, the trees, the animals, the very earth itself. With a final, steadying breath, she released the energy, sending it outward into the night. For a moment, everything was still, and then, as if in response, the air seemed to come alive with movement. The trees rustled softly, the flowers in the garden swayed as if they, too, were breathing in harmony with her. The world was awake, and Arya could feel herself becoming one with it. The guardian watched her with quiet approval. You have awakened the power of the heart, Arya. Now, you are ready. Ready for what? Arya asked, feeling both exhilarated and overwhelmed. Ready to live your truth, the guardian replied. Ready to share your love, your wisdom, and your peace with the world. This is not the end of your journey, but the beginning. You have learned to embrace the beauty of your heart, and now you will share that beauty with others. The world needs what you have to offer. Arya's heart swelled with emotion as she realized the enormity of the gift she had received. She had come to the garden seeking peace, but now she understood that peace was not a destination, it was a journey. And she was ready to take that journey, with an open heart and a newfound sense of purpose. The guardian smiled once more, a knowing and loving expression on her face. Remember, Arya, the garden will always be with you, as long as you carry its lessons in your heart. You are never truly alone. With those final words, the guardian slowly faded into the moonlight, her form dissolving like mist. The garden, too, seemed to retreat into the night, its presence lingering in Arya's heart, a quiet reminder of the peace and power she had found within herself. Arya stood alone in the clearing, her hand still pressed gently over her heart. She could feel the rhythm of her soul, steady and strong, guiding her forward. The world was waiting, and she was ready to embrace it. Part 6. The Path of the Heart. The first rays of the dawn sun broke through the horizon, casting a soft golden light over the world. Arya stood at the edge of the garden, her heart still thrumming with the energy of the night's revelations. The air around her felt different now, filled with an unfamiliar clarity, as if the very atmosphere had shifted in response to her awakening. The garden, still bathed in the glow of morning, seemed to hum with life, but there was no longer a need for Arya to stay within its boundaries. The lessons had been learned. Now, it was time to apply them. Arya took a deep breath, feeling the gentle pull of the earth beneath her feet, the steady rhythm of life pulsing through her veins. The path ahead of her was open, and though it was unknown, she no longer felt fear. For the first time, she felt certain that the world, with all its mysteries, was hers to explore. As she turned to leave the garden, something in the distance caught her eye. The narrow path leading out of the grove veered off to the left, where an ancient stone archway stood. It was half hidden by thick vines, as if it had been waiting there for her all this time, patient and silent. The stones were worn by time, their edges softened by years of neglect, but they still held a quiet majesty. There was something deeply inviting about it, a pull that Arya couldn't ignore. Curious, Arya stepped toward the archway. With each step, a sense of anticipation grew, the silence around her heavy with the weight of an unspoken promise. She reached out and brushed her fingers against the cold stone. As she did, a soft wind seemed to pass through the archway, carrying with it a fragrance of distant flowers, sweet and calming. She stepped through the arch without hesitation, drawn forward by the pull of the unknown. Beyond the archway lay a small path lined with ancient trees. The branches twisted overhead, their leaves forming a thick canopy that let in only slivers of sunlight. The atmosphere was serene, but there was also a strange sense of secrecy to the place. It felt as if the trees themselves were watching, waiting. As Arya ventured deeper into the shadowed woods, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the garden faded behind her. There was only the soft rustle of the leaves, the whisper of the wind. As she walked, Arya's thoughts began to settle. She was no longer focused on the lessons of the heart or the power she had awakened. Those things felt like they were embedded deep within her now, as natural as the beating of her heart. What lingered now was the sense of peace that had settled in her soul, the peace she had sought all her life. It was as if the path ahead was no longer something to fear, but something to embrace with open arms. Eventually, the path led to a clearing, and at the center of the clearing stood a small stone well. The well was ancient, its surface cracked and weathered, its stone walls covered in creeping moss. The water within the well was clear, but there was something unusual about the way it shimmered in the light. It almost seemed to glow, a faint silver-blue hue that reflected the sunlight in ways that defied explanation. Arya approached the well slowly, her curiosity piqued. She knelt beside it, gazing into the water. There was no reflection of her face, only the shifting depths, as if the well held a connection to something much deeper than mere earth. Something stirred in the water, and Arya leaned closer, her breath catching. A figure, faint and ethereal, began to emerge from the depths of the well. It was a woman, with features so delicate and translucent that she seemed almost part of the water itself. Her eyes glowed with an inner light, and her smile was gentle, filled with an understanding that transcended time. "Who are you?" Arya whispered, her voice trembling as she spoke. "What is this place?" The woman in the well spoke in a voice that was soft, as if carried by the very wind that rustled the leaves. "I am the keeper of the waters," she said, her voice resonating with a calm power that seemed to echo through the very air. "And this well is a doorway to the heart of the earth itself. It is a place where all who seek true wisdom may come to find answers." Arya's heart raced, her mind spinning with the implications. "I've learned so much," she said. "But what more is there for me to discover?" The keeper's smile deepened, her eyes sparkling with knowledge. "You have learned the way of the heart, but there is another way, the way of the earth. It is through the earth that you will learn to manifest your peace in the world around you. It is the way of grounding, of aligning yourself with the natural world and its rhythms." Arya felt a deep yearning rise within her, a desire to understand more. "How can I learn this way?" The keeper gestured toward the water, her fingers moving gracefully through the liquid as though she were weaving threads of knowledge. "Look into the waters," she said. "Let them show you what you seek." Arya's gaze followed the keeper's gesture, and she leaned over the edge of the well, staring into the shimmering depths. At first, she saw only her own reflection, pale skin and dark hair, her eyes wide with wonder. But then, something shifted. The water began to swirl, the surface rippling as though stirred by an unseen force. Gradually, images began to appear within the water. At first, they were vague, shadows, colors, shapes that seemed familiar, yet distant. But as Arya focused, the images became clearer, more defined. She saw herself standing in a vast, open field, surrounded by towering trees whose roots seemed to stretch deep into the earth. The wind blew gently through the grass, and the earth beneath her feet felt solid, alive. She was standing tall, her arms outstretched toward the sky, her heart wide open. The scene shifted, and she saw herself kneeling by a river, her hands submerged in the water as she reached toward a shimmering stone that rested beneath the surface. The water flowed around her, filling her with a sense of connection to something larger, something ancient. As the images faded, Arya was left with a deep understanding, a sense of knowing that washed over her like a wave. She understood now that the wisdom of the earth was not separate from the wisdom of the heart, they were one and the same. The earth was alive with energy. Just as she was, and to truly live in harmony with the world around her, she needed to ground herself in that energy. She needed to connect with the earth, to feel its rhythms and align herself with its power. The keeper's voice was gentle as she spoke again. "The earth will guide you, Arya. Trust in its wisdom. You are part of this world, and it is part of you. When you learn to honor the earth as you have learned to honor your heart, you will find a peace that is deeper than you can imagine." Arya nodded, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. She had found her place in the world, and now she knew how to walk that path with the earth beneath her feet. The well, the keeper, and the garden had all been guides, helping her to find her way home to herself. As she stood and turned to leave, she felt a final, gentle pull toward the garden. The path back was clear now, and she knew that she would carry the lessons of both heart and earth with her. It was time for her to return to the world, to share her newfound wisdom with others. And as she walked away from the well, the moon rising high in the sky above her, she felt more certain than ever that the peace she had found was not just for herself, it was something to be shared, a gift that would continue to grow and blossom. Part 7. The Healing Roots. Arya walked slowly, almost reverently, through the dense trees that bordered the path. The knowledge she had gained from the keeper at the well seemed to settle deeper with every step, as if the earth itself was accepting her new understanding, weaving its ancient wisdom into the very fabric of her being. The garden was now not just a sanctuary, but a living extension of her own soul. She could feel it, a quiet hum that resonated through the ground, rising up into her bones. As she walked, the stillness around her became more pronounced, and yet there was a certain warmth to the air, a feeling that the garden was not simply a place to retreat, but a place of living, breathing connection. The flowers and trees around her no longer seemed like mere plants, they were teachers, offering their presence and energy in support of her journey. The path ahead stretched into a small clearing, and Arya stopped in her tracks. Before her stood a grove of enormous, ancient trees, their trunks thick and twisted, their roots winding deep into the earth, some visible above the soil, others hidden in the shadows of the undergrowth. The air here felt heavier, charged with an almost mystical energy. There was a sense of reverence in the way the trees stood, as though they had witnessed centuries of secrets, their branches stretching high into the sky, interlacing to form a cathedral of living wood. Arya felt a sudden pull in her chest, a magnetic force that guided her toward the center of the grove. There, in the very heart of the trees, was a small stone circle, weathered stones arranged in a perfect circle, their surfaces carved with symbols she didn't recognize. They were ancient symbols, worn with time, but still glowing faintly in the twilight of the fading day. The air around her seemed to shift as she stepped into the circle. She could almost hear the whisper of the earth beneath her feet, the sound of ancient roots stirring, as if the land itself was aware of her presence. Arya felt herself sink deeper into the moment, her body relaxing into the quiet hum that filled the grove. It was a hum of healing, of renewal, and of transformation. She knelt at the center of the circle and closed her eyes, breathing deeply. She reached out, placing her hands on the cool stone beneath her, grounding herself in the energy that surged through the earth. She could feel it then, the pulse of the earth beneath her, steady and unwavering. It was as though she was connecting to something much larger than herself, tapping into the wellspring of life that had existed for eons. The symbols on the stones shifted, shimmering faintly, as if coming to life under her touch. The energy around her grew stronger, and Arya could feel it. The earth was speaking to her. The voice was not one she could hear with her ears, but one she could feel deep inside her heart. It was an ancient voice, soft and patient, and it filled her with an overwhelming sense of peace. The message was clear: you are a part of this earth, just as the trees and the stones are part of it. And you are not alone. The roots of the earth stretch beneath you, connecting all life together. Through this connection, you can heal, you can renew, and you can share your strength with others." Aria's heart swelled with understanding. It was the same wisdom she had learned from the keeper at the well, but it was now coming from the earth itself. This was the next step in her journey. The garden had guided her to this very moment, and now the earth was inviting her to take her place within its cycles of healing. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves above her, and as the wind brushed through the trees, she could feel the warmth of the sun fading, replaced by the cool of evening. She sat still, allowing herself to absorb the energy around her, feeling the roots of the earth as they entwined with her own. There was no need for words, only presence, being one with the earth and its cycles of life. As time passed, Aria's awareness deepened. She could feel the interconnectedness of all things, the roots that fed the trees, the wind that carried the seeds, the rain that nourished the soil. It was a delicate balance, one that Aria now understood in a way she had never known before. The garden had taught her the way of the heart. And now the earth was teaching her the way of the body, the way of the roots that kept her grounded and strong. When the moon finally rose high above the grove, Aria stood slowly, her body feeling light and full of energy. She took one last look at the stone circle, the symbols now glowing softly in the moonlight, and made her way back down the path. She felt a deep sense of gratitude for all she had learned, for the peace that now settled inside her. The lessons of the heart and the earth were intertwined, and she knew that she could carry them with her wherever she went. As Aria made her way back through the garden, the familiar paths felt different now. Each tree, each flower seemed to glow with an inner light, as if they too had been transformed by the wisdom of the earth. Aria smiled softly, feeling at home in the world in a way she never had before. She knew that the journey was far from over, but for the first time, she was not afraid. The world was a beautiful, mysterious place, and she was ready to walk its paths with open arms. The stars began to twinkle overhead, their soft light casting a gentle glow on the garden. Aria knew that this was only the beginning, that the garden, the earth, and the lessons she had learned would continue to guide her, always. And as she stepped forward, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a promise: the earth will always be with you, as long as you walk its path with an open heart. Part 8. The Hidden Path. As the night deepened, Aria continued her journey through the garden, now glowing softly under the pale light of the moon. Each step seemed to carry her deeper into the heart of the sanctuary, as though the garden itself was calling her, urging her to uncover more. The tranquil hum from earlier had grown stronger, resonating through her chest and into her bones. It felt as if the very air she breathed was laced with the wisdom of the earth. Aria's heart was lighter than it had ever been before. The lessons she had learned, the connection between herself, the earth, and the garden, had changed her. She now understood the symbiosis of life and death, growth and decay, and how everything was part of an endless, peaceful cycle. The wisdom of the keeper at the well, the energy of the stone circle, and the silent guidance of the trees had all woven together into a tapestry of knowledge that now seemed etched into the very core of her being. But even as she felt at peace, Aria knew there was more to discover. There was a part of the garden she had yet to explore, a part that had remained hidden from her, even though she had walked its paths countless times. It was a place she had always sensed in the back of her mind, a place that seemed just beyond her reach, but never quite accessible. Tonight, though, as she walked with the certainty of one who has unlocked a deeper understanding of the world around her. She felt the subtle pull of that hidden path. The wind, which had begun to rustle more urgently through the leaves, seemed to guide her toward it. Her feet moved instinctively, following a small, unmarked trail she had never noticed before. It wound its way through an archway of thick vines, leading her away from the familiar areas of the garden and toward an area that felt ancient, even in comparison to the old trees and stone circles. The air grew cooler as she moved deeper into the path. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, and the vibrant colors of the flowers faded into soft, muted hues. It was as though the garden had entered a dreamlike state, and she was now walking through a memory, something ancient and forgotten, yet waiting to be remembered. The deeper she ventured, the more her senses seemed to sharpen, and yet, there was a feeling of vulnerability here, as though the very earth around her was watching, waiting. The path narrowed as she walked, becoming more and more tangled with creeping ivy and brambles. The moonlight barely filtered through the thick canopy above, leaving the ground bathed in dim, silvery light. She moved carefully, her senses alert. Every step felt significant, and the air itself seemed to hum with anticipation. Then, just as she began to feel that the path might lead her nowhere, she saw it, a soft glow emanating from a small clearing ahead. Her heart quickened in her chest as she approached. The clearing was unlike anything else in the garden. The air was thick with a heavy stillness, and the ground was covered in moss that shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood a large, weathered stone, ancient and worn by time. The stone seemed to pulse with a soft energy, and as Arya drew closer, she could feel the power that radiated from it, ancient and untold. But it wasn't just the stone that drew her in, it was what lay at its base. A narrow, winding staircase, almost hidden beneath the moss and creeping vines, descended into the earth. Arya paused for a moment, her heart racing. This was the path she had sensed, the one that had eluded her for so long. She could feel the pull of the earth below, calling her, inviting her to venture deeper. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, gently pushing aside the vines that concealed the entrance. The staircase appeared ancient, the stone worn smooth by the passage of time, and yet it felt sturdy, as if it had been waiting for her all this time. Her hand brushed the cold stone of the railing as she descended, the air growing cooler with each step. The hum of the garden above her seemed to fade, replaced by a deeper, more resonant vibration that echoed from the earth itself. The staircase spiraled downward, and the further she descended, the more the air around her thickened. It felt as though she was entering a different world altogether. A place where time itself held no sway. The stillness was overwhelming, and Arya couldn't help but feel as though she was walking into a forgotten realm, a place untouched by the passage of centuries. Finally, the stairs opened into a large underground chamber. The walls were lined with the same mossy stone, glowing faintly in the dim light. The space was vast, but there was a feeling of warmth here, as though the earth itself was embracing her, welcoming her into this hidden place. At the center of the chamber was an altar, ancient and covered in vines and roots that had woven themselves around the stone. The altar seemed to pulse with energy, its surface etched with symbols Arya had never seen before. Yet they felt familiar, as though they were woven into the very fabric of her being. Arya felt drawn to the altar, her footsteps carrying her forward as though guided by an unseen hand. As she reached out to touch the surface, she felt a surge of energy course through her body. It was not overwhelming, but gentle, almost like a whisper of the earth's deepest secrets being shared with her. The symbols on the altar began to glow, each one radiating a different color: deep emerald greens, soft blues, and rich purples, all swirling together in a harmonious dance. The air seemed to thrum with a quiet, powerful rhythm, and Arya closed her eyes, feeling the energy wash over her. She understood now. This was the source of the garden's power, the roots of the earth that connected all things. This was the heart of the garden, the place where the cycles of life and death, of growth and decay, converged. She knelt before the altar, her hands resting gently on the stone. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her, steady and strong. It was a pulse that resonated through every living thing, from the tallest tree to the smallest flower. She understood now that the garden was not just a place of beauty, it was a place of balance, of harmony, and of transformation. And it was in this hidden, sacred space that the true power of the garden resided. Arya closed her eyes, her mind at peace as the energy of the garden flowed through her. She knew that she had found what she had been seeking. The garden had opened its deepest secrets to her, and she was now a part of its eternal cycle. She stood slowly, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for everything the garden had shown her, for the lessons it had imparted, and for the peace it had brought into her life. With a final glance at the altar, Arya turned and began to climb back up the spiral staircase, knowing that the journey she had started was far from over. The hidden path had led her to the heart of the garden, and now she would carry its wisdom with her always. As she emerged back into the garden, the moonlight seemed brighter, the flowers more vibrant. The hum of the earth was stronger now, resonating within her. Arya smiled softly to herself, knowing that she was no longer just a visitor in the garden, she was a part of it, as it was a part of her. And as she walked back through the garden, the wind whispered once more through the trees, carrying the ancient message: the journey continues, and the garden will always guide you. Part 9. The Garden's Embrace. As Arya stepped into the soft moonlight once more, the garden seemed to have transformed. The path before her was brighter, more defined, and the air carried a new sweetness, an almost tangible sense of life. The once subtle hum that had resonated through her bones now seemed louder, like the gentle song of the earth itself, alive with energy. She had stepped deeper into the heart of the garden, but now, with the hidden path behind her and the ancient altar's wisdom coursing through her veins, she felt as though the entire garden was awakening with her. She paused at the edge of a clearing, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. The garden had always been beautiful, filled with flowers, trees, and vibrant life, but now it felt like a living, breathing entity. The flowers in the clearing shone brighter, the colors more vivid, almost as though they were responding to her presence. But it wasn't just the flowers, everything in the garden seemed to radiate a sense of peace and contentment. The tall trees that stood as silent guardians around her seemed to bow their branches slightly, as if acknowledging her presence. The wind, once a mere whisper, was now a gentle breath, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and the faintest trace of lavender. It felt as though the garden had always been waiting for her, and now that she had found its secrets, it was ready to share them. Arya took a deep breath, feeling the air fill her lungs, revitalizing her. It was as though every cell in her body was waking up, responding to the energy that surrounded her. The coolness of the night was balanced by the warmth of the earth beneath her feet, and the sounds of the garden, birds singing in the distance, the rustling of leaves, mingled with the rhythmic hum she had come to understand so deeply. It was a sound that spoke of eternity, of cycles that stretched back as far as time itself. She closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the garden's energy to wash over her completely. The images of the stone altar, the hidden staircase, and the ancient symbols were imprinted on her mind. A map to the deeper layers of the garden she had unlocked. But there was something more now, something beyond the tangible, something ethereal. It was as if the very garden had begun to communicate with her on a different level. A soft voice, as delicate as the breeze, whispered to her, though it was not in words. It was an understanding, a message carried on the wind. The cycle is unbroken, and you are now one with it. The balance between growth and decay, life and death, is your responsibility. The garden has always been, and will always be, an extension of the earth's breath. And now, you too will carry its legacy. Aria's heart skipped a beat, not from fear, but from a deep understanding. She had been part of the garden before, but now she was part of something much larger. The garden had always been a place of beauty, but now it had become a living, breathing entity that reached into the very fabric of the universe, a keeper of all that was and all that would ever be. She smiled, a soft, content smile, and took another step forward. The path before her seemed to open up, revealing a small bridge that crossed a sparkling stream. The water beneath it was so clear that she could see the smooth stones lining the bottom, and the faint glow of the moon seemed to give the water an ethereal sheen. It was as though the stream itself was a part of the garden's heartbeat, its pulse flowing alongside hers. As Arya crossed the bridge, she noticed the willow tree on the other side. Its long branches hung low, brushing against the surface of the water. It was the same tree she had seen earlier in her journey, but it looked even more majestic now. The tree's bark was twisted, and its leaves shimmered in the moonlight, almost as if it were made of silver. There was a sense of ancient wisdom in its presence, something timeless and enduring. Arya approached the tree, her steps soft on the mossy ground. She reached out a hand and placed it gently on the trunk. A wave of warmth surged through her, and she felt as though the tree had recognized her, that it had accepted her as part of its world. She closed her eyes, letting the connection deepen. It was as though she could feel the roots of the tree intertwining with her own, as though she were drawing strength from the earth itself. The tree's branches swayed gently in the wind, and its whisper seemed to join with the song of the garden, carrying the same message: balance must be maintained. Growth cannot exist without the passage of time, and time cannot exist without death. Life is a cycle, and you, child of the garden, are its keeper. Arya nodded, feeling the truth of the words resonate within her. She understood now that her journey was far from over. The garden had shared its secrets with her, but it was only the beginning of a much larger path. One that would intertwine her life with the gardens, a life of balance, of respect, and of growth, but there was still more to learn. She had uncovered one of the garden's deepest secrets, but there were other layers waiting to be uncovered, other mysteries to solve. And though the peace she felt now was overwhelming, there was still a feeling that something new was about to unfold, something that would change her life in ways she could not yet understand. She took a final deep breath, the weight of her new responsibilities settling in. It was time to continue the journey. As Arya turned to leave the willow tree, the path before her began to glow even brighter, the flowers along its edge blooming in time with the steady rhythm of her heart. The garden was guiding her once more, leading her deeper into its world. There was still so much to discover, and so, with the garden's whispers echoing softly in her ears, Arya walked onward, knowing that each step brought her closer to understanding the true nature of the tranquil garden, and to the eternal cycle that connected all life. Part 10. The Eternal Harmony. Arya's steps were light as she continued along the glowing path, the soft whisper of the wind weaving through the trees like a symphony, coaxing the secrets of the garden to unravel just a little more. The air was rich with the scent of jasmine, lavender, and the faintest hint of something unknown, something ancient, like a memory buried deep within the earth. It was here, in this sanctuary of nature, that she had begun to understand her purpose. The garden had chosen her, and she had accepted the responsibility. With every step, the garden seemed to reveal more, as though she were unlocking hidden chambers in its soul. The flowers, once mere blossoms, now seemed to sing in harmony, each petal a note in a delicate melody. The trees stood taller, their branches more intricate, their bark smooth and warm beneath her fingers. The stones along the path sparkled faintly, as if touched by the hand of an invisible artist. The garden had always been beautiful, but now, it had become a living, breathing reflection of the universe itself. At the end of the path, a clearing opened up, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. Here, the garden's heartbeat pulsed in sync with her own. In the center of the clearing stood a massive stone fountain, its waters clear and still, yet vibrant with the same energy that permeated the air. The fountain was unlike any she had seen before. Its design was intricate. Its stonework smooth and polished as though it had been crafted by hands long forgotten. She approached it slowly, her heart fluttering with a mixture of awe and reverence. The fountain was not just a source of water, it was a vessel, a conduit that connected the garden to the world beyond. She could feel it in her very bones, the way the energy of the earth flowed through the fountain and into the land, feeding the roots of every tree, every flower, every leaf. It was the pulse of life itself, a continuous flow that sustained the harmony of the garden and all that lived within it. But as she stood before the fountain, something shifted in the air. The energy around her seemed to change, becoming more vibrant, more intense. The hum that had filled the garden, the song of life, suddenly grew louder, and the wind picked up, swirling around her like a dance. She looked down at the water in the fountain, and as if answering her unspoken thoughts, the surface rippled, the moonlight caught the ripples, casting shadows and reflections that seemed to dance and shift in time with her breath. The fountain's waters began to glow, first faintly, then more brightly, until they were bathed in an ethereal light. It was as though the fountain had become alive, its own rhythm syncing with the pulse of the earth. Arya stepped closer, drawn by the fountain's glow, and as she reached out to touch the water, a voice spoke to her. It was soft, gentle, yet filled with an undeniable power. "You have come far, child of the garden," it said, its tone reverberating through her chest. "The path you have walked has brought you closer to the heart of all things, to the sacred balance that exists between growth and decay. But the journey does not end here." The words hung in the air, their weight sinking into her mind. Arya paused, her hand hovering above the water. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice trembling with anticipation. The garden's work is never done, the voice responded, its sound like the rustle of leaves in the wind. Just as the seasons change, so too must the guardians. The balance you have embraced, the harmony you have found, must continue to be nurtured. It is a responsibility, not a burden, for you are now one with the garden. Its pulse is your pulse, its breath is your breath. And it will be your task to ensure that the cycle remains unbroken. Arya felt a rush of emotion, a mix of pride and fear, joy and uncertainty. She had always felt a deep connection to this place, but now, standing before the fountain, she understood the depth of her bond. The garden was not just a sanctuary, it was a living entity, and she was now its caretaker. But how? She whispered, her voice filled with wonder. How can I fulfill such a task? The water in the fountain began to swirl. And the voice answered, this time with a warmth that enveloped her like a comforting embrace. You have the knowledge within you. The garden's energy is part of you now. Trust in that connection. The garden will guide you, as it has always guided those who walked its paths before you. You must learn to listen, to the rustling of the trees, to the whisper of the leaves, to the hum of the earth beneath your feet. Everything has a voice, if you are willing to hear it. Arya closed her eyes, letting the words sink in. She felt the energy of the garden thrumming through her, felt its ancient rhythm deep within her bones. It was as if the earth itself was alive with secrets, waiting for her to uncover them. She had been chosen for this task, and though it was daunting, she knew she would not face it alone. The garden, the fountain, the trees, the flowers, all of it would be with her, guiding her every step of the way. She took a deep breath, her hand finally touching the water's surface. The coolness of the liquid was soothing, and as her fingers brushed against it, a wave of peace washed over her. She could feel the pulse of the garden in the water, a steady rhythm that matched the beat of her heart. The garden is yours to protect, the voice said softly, but you are not alone. All who seek the peace of this place will find it. And in turn, they will give back to the garden. The cycle continues. And with each soul that passes through its gates, the garden grows stronger, its harmony deeper. Arya nodded, a sense of resolve settling over her. She would not fail the garden. She would be its guardian, its protector, its caretaker. She would listen to the whispers of the earth and heed the call of the winds. And in doing so, she would ensure that the garden would continue to bloom, forever bound to the cycles of life, death, and renewal. As she turned away from the fountain, she felt the garden's energy surround her like a protective cloak, its warmth and peace filling her heart. The moonlight shimmered through the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. The song of the garden, now fully awakened, echoed in the distance, a promise of harmony, of balance, of life eternal, and with that, Arya knew her journey had only just begun. The watcher on the ridge, in the remote highlands of Invermere, a lone cabin perched precariously on the edge of a ridge overlooked a vast expanse of untamed wilderness. The locals called the area Raven's Crest, for the black birds that circled the ridge in endless spirals, their cries echoing across the valley. Few dared venture near the cabin, not because of its isolation, but because of the stories. Tales of the Watcher had persisted for generations, a silent figure who appeared in the distance, watching from the shadows, never moving, yet always present. For Iris, the stories were little more than folklore, fascinating but unconvincing. A budding photographer with a taste for the macabre. She saw the cabin as the perfect subject for her next project. When she arrived in Invermere, the locals were quick to warn her off Raven's Crest. "The watcher doesn't take kindly to strangers," an elderly shopkeeper cautioned, his weathered hands trembling as he rang up her supplies. Iris dismissed the warnings with a polite smile. She had spent years chasing urban legends and ghost stories, and none had proven real. Arrival at the cabin, the journey to the cabin was treacherous. A narrow dirt road wound its way through dense pine forests, the air growing colder with every mile. By the time Iris reached the cabin, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting the landscape in hues of gold and shadow. The cabin was as eerie as she had hoped, its wooden walls weathered and its windows clouded with grime. A rusted wind chime hung by the door, its discordant notes carried on the breeze. Inside, the cabin was Spartan but functional. A single room held a bed, a table, and a fireplace, its hearth filled with ashes. Iris set up her equipment, arranging cameras and tripods to capture the surroundings. As she worked, she felt a strange sensation, as though the cabin itself was watching her. She shook off the thought and focused on her task. The first night, the night was unsettlingly quiet. Accustomed to the sounds of city life, Iris found the silence oppressive. She lit a fire and settled into the creaking bed. Her camera positioned by the window to capture the ridge. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by strange dreams of shadowy figures and distant whispers. At some point in the night, she woke to the sound of the wind chime, its notes sharp and insistent. Iris peered out the window. The ridge was bathed in moonlight, and for a moment, everything seemed still. Then she saw it. A figure stood on the ridge, its outline stark against the sky. It was too far to discern details, but there was no mistaking the human shape. The figure didn't move, didn't react to her gaze. It simply stood there, watching. A chill ran down her spine. Iris reached for her camera and snapped several photos. When she looked back, the figure was gone, the watcher. The following morning, Iris reviewed the photos. The figure was visible in each shot, its posture unchanged. She couldn't shake the feeling that it had been aware of her, even from such a distance. Determined to uncover the truth, she spent the day exploring the ridge. The terrain was rugged, the ground littered with rocks and gnarled roots. She found no sign of footprints or disturbances, as though the figure had never been there. That night, the watcher returned. This time, it was closer, standing at the edge of the forest that bordered the cabin. Iris watched it through her lens, her heart pounding. She called out, but the figure made no response. It simply stood there, an unyielding silhouette in the dark. Over the next several nights, the watcher's visits became a grim routine. Each time, it appeared closer, inching toward the cabin with unnerving patience. By the fifth night, it was standing at the edge of the clearing, its features obscured but its presence undeniable. Iris's fear had turned to obsession. She documented every encounter, filling her camera's memory card with images of the watcher. The discovery, desperate for answers, Iris delved into the history of Raven's Crest. In the library of Invermere, she unearthed old records and newspaper clippings. The cabin had once belonged to a reclusive artist named Elias Kane, who vanished without a trace nearly 50 years ago. Locals claimed that Kane had been driven mad by his isolation, consumed by visions of a silent companion who watched him from the ridge. Iris found one of Kane's sketches in an old journal. It depicted a figure strikingly similar to the Watcher, its form rendered in harsh, angular lines. Beneath the drawing, Kane had scrawled a single phrase, "It waits for me, confrontation." On the seventh night, the Watcher stood mere feet from the cabin. Iris's fear had reached a breaking point. Armed with a flashlight and a knife, she stepped outside, her breath visible in the cold night air. The Watcher didn't move as she approached, its stillness almost unnatural. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice trembling. The figure remained silent. Iris shone her flashlight directly at it, but the beam seemed to pass through, illuminating nothing but empty air. And yet, the Watcher was there, an absence that defied explanation. The wind chime clanged violently, and Iris felt a surge of dizziness. The world around her seemed to blur, the stars swirling overhead. When she regained her bearings, the Watcher was gone, the truth revealed. Iris fled the cabin the next morning, her nerves frayed. Back in Invermere, she developed her final roll of film. As she examined the photographs, a horrifying realization struck her. In each image, the Watcher was not a distinct entity but a shadow, a perfect outline of her own figure. The legend of the Watcher took on a new meaning. It was not an external force but a manifestation of the observer, a reflection of the fears and doubts they carried within. Iris's obsession had given it form, and now, it was a part of her. The Watcher lives on. Iris never returned to Raven's Crest, but the Watcher never left her. In quiet moments, she would see its silhouette in her peripheral vision, standing motionless in the shadows. The photos she had taken remained locked away, a chilling reminder of the price she had paid for her curiosity. The cabin still stands on the ridge, its wind chime rusted and silent. Locals say the Watcher continues to appear, its presence an eternal mystery. Some believe it is waiting for the next soul brave, or foolish, enough to seek it out. Others say it is always there, a shadow that lingers on the edge of sight, watching and waiting. The Whispering Stars, Part 1, The First Call. The small village of Solis Grove was a place hidden in the embrace of towering pine forests. Surrounded by the misty mountains, it was a quiet, unassuming town that most people would never think twice about. Yet, for some, it was the perfect home, a place where the stars glittered above and whispered their secrets to those who were willing to listen. Evelyn had lived in Solis Grove her entire life, and every night, she would stand at the edge of the village, her eyes drifting toward the endless blanket of stars that spread across the sky. From an early age, Evelyn had felt an inexplicable pull toward the stars. Her grandmother, who had raised her after the tragic loss of her parents when she was a child, would tell her stories of the sky. She spoke of the whispering stars, celestial beings that could communicate with those who listened closely enough. "Never stop looking at the sky, Evelyn," her grandmother would often say. "The stars are more than distant lights. They hold the secrets of the universe, and if you listen carefully, they will speak to you." Evelyn, though skeptical, had never dismissed her grandmother's tales. She had grown up with them, finding comfort in the stories, even if they felt like mere fairy tales. But as she grew older, Evelyn began to notice strange occurrences in the sky above Solis Grove, patterns in the stars that shifted in ways that could not be explained. It was as if the constellations themselves were trying to communicate, but only with her. One summer evening, as she walked along the familiar paths that wove through the village, the night air cool against her skin, Evelyn felt it again. The sensation, a light breeze on the back of her neck, a murmur, like the softest of whispers, carried on the wind. She looked up, her breath catching in her throat as she gazed at the stars. There, among the constellations, something shifted. A star blinked, fading briefly before shining brighter than before. Then, another followed suit. They seemed to pulse, their light waxing and waning like a heartbeat. "Can you hear us?" A voice, soft, melodic, yet faint, drifted to her ears, carried on the wind. Evelyn froze, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. She couldn't be sure if she had truly heard the voice or if it was merely her imagination. But the words felt so real, so vivid. She had heard stories of people who had claimed to communicate with the stars, but she never thought she would be one of them. "Who's there?" She whispered, her voice barely audible against the rustling of the trees. The voice answered, not with words, but with a rush of sensations, images, emotions, a feeling of deep calm followed by an overwhelming sense of urgency. The stars twinkled brighter, and Evelyn could swear she saw them dancing in the sky. "Weaving a tapestry of light, we have been waiting," the voice murmured again, this time clearer. "The time has come, Evelyn. The whispering stars have chosen you." Part 2, The Celestial Guide. As the days passed, Evelyn's connection to the stars grew stronger. Every night, she returned to the spot where the stars had first spoken to her, yearning for answers. The whispers came more frequently, no longer faint but clear and insistent, as if the stars themselves were calling to her, urging her to listen. The voice had a name, Lyriel. It was not a name Evelyn recognized, yet it felt familiar, as if it belonged to someone, or something, that had always been there. Lyriel claimed to be a guide, a celestial being that existed beyond the realms of human comprehension. She told Evelyn that the stars had always been watching over the world, quietly influencing events, guiding humanity through the ages. And now, they had chosen her to play a crucial role in a grand cosmic plan. "They have chosen you, Evelyn, because you have the ability to hear," Lyriel said one night, her voice clear as a bell ringing through the stillness. "The stars have always spoken, but only a few are able to listen. You are one of them. You have a gift, and it is time for you to embrace it." But what did this gift mean? Evelyn was terrified. She had no idea what role the stars had in mind for her, nor did she understand the depth of their power. How could someone like her, a simple village girl, have anything to offer in a cosmic plan? Lyriel's voice soothed her, understanding her fears. "You are not alone, Evelyn. The stars are not distant. They are connected to you and to every living being on this earth. The power you have is not one of domination, but of understanding. You can see what others cannot. You can hear the whispers that others are blind to." With each passing night, the stars seemed to reveal more of themselves to Evelyn. At times, they spoke of ancient events, of civilizations long forgotten and mysteries that span the fabric of time. But at other times, they spoke of the future, their light flickering with glimpses of possibilities. Like fragments of a dream. They warned her, too, of an impending darkness, a shadow that threatened to eclipse the stars themselves. "It is coming, Evelyn," Liriel's voice had said, growing more urgent. "The balance is shifting. You must prepare." Part 3, The Hidden Truth. One night, as Evelyn sat beneath the vast, open sky, a new star appeared, different from all the others. Its light was not white, but a deep violet, casting an eerie glow across the sky. As it twinkled, it seemed to beckon her, its light flickering in a rhythm that matched the pounding of her own heart. Evelyn felt a sudden surge of fear. This star was unlike the others. It was as though it were alive, as if it were aware of her. "Liriel?" Evelyn whispered, her voice trembling. The voice responded, softer than ever. "The star you see is not what it seems. It is the harbinger of what is to come. Do not fear it, but understand its message." As Evelyn stared at the violet star, she felt an overwhelming compulsion to step forward, to reach out to it. The wind had picked up, and the trees around her began to sway, their branches creaking like old bones. Her feet moved on their own, carrying her to the edge of the forest where the stars seemed to pulse in time with her steps. When she reached the clearing, the air grew thick, almost tangible. She felt as though she were no longer in the village, as though the very world around her had shifted. The ground beneath her feet seemed to vibrate with energy, the air thick with a strange hum. The violet star's light intensified, and Evelyn could feel the power emanating from it, pulling her toward it. She raised her hand and, in a trance, touched the air just beneath the star. Immediately, a surge of energy coursed through her, and her vision blurred. Images of an ancient battle flooded her mind, warriors with weapons forged from light, fighting against an enemy shrouded in shadow. She saw civilizations fall, the stars themselves dimming as the darkness spread. The stars she had always loved, the whispers she had heard, were all part of a battle older than time itself. A battle between the light of the stars and the encroaching darkness that sought to devour them. "The time has come," Liriel whispered, her voice now distant and mournful. "You must choose, Evelyn. The stars cannot fight this battle alone." Evelyn's heart raced. She understood now, the whispers of the stars, the calling that had led her here, were not just tales. They were warnings. She had been chosen not only to hear the stars, but to protect them. With a final breath, Evelyn closed her eyes, feeling the weight of her destiny settle upon her shoulders. The future was uncertain, and the battle ahead would be nothing short of impossible. But she was no longer afraid. The stars had chosen her for a reason, and she would stand beside them, no matter what, as she stood in the clearing. The whispering stars above her, the night sky opened up, revealing the vast, infinite expanse of space beyond. A new chapter of her life had begun, and she was ready. Part 5, The Light of the Fallen Star. The village of Solis Grove had always been a quiet place, nestled on the edge of the forest, where the moonlight painted the trees in silver and the winds whispered softly through the leaves. But after Evelyn's encounter with the darkness in the clearing, the village felt different. The air was thick with an unsettling heaviness, as though the night itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. Evelyn had not slept since that night. She wandered the village streets, unable to shake the cold touch of the figure's words. The darkness was real. It was coming, and it would not be stopped by mere human will. The stars had chosen her for something. But what? What could one person do against the ancient power of the shadow that had claimed so much of the universe? She had returned to her small cottage that night, but sleep had not come. Instead, she had spent hours poring over the ancient texts and scrolls she had collected from the old library in the village. She had searched for anything, any scrap of information, that could help her understand what the darkness was, and how to stop it. But the answers eluded her, hidden somewhere deep in the vast expanse of forgotten knowledge. Then, late one night, after another long and fruitless search, something caught her eye, a small, forgotten scroll, tucked away in the back of the library's oldest shelf. It was old, its parchment cracked and faded, but the markings were unlike anything Evelyn had seen before. They shimmered faintly, as though the ink itself was alive. She unfurled the scroll with trembling hands, her heart racing in anticipation. The text was in a language she didn't recognize, but there was a symbol at the top of the page, a symbol that looked like a constellation of stars arranged in a circular shape. The ink seemed to glow in the dim light of the room, and Evelyn's pulse quickened as she traced the lines with her fingers. The scroll spoke of an ancient ritual, one that was said to be the last hope for the stars when they faced a threat like the darkness. It was a ritual lost to time, forgotten by all who had once known it. But the words on the scroll were clear. The ritual required a single person, a chosen one, who could stand in the heart of the darkest place and channel the light of the stars, using their own soul as a conduit. The ritual would be dangerous, but it was the only way to push back the shadows and restore balance. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. She was the chosen one. The stars had called her. This was the answer she had been searching for, but there was a catch. The ritual required a price. A great sacrifice. A life given willingly to the stars, to fuel the light that would banish the darkness. As she read the final lines, her heart sank. The ritual was a gamble, a choice between saving the stars and losing herself forever. The light would push back the darkness, but the price would be steep. She sat in silence, the weight of the decision pressing down on her chest. Could she do it? Could she give up everything to save the stars and the world? Her mind raced, but there was no easy answer. She had always known there was a cost to her connection with the stars, but she had never imagined it would come to this. The darkness had taken so much already. Could she sacrifice herself for the greater good? Suddenly, a soft voice whispered in her ear, as clear as the night wind, "You don't have to do this alone." Evelyn's head snapped up. Her eyes wide. She wasn't alone in the room. Standing in the doorway was a figure, cloaked in soft silver light. It was a woman, but not a woman Evelyn recognized. Her face was ageless, and her eyes shimmered with the same light as the stars themselves. "You have been chosen," the woman said, her voice calm and reassuring. "But you are not without help." Evelyn stood, her legs unsteady beneath her. "Who are you?" "I am the keeper of the stars," the woman replied. "I have watched over the heavens for millennia. And I have watched over you, Evelyn. You are stronger than you realize. The stars did not choose you by accident. They have seen the strength in your heart, the courage in your soul. Evelyn took a step forward, the confusion in her mind turning into a spark of hope. How can I stop the darkness? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper of the stars stepped closer, her presence filling the room with a soft, comforting warmth. You will need to find the light of the fallen star. It is the key to completing the ritual. It is the last piece of the puzzle. The light of the fallen star. Evelyn repeated, her heart pounding. What is that? The keeper's eyes gleamed, and for the first time, Evelyn saw a flicker of something ancient, something wise. It is a star that fell to earth long ago, and its light still lingers. The darkness seeks it, for it holds the power to stop its reign. But only a true heart can awaken it. Evelyn's mind raced. The light of the fallen star. It sounded like the key to everything she had been searching for. But where was it? How could she find it? Where do I find it? She asked, her voice steady now. How do I awaken the light? The keeper smiled, a gentle but knowing smile. You must travel to the heart of the forgotten forest. There, in the ancient glade, you will find the star. But be warned, the path is treacherous, and the darkness will do everything in its power to stop you. The time to act is now. Evelyn nodded, her resolve hardening. She had no choice. She would find the fallen star. She would face whatever dangers lay ahead. And she would stop the darkness, but as the keeper began to fade, her final words lingered in the air. Remember, Evelyn. The light comes at a cost. Be prepared to sacrifice what you hold most dear. And with that, the keeper of the stars disappeared into the light, leaving Evelyn alone with her thoughts and the weight of the task ahead. Part 6. The Forgotten Forest. The morning after the keeper's visit, Evelyn stood at the edge of the forgotten forest, the thick trees looming before her like ancient sentinels. The fog that clung to the ground swirled in the early morning light, as though the forest itself was breathing. The air was still, and the only sound was the faint rustle of leaves high above, where the birds had yet to stir. The keeper's words echoed in her mind, a constant reminder of the gravity of her mission. The light of the fallen star. It was the key to banishing the darkness, but to find it, she would have to traverse the heart of the forgotten forest, a place shrouded in mystery and legend. Many had entered the forest before her, seeking its treasures, seeking its secrets. Few had returned, and those who did were often never the same again. Evelyn was no stranger to the forest. She had spent many childhood days exploring its outskirts, wandering through the familiar trails that had led to the villages and the small fields beyond. But this was different. The forest now seemed alive with an energy she couldn't explain, a presence that watched her every step, waiting. Stay calm, she whispered to herself, taking a steadying breath. She didn't know what awaited her within, but she had no choice but to press on. There was no turning back now. As she stepped into the forest, the temperature dropped. The canopy above blocked out much of the sunlight, casting the path before her in a dim, shadowed glow. Every step she took was muffled by the thick carpet of moss that seemed to soften the earth beneath her boots. The trees loomed overhead, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like fingers, as though the forest itself was trying to pull her deeper into its heart. The path ahead grew narrower as she ventured further, the trees closing in around her. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the oppressive silence was broken only by the occasional creak of branches and the distant, eerie call of unseen creatures. Her hand instinctively reached for the small pendant around her neck. A gift from her mother when she was a child. It was an ancient symbol, one that her family had passed down for generations, and though Evelyn had never known its full meaning, it had always brought her comfort. Now, it felt like a tiny beacon of warmth in the encroaching darkness. She had been walking for hours, or perhaps it had only been minutes. Time seemed to bend in the forest, as if it no longer obeyed the rules of the world outside. Her legs were growing tired, and the weight of the journey was beginning to press down on her. Every few minutes, she glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see the forest closing in behind her, trapping her in its depths, and then, without warning, the air shifted. The shadows around her deepened, and the wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of something ancient, something powerful. The forest was no longer silent. A low hum seemed to rise from the ground beneath her feet, resonating through the trees like the voice of something vast, something older than time itself. Evelyn's heart quickened as she looked around, her senses on high alert. She had heard the stories, the warnings from the elders, the whispered legends of the forest's guardians. The forest was not simply a place, it was alive, and it protected its secrets with a fierce, unyielding will. Her eyes scanned the trees, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. Only the deepening darkness and the unsettling hum that filled the air. She felt as though she was being watched, as though something, or someone, was waiting just beyond the edge of her vision. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, stepping out from behind a large oak tree. Evelyn froze, her breath catching in her throat. The figure was tall, cloaked in shadow, and its features were obscured by the darkness that surrounded it. But there was something familiar about it. Something in the way it moved, something that tugged at the back of her mind. The figure stepped closer, and Evelyn instinctively took a step back. The presence was overpowering, its very essence seemed to seep into the air, filling the space with an unnatural chill. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice trembling, though she tried to keep her tone steady. The figure didn't respond, but it did not move either. It stood perfectly still, as though waiting for her to make the next move. Evelyn could feel the pull of the figure, as though it was drawing her in. Her heart raced, and a strange compulsion washed over her, urging her to step forward. But she resisted. Something was wrong. The energy in the air was thick with malice, and the figure was no ally. It was not here to help. Summoning all her courage, Evelyn took another step back. "I won't let you stop me," she muttered, though she wasn't sure who she was speaking to. The figure had no face, no features to give it form, yet she felt it watching her, judging her, and then, without warning, the figure lunged. Evelyn gasped and stumbled back, barely avoiding the shadowy grasp that reached for her. She ran, her legs carrying her faster than she thought possible, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The trees blurred around her, and the hum in the air grew louder, more oppressive. She could feel the forest itself closing in, the branches reaching for her, trying to trap her. As she ran, she heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind her, echoing through the forest like the heartbeat of some ancient creature. She didn't dare look back. She only ran. Her heart pounding in her chest, her feet barely touching the ground as she fled through the darkened woods. The path seemed to twist and turn, leading her deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest, until everything around her was a blur of shadows and twisted branches. The hum of the forest grew louder, until it was a deafening roar in her ears, and the darkness pressed in on her from all sides. And then, just as she thought she could run no more, the forest opened up before her. She stumbled into a clearing, the moonlight spilling down like a waterfall, casting everything in an eerie silver glow. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone altar, overgrown with vines and moss. At the altar's base, she saw a faint light, flickering like a dying star. Evelyn felt her pulse quicken as she approached the altar. This was it. This was where the fallen star lay, but the figure from the shadows was still behind her, closing in fast. And Evelyn knew, in that moment, that there would be no turning back. Part 7. The light of the fallen star. The clearing was eerily still, save for the distant rustling of the trees and the low hum that now seemed to vibrate within her bones. Evelyn stood at the edge of the stone altar, staring down at the flickering light that seemed to pulse from within it. It was a pale, ethereal glow, almost like the light of a distant star, so faint and fragile that she feared it might vanish if she made a sound too loud, or moved too suddenly. The shadowy figure was close now, its presence like a weight pressing down on her, dragging the air from her lungs. Evelyn could hear its soft, uneven breathing as it stepped closer, the footsteps crunching on the dry ground beneath its feet. She didn't dare turn to face it, for fear that the moment she did, it would pounce, taking her, swallowing her whole. The altar before her seemed to beckon, an ancient relic calling her towards it. Evelyn's heart raced, her thoughts swimming with fear and confusion. The keeper's words echoed in her mind. The light of the fallen star. It is your only hope. Her hand trembled as she reached toward the altar, fingers brushing against the cold stone. The light grew brighter with her touch, illuminating the clearing in a soft, soothing glow. For a moment, she thought she saw the shape of a figure, no, something more, hovering just beyond the light. The pale outline of a face, a pair of eyes gazing back at her from the darkness. But the figure in the shadows behind her was the more immediate danger. Evelyn tore her eyes away from the altar and looked back, her pulse quickening as the figure moved, its form shifting and changing with each step, as though it were not entirely real. She could feel its gaze on her, could sense its hunger. "You can't hide from me," the figure spoke, its voice a low rasp, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a grave. "This is where you belong, Evelyn. The darkness will consume you, just as it has consumed all who sought the light before you." Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. The voice sounded familiar, too familiar. It was a voice she knew, but she couldn't place it. It didn't matter now. There was no time to dwell on it. She had to act, and she had to act fast. With one final glance back at the shadowy figure, Evelyn pressed her palms flat against the stone altar, letting the light pulse through her body. She felt warmth spread through her chest, a strange calm settling over her as the glow intensified, filling the clearing with a soft radiance that banished the darkness. The figure froze, its form quivering as if the light was burning it, searing it from existence. The hum in the air grew louder, now vibrating through the ground beneath her feet. Evelyn could feel the very earth shifting, the pulse of the forest syncing with her heartbeat. Guiding her, urging her on, the altar glowed brighter, and the figure screeched, a high-pitched wail that echoed through the trees, reverberating through the very air. Evelyn had no time to listen to its cries. She closed her eyes and focused on the light, drawing from it all the strength she had left. The wind began to pick up, whipping through the clearing and stirring the leaves into a frenzy. The figure writhed in agony, its shape twisting, flickering, like smoke caught in a flame. Evelyn's fingers clenched the edge of the altar, her body trembling from the effort. Suddenly, the light erupted, bursting forth in a brilliant flash that engulfed the clearing. The world around Evelyn seemed to disappear, replaced by a white-hot brilliance. She felt her body lifted, her soul soaring through the air, carried by the light. The shadows around her screamed, but their cries were drowned out by the purity of the glow. In that moment, she knew without a doubt, that this was the answer. The darkness, the evil that had sought to consume her, was nothing in the face of the light. And for the first time in her life, Evelyn felt truly, completely free. The light began to fade, and Evelyn found herself standing alone in the clearing once more. The shadows had dissipated, leaving only the soft, peaceful hum of the forest around her. The altar before her was silent now, the light no longer flickering. But she could still feel it, the lingering presence of the fallen star, now safe within her. Her hands shook as she reached for the pendant at her neck, the ancient symbol that had brought her this far. It was warm now, pulsing with a quiet energy that seemed to harmonize with the heartbeat of the earth. Evelyn took a deep breath, steadying herself. The battle was over. The darkness had been banished, and the forest was calm once more. But she knew that her journey was far from finished. The world was still full of mysteries, full of things that needed to be uncovered, and she was ready, with the light of the fallen star to guide her. Evelyn turned and walked away from the clearing, her path lit by the gentle glow of the pendant at her chest. The forest, once a place of fear, now felt like a companion, its ancient trees watching over her, its whispers of secrets no longer a threat, but a promise of what was yet to come. Part 8. The Echoes of the Past. Evelyn walked deeper into the forest, her feet light upon the soft, moss-covered ground. The wind was gentle now, only a whisper through the trees, and the air was cool with the remnants of the night. She could feel the faint pulse of the pendant against her chest, like the heartbeat of the world itself, keeping time with her own. Though the clearing behind her had been freed from the shadows, Evelyn knew that there was more to the story, more that she had yet to understand. The forest held secrets, ancient secrets, and she had only scratched the surface. Her thoughts swirled as she moved, her mind drifting back to the shadowy figure that had pursued her, to the voice that had sounded so familiar. She couldn't place it, but it haunted her still. It was as though it had known her, had been waiting for her, and the chill that ran down her spine told her that this was only the beginning. The path ahead twisted and turned, winding through the towering trees that seemed to loom ever higher the deeper she ventured. The world around her felt different now, almost as if she had stepped into another realm. There was an oppressive silence, a stillness that hung thick in the air, broken only by the occasional rustle of the leaves. The hum that had filled the clearing earlier had faded into the background, but it still lingered, like a memory just beyond her reach. After what seemed like hours of walking, Evelyn came to a clearing unlike any she had seen before. The trees here were ancient, their trunks twisted and gnarled with age, their roots rising from the earth in thick, twisted loops. At the center of the clearing was an old stone well, weathered and cracked with time. The stones were moss-covered, and vines crept up from the ground, winding their way through the structure like the fingers of some forgotten creature. The pendant on her chest pulsed again, a steady rhythm that seemed to beckon her toward the well. Something about it felt important, something about it felt familiar. She stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest as she approached the well. The air was thick, and for a moment, she could have sworn she heard something, a whisper carried on the wind. It was faint, like a faraway call, but it was unmistakable. Evelyn, her breath hitched in her throat. The voice. It was the same voice. The one she had heard in the clearing. The one that had haunted her thoughts. It was calling her now, from the depths of the well. Without thinking, she reached out, placing her hand on the rough stone of the well's edge. The moment her fingers touched the surface, the ground beneath her feet trembled, and a wave of cold air swept through the clearing. She pulled her hand back in shock, but it was too late. The stone began to shift, grinding against itself as though something deep within was awakening. The air grew heavy with a sense of foreboding, and Evelyn could hear a low, rumbling sound coming from below. The vines that had once clung to the well started to writhe, twisting and curling as if alive. Something was emerging from the darkness below. The ground trembled once more, and then, with a deafening crack, the top of the well shattered, and a dark figure rose from the depths. It was cloaked in shadows, its shape obscured, but the faint glow of its eyes pierced through the blackness. Evelyn stumbled back, her heart racing as she instinctively reached for the pendant around her neck. It pulsed with a strong, steady beat, as though it was preparing for what was to come. The figure stepped forward, its form becoming clearer with each movement. It was tall, its silhouette almost human, but there was something unnatural about it. It had no face, only a smooth, featureless mask where its head should have been. The mask seemed to shimmer and shift, almost as if it were alive itself, and Evelyn's stomach twisted in fear. And then, the voice, Evelyn, it rasped, its tone low and commanding, a whisper that seemed to vibrate in her very bones. "You have come too far. There is no going back now." Evelyn stood frozen, unable to tear her gaze away from the figure. It was as though the shadows themselves were feeding off her fear, growing stronger with every passing second. The pendant around her neck grew warmer, its light flashing in time with the rising tension in the air. "What are you?" Evelyn managed to croak, her voice barely more than a whisper. The figure tilted its head, a motion so unsettling that it made Evelyn's blood run cold. "I am the keeper of the forgotten," it replied, its voice like 1,000 whispers overlapping, indistinct yet all-encompassing. "The one who watches over the past and the future. You are bound to this forest, Evelyn, just as your ancestors were. Your bloodline has been entwined with the shadows for generations." A chill ran through Evelyn's body, and she took a step back, her mind racing. What did it mean? Her bloodline. The shadows. What was this place? The figure's glowing eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her feel as though it could see into the very core of her soul. It reached out, its hands long and skeletal, and Evelyn instinctively stepped back, but the figure's voice stopped her. "Do not be afraid," it said. "You have always known what lies ahead. You have always known what you must do." For a moment, Evelyn felt a sense of calm wash over her. The pendant seemed to glow brighter, its warmth seeping into her skin, filling her with strength. The whispers, the shadows, the figure, they no longer felt like threats. It was as though she could see through the darkness now, see what it truly was. A part of her, "You will come with me." The figure continued, its voice softer now, almost coaxing. "Together, we will unlock the true power of your lineage." Evelyn stared at the figure, unsure of what to say. Her heart still pounded, but there was a strange sense of peace within her. The pendant was telling her something, pulling her forward, urging her to trust in the journey. She glanced at the well, the deep, dark pit that had opened before her. Something within her told her that the truth lay beneath, buried in the very heart of this forest. There was no turning back now. With a deep breath, Evelyn nodded, her resolve hardening. "I'm ready." The figure's eyes seemed to glow brighter, a silent approval passing between them. Slowly, it extended a hand toward her, its long fingers curling with a ghostly grace, and as Evelyn took that first step forward, she knew that this was the beginning of something far greater than she had ever imagined. Part 9. The Heart of the Forest. The air around Evelyn grew denser as she moved forward, the shadows thickening and closing in around her. The figure, still cloaked in darkness, led the way through the twisted forest, its steps so light it seemed to glide over the moss and damp earth. Evelyn's heart raced, her breath shallow, but she felt the steady pull of the pendant against her chest, warm and guiding, like a silent companion urging her onward. Each step she took seemed to echo through the forest, although there was no sound to accompany her movements. The trees, ancient and towering, loomed over her like silent sentinels, their branches intertwined so tightly that the moonlight barely reached the forest floor. The whispers that had followed her since her arrival at the edge of the woods began to rise again, faint at first, but gradually swelling into a chorus of voices. They were like distant murmurs, the kind one might hear in the back of their mind, familiar, yet foreign. It was as if the forest itself was speaking to her, calling her name. "Evelyn," came the voice again, clear as a bell now, but still tinged with the faintest distortion. It was the figure, the keeper of the forgotten, its voice somehow resonating from the very trees themselves. "You are walking the path your bloodline has followed for centuries. This is where your true purpose lies." Evelyn shivered at the thought, unsure of whether to embrace the promise or resist it. She had always felt disconnected from her family's past, but as the forest swallowed her up, she felt as though the ties were finally being forged. The shadows whispered of power, of ancient forces hidden deep beneath the earth, and she could not deny the pull within her. It was like an unspoken truth rising to the surface. The figure continued to lead her deeper into the heart of the forest, its movements fluid and graceful, as though it were part of the very night itself. The trees grew closer now, their trunks bending toward the path, their roots snaking across the ground like veins. The air was thick with an unnatural fog that made the trees seem even more distorted, their shapes warping and shifting in the mist. As they reached a small clearing, Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. In the center stood a massive stone structure, partially consumed by the earth, vines climbing up its sides like serpents. It was a temple, ancient and forgotten, its design unlike anything she had seen before. The stone was etched with strange symbols, runes that seemed to shimmer with a faint, eerie glow. There was an energy in the air, a pulse that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. The figure stopped in front of the temple, turning to face Evelyn. Its featureless mask was almost glowing now, its presence radiating an otherworldly power. Without a word, it gestured toward the entrance. "This is where your journey truly begins," the figure intoned. "Inside lies the heart of this forest, the heart of the curse itself. Your destiny is bound to it." Evelyn hesitated, the weight of the figure's words sinking in. The darkness seemed to press in closer, and for the briefest moment, she thought about turning back, about running from the unknown that lay ahead. But the pendant around her neck pulsed again, stronger this time, its glow lighting up the mist around her. She stepped forward, her feet moving with purpose now. The figure remained still, watching her with those glowing eyes. As Evelyn approached the entrance of the temple, the air grew colder. The energy surrounding her more intense. The stone door creaked open as if welcoming her, and she stepped inside. The inside of the temple was vast, the ceiling disappearing into darkness above her. The walls were adorned with the same strange symbols she had seen on the outside, but now they seemed to move, shifting and twisting as though they were alive. The floor was covered in a thin layer of mist, and the scent of damp earth filled the air. The temperature dropped even further, her breath visible in the cold. The sound of distant murmurs echoed off the walls, faint at first but growing louder with each step she took. At the center of the temple stood an altar, an ancient stone slab, cracked and weathered with age. The air around it seemed to hum with energy, and Evelyn could feel it tugging at her, urging her forward. The whispers, now louder than ever, beckoned her toward it, and she felt as though the answers to everything she had been seeking lay just within reach. She approached the altar slowly, her heart racing. As she reached out to touch the stone, a blinding flash of light filled the room, and she stumbled backward in shock. The light vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving her standing in the center of the temple, her hands trembling. The voice came again, this time clearer, more distinct. "Evelyn," it whispered. "You have unlocked the first part of the curse. The truth is here, but there is more to learn. The forest will show you the way, but you must trust in yourself." Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet shook, and the entire temple began to tremble. The walls cracked open, and from within the cracks, an eerie green light began to pour out, illuminating the space with an unnatural glow. The mist swirled around her, and the shadows that had once been still seemed to come alive, moving toward her with purpose. Panic surged within Evelyn, but the pendant on her chest began to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat, grounding her. She closed her eyes, drawing on the strength that the pendant had given her. The whispers became clearer now. No longer distant echoes, but voices that spoke directly to her, guiding her through the chaos. "Focus," the voice of the figure called out, distant but comforting. "The curse is not only a part of you, it is you. You must accept it, embrace it." Evelyn's hands clenched into fists, her nails biting into her palms. She could feel the power within her, an ancient force that had always been there, buried deep inside, just waiting to be awakened. She took a deep breath, gathering her resolve. The world around her seemed to slow, the swirling mist and glowing symbols coming into focus as she centered herself, and then, the whispers stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Evelyn opened her eyes to find that the temple had transformed. The walls no longer glowed with that eerie green light, the cracks had sealed themselves, and the mist had lifted. The altar was now empty, its once vibrant carvings faded and worn. For a moment, Evelyn wondered if it had all been a dream. But the pendant still pulsed against her chest, steady and strong. She was no longer afraid. The curse had been unlocked, and her purpose was clearer than ever. The figure's voice, soft and steady, filled the silence once again. The path ahead will not be easy, but you are ready. The forest is yours to command. Evelyn nodded, taking her first step forward into the unknown. She could feel the power growing inside her, the weight of the legacy she had inherited. But there was no fear now. The journey was just beginning, and whatever awaited her, she would face it with resolve. Part 10, The Echo of Eternity. Evelyn stood alone at the heart of the temple, the heavy silence pressing in from all sides. The light had returned, no longer ghostly or erratic but steady and warm, as if the temple itself had accepted her presence. She could feel the weight of the pendant around her neck, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. The whispers that had once swarmed in the air like restless spirits were now quiet, allowing only the sound of her breath to fill the space. But she knew this wasn't over. The forest had led her here for a reason. The curse, her bloodline, the power within her, everything had been drawing her forward, pushing her to this moment, and she would not turn back now. As Evelyn stepped away from the altar, the shadows seemed to pull back, as if respecting her newfound purpose. She could feel the temple's pulse beneath her feet, alive with the same energy that hummed through her veins. The figure, the keeper, had been right. This curse was not just a shadow over her family's past, it was part of her now. And in accepting it, she had unlocked something far greater than she had anticipated. The heavy air began to shift, growing warmer as the mist that had once enveloped her lifted entirely. The sounds of the forest, once distant and muffled, returned, birds singing, the rustling of leaves in a soft breeze. The tension that had clung to the world around her faded. But Evelyn knew the tranquility was deceptive. It was time to leave the temple. With each step she took toward the exit, the walls that had once seemed so oppressive now felt like a distant memory. The path before her, leading back through the dense forest, was no longer unfamiliar. It was as though the trees, the earth, the very wind knew her, recognized her as their heir. The whispers had transformed into a steady hum, not a warning but a guiding presence, like a song from the stars themselves. The figure emerged from the shadows once more, standing silently just outside the temple entrance. This time, it did not speak, but Evelyn knew what was expected of her. Her purpose had been revealed, and she was no longer afraid to embrace it. The curse, in all its complexity, was both a gift and a burden, one that had been passed down through generations. But now, it was hers. As she stepped into the clearing, the night sky above her seemed to open, revealing the vast expanse of the stars. They twinkled in patterns that Evelyn could now understand, their silent messages as clear as the path she had walked to reach this moment. The once dark forest was alive with energy, and Evelyn felt a deep connection to everything around her, every tree, every stone, every creature. She wasn't just a part of this world now, she was its protector. The figure moved toward her, its glowing presence illuminating the path forward. It reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder, a gesture of both encouragement and finality. There was no more need for words. Evelyn had passed the trial, and the forest had accepted her. "You are ready," the figure said, its voice a mere whisper, but filled with weight. "The curse that once consumed your ancestors is now a part of you, but you have the power to shape its legacy. Your future lies before you, and the forest will always be your guide." Evelyn nodded, feeling the truth of its words settle deep within her. The air around her buzzed with energy, the connection between herself and the forest stronger than ever. She could feel the ancient power coursing through her veins. And though the weight of her inheritance still lingered, it no longer felt like a burden. She had the strength to carry it. As the figure disappeared into the mist, Evelyn turned to face the forest. The trees, now bathed in the light of the full moon, seemed to bow to her. The whispers, once ominous, now sang with a gentle tone, like the lullaby of an ancient guardian. She took a deep breath, knowing that the journey ahead would not be easy. There were still dark corners of the forest to uncover, secrets to unlock, and challenges to face. But she was ready. She would walk this path with the strength of her ancestors and the clarity of her own heart. With that, Evelyn stepped into the forest. Her footsteps sure and steady. The darkness no longer seemed oppressive but full of possibilities. The whispers of the stars called to her, urging her onward. The curse was no longer just a shadow, it was her legacy, and she would honor it. And as she walked, the heart of the forest beat in time with hers, and the night embraced her like an old friend, guiding her deeper into the mysteries of her destiny. The Whispering Train. Prologue. There was a legend in the quiet town of Harlow Junction, tucked between rolling hills and endless plains. A train, black as night, would pass through the station without warning. It never stopped, its windows glowing faintly, filled with shadowy figures. Locals called it the Whispering Train. No one knew where it came from or where it went, but those who claimed to have seen it always said the same thing: the whispers stayed with them. Chapter 1. A Fateful Night. Emily Bennett had grown up hearing stories about the Whispering Train. Her grandmother had told her tales of the spectral locomotive when she was a child, warning her never to linger near the tracks after dark. Now, at 24, Emily had brushed off those stories as mere folklore, a way to keep kids from wandering too far from home. That night, a storm brewed over Harlow Junction. Emily was returning from her shift at the local diner, her car radio crackling with static as lightning split the sky. She barely noticed the faint sound of a train whistle in the distance, thinking it belonged to the freight train that occasionally passed through, but as she approached the crossing, the warning lights began to flash erratically. The barrier arms lowered, though no train was in sight. Emily slowed her car, peering into the darkness. The tracks were slick with rain, gleaming under the flickering lights. Then she heard it, a low, mournful whistle that seemed to echo from nowhere. The sound sent a shiver down her spine. Moments later, a train materialized out of the storm, its black engine gliding soundlessly down the tracks. The train was unlike anything Emily had ever seen. Its cars shimmered faintly, as though they were made of smoke. The windows glowed with an eerie light, and behind the glass, shadowy figures moved, their faces indistinct. Emily sat frozen, her hands gripping the steering wheel. Whispers began to fill the air, soft and unintelligible at first, but growing louder, more insistent. They seemed to come from all around her, seeping into her mind. "Come aboard." The whispers beckoned, the train slowed as it passed her, the shadows in the windows turning to face her. Emily felt an overwhelming urge to step out of her car, to walk to the train. With a sudden burst of willpower, she shook her head and slammed her foot on the gas, speeding away from the crossing. The whispers followed her for miles, fading only when she reached the safety of her driveway. Chapter 2, The First Encounter. The next morning, Emily couldn't shake the memory of the train. She tried to dismiss it as a hallucination brought on by exhaustion, but the whispers had felt too real. She decided to visit her grandmother, who had always seemed to know more about the whispering train than she let on. Her grandmother's house was filled with relics of the past, old photographs, dusty books, and a faded map of the Harlow Junction rail system. When Emily mentioned the train, her grandmother's face grew pale. "You saw it?" her grandmother whispered. Emily nodded. "It was strange." "And the whispers, did you follow them?" her grandmother interrupted, her voice sharp. "No," Emily said. "I drove away." Her grandmother exhaled slowly, relief evident in her eyes. "The whispering train is no ordinary train. It's a portal, Emily, a passage to another realm. Those who board it never return." Emily frowned. "What realm? What happens to them?" "No one knows for certain," her grandmother replied. "But the whispers are designed to lure you in. They promise what you desire most, but it's a trap. You must never go near that train again." Chapter 3, The Pull of the Whispers. Despite her grandmother's warnings, Emily couldn't stop thinking about the train. The whispers had felt personal, as though they knew her thoughts, her fears, her dreams. They had spoken to something deep within her, a longing for escape, for adventure. Over the next few days, Emily began hearing the whispers again. They came to her in quiet moments, soft and persistent. "You belong with us." Each time, she would shake her head, trying to block them out. But the more she resisted, the stronger they seemed to grow. One night, unable to sleep, Emily decided to investigate. She returned to the crossing where she had first seen the train, armed with a flashlight and her grandmother's old rail map. The air was heavy with an unnatural stillness. As Emily walked along the tracks, she noticed something odd. There were no sounds of wildlife, no rustling of leaves, only the faint echo of whispers carried on the wind. Suddenly, the train whistle sounded, low and haunting. Emily turned to see the black locomotive emerging from the darkness, its ghostly cars gliding toward her. The train stopped. For the first time, it stopped. The doors slid open, revealing a dimly lit interior. Shadows moved within, their forms shifting and flickering like candlelight. "Come aboard." The whispers called, louder now. Emily hesitated, her heart pounding. She thought of her grandmother's warning, of the stories of those who had vanished. But she also felt an undeniable pull, a need to know what lay beyond those doors. Chapter 4, A Journey into the Unknown. Emily stepped onto the train. The air inside was cold and heavy, the walls pulsating with an otherworldly glow. The whispers grew louder, surrounding her, guiding her through the narrow corridor. Each car was different. In one, she saw scenes from her past, memories she had long buried. In another, she saw visions of a future that felt both wondrous and terrifying. The whispers narrated her journey, their voices blending into a haunting symphony. At the center of the train, Emily found a room bathed in shadow. A figure stood waiting for her, its form indistinct, its presence overwhelming. "Why have you come?" the figure asked, its voice resonating within her mind. I wanted to understand," Emily said, her voice trembling. "Understanding comes at a price," the figure replied. "Will you pay it?" Emily hesitated, but the pull of the train was too strong. "Yes," she whispered. The figure extended a shadowy hand, and as Emily took it, the world around her dissolved into darkness. Chapter 5. The Whispering Truth. When Emily awoke, she was no longer on the train. She was standing in a vast, featureless void, surrounded by the whispers. They were louder now, clear and coherent. The whispers told her of the train's purpose: to collect lost souls, to guide them to their final destination. But Emily was different. She was not lost, she had entered of her own free will. The figure reappeared, its form more defined now. It was neither human nor shadow, but something in between. "You are a seeker," it said. "Few like you exist. You have a choice, to return to your world or to join us and become part of the whispering." Emily felt the weight of the decision before her. She thought of her grandmother, of the life she would leave behind. But she also felt a strange sense of belonging. A connection to the train and its purpose. After what felt like an eternity, Emily made her choice. Epilogue. Months later, the people of Harlow Junction noticed a change. The whispering train no longer passed through the town. The legend began to fade, becoming just another story told to children. But on quiet nights, when the wind was still, some claimed they could hear whispers echoing from the tracks, a voice that sounded eerily like Emily's, calling out to those who were lost, offering them a choice. And somewhere, in a realm beyond time and space, Emily guided the train, her whispers blending with the shadows, her journey never truly ending. Chapter 6. Emily's new reality. Emily opened her eyes to a world that was both familiar and alien. The void was no longer featureless. It had transformed into a sprawling, ethereal landscape. Vast fields of silver mist stretched endlessly, punctuated by glowing orbs that floated like stars fallen from the heavens. The orbs pulsed faintly, and as Emily drew closer to one, she realized it was a memory, a fragment of someone's life. The figure from the train appeared beside her, its shadowy form more tangible now. Its features shifted constantly, as though it were a patchwork of all the souls the train had ever collected. "This is the between," the figure said, its voice layered with 1,000 whispers. "A crossroads of existence where the lost seek purpose, and the burdened find solace." Emily touched one of the orbs, and a vision surged into her mind: a young man standing on a bridge, clutching a photograph, his face etched with despair. She felt his emotions as if they were her own, the heartbreak, the longing, the weight of an unresolved life. "These are the passengers," the figure continued. "Their stories are woven into the train, their whispers guiding others who wander too close to the veil. You have joined them, but you are different." Emily turned to the figure, a newfound strength surging within her. "I don't want to be a whisper. I want to help them, to guide them back to where they belong." The figure regarded her silently for a moment. Such a path comes with sacrifices. Are you willing to lose yourself for the sake of others? Emily nodded, her resolve unwavering. Yes. Chapter 7. The Role of a Keeper. The train appeared again, emerging from the silver mist as though summoned by Emily's decision. Its doors slid open, revealing its interior anew. This time, the train felt different, more alive. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, and the whispers that once unnerved her now felt like a gentle hum of reassurance. The figure gestured for her to enter. To be a keeper, you must first learn the stories of those who came before you. Their memories will guide you, but they will also test you. Emily stepped inside, and the doors closed behind her. The first car was filled with mirrors that didn't reflect her image but instead showed moments of her past. She saw herself as a child, clutching her grandmother's hand as they watched a train pass. She saw her teenage self, lost in books about adventures and escape, but the final mirror showed something different. It showed Emily standing on the tracks, the whispering train bearing down on her. She was not afraid. Instead, she looked determined. What is this? Emily asked aloud. The whispers responded in unison. Your destiny. The train lurched forward, and Emily moved to the next car. Here, she found seats occupied by passengers, their faces blurred and indistinct. As she approached each one, she felt their emotions wash over her: grief, regret, love, hope. One by one, the passengers spoke. Their whispers becoming clear. I left behind my family. I want them to know I loved them. I never had the courage to follow my dreams. Is it too late? I was afraid of the unknown. Now I wish I had taken the leap. Emily listened, her heart heavy with the weight of their stories. She realized that her role was not just to guide them but to help them find closure, to bridge the gap between their unfinished lives and the eternity that awaited them. Chapter 8. The Test of Resolve. As the train traveled deeper into the between, the whispers began to shift. They grew darker, more chaotic, as though the train itself was struggling against an unseen force. The lights flickered, and the once soothing hum turned into a cacophony of despair. Emily found herself in a car she hadn't seen before. The walls were blackened, and the air was heavy with an oppressive energy. At the center of the car stood a figure, but it was not like the shadowy guide. This figure was jagged and fragmented, its form pulsating with malice. You think you can help them? The figure sneered, its voice dripping with venom. You are nothing but a mortal, clinging to a purpose you do not understand. Emily took a step forward, her voice steady. I may be mortal, but I've chosen this path. I won't let you stop me. The figure laughed, a sound that echoed like shattering glass. Then face their pain. Face their darkness. The walls of the car dissolved, revealing a swirling vortex of memories. Emily was pulled into the storm, each memory slamming into her like a tidal wave. She saw a mother losing her child, a soldier haunted by the lives he had taken, a young woman consumed by loneliness. Each vision threatened to overwhelm her, to drown her in the collective sorrow of the passengers. But Emily held on, grounding herself in the whispers that had once terrified her. She realized that the whispers were not just voices of despair, they were cries for help, for understanding. With a surge of determination, Emily pushed back against the vortex. The dark figure recoiled, its form flickering and unstable. "You are stronger than I expected," it hissed. "But this is far from over." The figure vanished, and the train returned to its calm state. Emily stood in the center of the car, her body trembling but her spirit unbroken. Chapter 9, A Keeper's Legacy. The train slowed, and Emily found herself in the final car. Here, the walls were lined with glowing orbs, each one representing a passenger who had found peace. The shadowy guide appeared beside her, its form more solid than ever. "You have proven yourself, Emily. You are ready to become the keeper of the whispering train." Emily looked around, the weight of her journey settling over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the life she had left behind. But she also felt a sense of fulfillment. Knowing that she was part of something greater. What happens now? She asked. "You will guide the train, helping lost souls find their way. And in time, when your task is complete, you will find your own peace." Emily nodded, stepping into the conductor's cabin. As she took her place at the controls, the train began to move, its whispers blending into a symphony of hope and renewal. And so, the legend of the whispering train continued, not as a tale of fear, but as a beacon for those searching for solace in the darkness. Chapter 10, The Ever-Changing Tracks. As Emily settled into her role as the keeper, she began to sense the trains were intertwining with her own. It was as though the train were alive. Its metal frame pulsing with a heartbeat that resonated in her chest. Each journey brought new passengers, their stories as diverse and complex as the stars. Yet the tracks themselves seemed to shift, bending and stretching into unseen realms. One night, Emily noticed something unusual, a divergence in the tracks. Ahead, the usual silver mist parted, revealing two distinct paths. One track led to the familiar ethereal expanse, while the other spiraled into a dense forest shrouded in shadow. The forest radiated an ancient energy, both alluring and menacing. The whispers around her grew urgent, their voices overlapping. "Choose wisely, keeper. The path you take will shape the fates of those aboard." Emily hesitated, feeling the weight of the decision. The shadowy figure appeared once more, its form more defined than before. "The forest is the forgotten realm," it said, its voice softer now, almost reverent. "Few have dared to enter, and even fewer have returned. But its secrets hold answers you may seek, about the train, about yourself." Emily clenched the controls, her resolve firm. "Then I'll face it. The passengers deserve answers, and so do I." The train shuddered as it shifted onto the darker track. The familiar hum of its journey turned into a deep, resonant echo, as if the very air had thickened. Chapter 11, The Forgotten Realm. The train entered the forest, its wheels grinding against the tracks with an almost reluctant groan. The trees loomed high above, their gnarled branches intertwined to form a canopy that blocked out the sky. Shadows danced across the windows, creating shapes that seemed to move of their own accord. As the train slowed, Emily felt a strange pull in her chest. Stepping out of the cabin, she was met with silence, an eerie, unnatural stillness. The passengers in the car sat frozen, their blurred faces turned toward her, as if waiting for her to act. The shadowy guide materialized beside her. "The forest feeds on memories, keeper. It will test you, unravel you. If you let it. Stay vigilant. Emily nodded, stepping onto the soft earth as the train came to a halt. The ground beneath her feet felt alive, pulsating gently with each step. The forest seemed to breathe, its every movement synchronized with an invisible rhythm. She wandered deeper, following a faint glow in the distance. The light led her to a clearing where an ancient altar stood, carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. At the center of the altar lay a mirror, its surface rippling like water. Emily approached cautiously, her reflection flickering between herself and another, a woman with eyes like molten gold. "Who are you?" Emily whispered. The woman in the mirror smiled, her voice echoing in Emily's mind. "I was once like you, a keeper of the train. But I sought too much, delved too deep. The forest claimed me, and now I am bound to it." Emily's heart raced. "How do I avoid your fate?" The woman's expression turned somber. "You must find the heart of the forest. It holds the power to sever the ties that bind me and those like me. But beware, every step closer will challenge your very essence." Chapter 12. Trials of the Forest. The forest seemed to shift as Emily ventured further, its paths twisting and turning as if alive. Each step brought new challenges, visions of her deepest fears, echoes of her past mistakes, and whispers that sought to sow doubt in her mind. At one point, she found herself back on the train, but it was not the same. The passengers were no longer blurred figures, they were vivid, real, and hauntingly familiar. "Emily," one of them said, a young girl clutching a stuffed bear. "Why didn't you save me?" Emily recoiled, recognizing the girl as someone from her past, a neighbor's child who had gone missing years ago. She had always blamed herself for not being more attentive, for not noticing the signs. The shadowy guide appeared, its voice cutting through her turmoil. "These are not real. They are reflections of your guilt, your pain. Do not let them consume you." Drawing strength from its words, Emily pressed on. The illusions faded, replaced by the oppressive silence of the forest. Chapter 13. The Heart of the Forest. At last, Emily reached a massive tree at the center of the forest, its trunk glowing faintly with a soft golden light. The tree's roots twisted and coiled like living things, and at its base lay a hollow where a crystal pulsed with energy. The heart of the forest. As Emily approached, the ground beneath her shifted, and the dark figure from the train emerged, larger and more menacing than ever. "You should have turned back," it snarled. "The heart is not yours to claim." Emily stood her ground, her voice steady. "I'm not here to claim it. I'm here to set things right." The figure lunged at her, its form twisting into a storm of shadows. Emily raised her hand, the whispers of the passengers swirling around her like a shield. "You are nothing without them," the figure hissed. "They give you strength, but they will also be your downfall." With a surge of determination, Emily reached out and touched the heart. The crystal flared with light, and the shadows dissipated with an anguished cry. The forest trembled, its oppressive energy lifting as the heart's glow spread outward, illuminating every corner. Chapter 14. A New Beginning. The train reappeared, its doors open and inviting. Emily stepped aboard, feeling a profound sense of clarity. The passengers were no longer blurred. Their faces were clear, their eyes filled with gratitude. the shadowy guide stood at the center of the car, its form more human than ever. You have done what no keeper before you has dared. The train and its passengers are free, but your journey is not yet over. Emily nodded, a sense of purpose filling her. She took her place in the conductor's cabin, her hands steady on the controls. As the train began its journey once more, the whispers turned into a melody, a song of hope, renewal, and the promise of peace for all who boarded the whispering train, and Emily, now more than just a keeper, became a legend in her own right, a guardian of the lost, a guide through the darkness, and a beacon of light in the endless expanse of the between. This expanded narrative further deepens the mystique and emotional resonance of the whispering train, providing a richly textured story that combines elements of suspense, introspection, and ultimate triumph. Chapter 15. The Forgotten Paths. The whispers that had once been distant and fragmented were now clear, vivid, and urgent. Emily could feel them surrounding her, embracing her like an ancient lullaby, each voice a thread weaving her deeper into the very fabric of the train. Yet, even as the song became more harmonious, there were still threads of sorrow and fear lurking beneath the surface. The passengers who rode the train were not only lost souls but carriers of untold stories, stories of regret, betrayal, and longing. Every night, as the train rattled along its ever-shifting tracks, Emily heard the voices of those who had crossed over before her. The echoes of their final moments, the pain they carried, and the hopes they had once clung to. Each story haunted her in a way she couldn't escape. The train had become more than just a vessel, it was a sanctuary, but also a prison. She began to wonder if she, too, was becoming trapped by its pull. One night, as the train descended into a thick mist, Emily caught sight of a new figure. The figure was unlike any other passenger she had encountered. It wasn't a ghost or a lost soul, but a living person. A man, pale and gaunt, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and fear. His clothes were torn, as though he had wandered for years without rest. "Where am I?" he asked, his voice weak, almost hoarse. "How did I get here?" Emily approached him cautiously, her heart racing. "You're on the whispering train," she said softly. "You were lost, like the others. But you're not alone now." He looked around, his gaze frantic as if searching for an escape. "I don't belong here. I was in a car accident. I don't remember how I got here. This can't be real." His words stirred something deep within her, a sense of dread and uncertainty. She had never encountered a living person aboard the train before. They were always souls who had crossed over, their fate sealed long ago. But this man was different. "You're alive?" Emily asked, her voice trembling. "How is this possible?" The man staggered back. "I don't know. I don't know anything anymore." His eyes locked onto hers. "Tell me, what happens to people like me? Will I be trapped here forever?" Chapter 16. The Shifting Shadows. As the man's words echoed in Emily's mind, the atmosphere in the train grew heavier, more oppressive. The whispers began to change tone, growing anxious, almost frantic. The passengers, who had previously been silent, now stirred in their seats, their faces twisted in sorrow and fear. It was as if the very fabric of the train was unraveling, reacting to the presence of the living man. Emily felt the air grow colder, the train's smooth journey disrupted by a violent jolt. The tracks themselves seemed to shift beneath them, twisting and curling like a serpent's coils. The train lurched forward, careening down a new path that was darker and more foreboding than any she had experienced. The man, still disoriented, clung to Emily, his grip tightening. "What's happening? What have you done?" "I don't know," she cried, her pulse quickening. "It's not me. The train, it's changing. It's never done this before." Suddenly, the train came to a screeching halt, throwing them both forward. Emily struggled to regain her balance, but the air had thickened, and the once welcoming walls of the train now seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. The lights flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows that danced and twisted. The man backed away, terror in his eyes. "What is this place?" he whispered. "Where are we? This isn't real." "It can't be," a voice, low and rumbling, echoed through the train's compartments. It wasn't one of the passengers or even the guide, it was something else. "Something older, more powerful. You've brought the living here," the voice said, its tone harsh and menacing. "The balance has been disturbed. And now, you will pay the price." Chapter 18, The Final Choice. The forest outside the train, once dark and foreboding, now felt distant and unreachable. Emily felt trapped between two worlds, one that had already passed and another that was not yet ready to accept her. The man beside her was growing weaker, his body fading as the train continued to shift and distort. "You need to choose," the shadowy guide said, its voice now a hiss. "The train is dying. And so is he." Emily felt the weight of her decisions pressing down on her like a storm. She had made a mistake, one that could cost the man his life. But there was still hope. The heart of the forest, the power she had wielded once before, was her only chance to undo the damage. With no other choice, she took the man's hand, guiding him to the cabin where the heart of the forest once lay. It was the only way to restore balance, to bring the train back to its rightful course. Together, they reached the crystal, but this time, Emily felt a different energy, a pull not just from the forest but from the living man at her side. His presence was the key, and without him, she knew they would all be lost. The heart pulsed with power, its golden glow intensifying as Emily whispered the ancient incantation she had learned. The air hummed with energy, and as the crystal shone brighter, the train began to shift back, its steady rhythm returning as the atmosphere lightened. The whispers calmed. The trees outside stopped their motion, and the man, once lost in the folds of the train, slowly faded into nothingness. Emily closed her eyes, knowing that she had done what was necessary, but at a great cost. The whispering train had been saved. But at what price? Epilogue. The keeper's fate. The train continued its journey, its passengers now at peace. Emily stood in the conductor's cabin, her hands resting gently on the controls. The balance had been restored, but the weight of her responsibility remained heavy. She had made a choice, and though it had saved the train and its passengers, it had cost the man his life. She would never forget his face, the man who had unknowingly crossed over into the between. But Emily knew that this was the role of the keeper, to guide the lost, to protect the living, and to ensure the journey never stopped, and so, the whispering train continued its eternal path, now a little quieter, its whispers of despair replaced by the hum of peace. But Emily would always be there, guarding the realms in between, ready to guide the next soul in need of passage.